Hey guys, welcome to BTM Reviews, where they're making videos of me using the N word now. That is awesome. I was watching Ethan's stream driving home today. I laughed my ass off. I was like, did I say the N word? I don't remember that. And then they said that, and I just started laughing. I laughed so hard. It was the best thing ever. I mean, oh God, I just couldn't believe that's what they came up with. So it's good to be back on Ethan's streams for all the right reasons. It was too much. Hey, we have a great topic tonight, guys. We have Jim Satala's favorite topic that Dan Blackroyd likes to tease him with every show. So yes, it was the best low water mark, man. I was just laughing so hard, like, wow, low water. And it was an old show. It was me, low watermark, uncapped turtle, and that had to be like 6 hours into the stream because I was kind of blitzed at that point. Yes, Mr. Burger, man. I think we might need to play some of that over here, Pastor Flash, because Vito was a rock star dealing with those two idiots on that show. It was fantastic. I actually found out how cool Vito is as a person today because I just sent him a DM and said, "Man, you were great last night," and he actually answered and had a conversation. So I've never talked to the man before, but you know, it was great. So you know, the best part, Pastor Flash and Low Watermark, was when Ethan says, "I've never heard that word. I don't even know what that means." But he made it an adjective. He made it, it's a noun, but he made it an adjective. It was great. I was just like, oh my God. You back, super killer. Yes. Oh my God. It was fantastic. I should turn on the camera right now for Jim. Oh man. Okay. We all hate liberals. He made Dr. Berger and Brian look like a couple of SJWs. It was how could Vito be the level-headed one when they were trying to, really make him look stupid? It was fantastic. What's up, Jim?
Hey, what's up? I was just finishing up my dessert.
You eat dessert? You lucky bastard.
Italian ice.
You got to add the oids. Yes. Are you employed? Like, what a question. Are you employed, Jim? Vito says, he asked Dr. Berger, how are you funding this documentary? Because he doesn't have a big following on YouTube and he doesn't have a big Patreon account or anything like that. And he says, well, this isn't the only way I make money. And Vito legitimately says, oh, you have a day job. That's none of your fucking business. It's like, what? I didn't ask you what your job is.
Yeah, people get a little touchy, they get worried.
About having a job?
Dude, I've had people call my old employer trying to get me fired, and he's like, dude, he's been retired for 10 years. Leave us alone.
But if somebody asks you have a job, you'd get upset?
No, not me. I'd be like, no.
I mean, an employed? Yeah. So I'm hoping Dan Blackroyd has the link. It was the best. It was. I don't even know who this Mr. Burger guy is, but apparently he hates Vito's guts.
Well, he's I thought they were kind of friendly.
No, he's trying to do a documentary trying to prove that Vito's a pedo.
Oh, that's gay.
Yeah.
So
It's
before
gay.
we get into the
It's
expanding
built
Earth
by
and stuff,
association stuff.
I'd like to cover just a tiny bit of woo woo. It's only a 12-second clip, but it's actually footage of the X-class solar flare that fired off today.
Oh boy. Okay. What
So
direction
is
did
that
it go though?
right at us?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
They have a ETA
I
on
got-
when it's going to hit.
sometime between tomorrow and the next day.
Are they expecting repercussions?
I don't know.
Okay.
Something will happen, maybe.
Maybe it'll
Your
fry all
Wi-Fi will
those-
be crappy. I don't know.
maybe it'll fry all those fucking solar panels.
Maybe it'll be nice. Everyone ready? Pay
Sure.
attention. Pay
Hold on,
attention
hold
to
on,
the
hold on,
screen.
hold on. We have to get Nicholas on here.
All right.
Nicholas
Hey,
needs to be
Let
included
me-
on solar flare. How you doing, Nicholas?
Good. How y'all doing?
Fantastic.
I woke up to all that stuff this morning.
Well, all right, here we go, Jim. X class.
oh wait, I gotta put the volume on.
So,
Oh wait, is there volume?
does he describe what an X class means?
It's right here. Ready?
Yep.
What the fuck? Why isn't this working? Oh, there it is.
So if we wanted to go up in like one of those tourist space shuttles,
Well, this
we
is
could
gay.
potentially come back as
This
the
didn't look-
Fantastic Four.
This did
That
not.
didn't.
This did not look anything like I thought it would. Oh, there it looks better there. Why didn't it look like that when I was playing it on the full screen?
It did. It's just a pretty insignificant change.
Yeah, I
Well,
did
it's
that.
like
on,
right here.
Yeah, I did that.
See, look at that big explosion. Well, that explosion is bigger than the Earth.
Well, I
I mean-
just hope he tells us what it did, what it means for.
Well,
our
it says right
planet.
here. This is the X-class solar flare that erupted today. We already have 2 CMEs on their way to Earth. I am now waiting for satellite updates to tell us if there is now a third. Full updates coming in the morning show. So I'll know by 7 o'clock tomorrow, and I will I'll let
that
everyone
was-
know.
Oh, this just came out. Like,
Yeah, this just happened. So he
Well, I
doesn't
mean,
have the
solar-
computer data yet.
Solar, if I'm not mistaken, I think solar flares and other stuff are like the whole reason why, like they have to replace laptops on the space station every couple weeks or something, or every couple months.
Yeah.
Rather.
Yeah.
I was seeing in a video recently.
so how do they replace them? They keep other ones in boxes, like under radiation.
No,
stuff?
they ship them up. They have to ship them up again.
Wow.
Like,
what a
is any
fucking
like
genius.
our Earth electronics don't last very long up. That's why even like the space station, everything like that
Oh, hey, look at
is
this.
using very ancient
Look at these
technology.
cute, look at these good looking
because it's
guys.
rock solid. Because like solar flares on planet Earth, at least, if a certain amount of it gets through the atmosphere, even on Earth, it can cause what's called bit flips. So that's why you like to have like a more expensive
Mhm.
kind of RAM on for enterprise stuff because it's resistant to those bit flips, or at least has
Okay.
error correction that can correct for it.
Oh.
So it
Huh.
doesn't affect so much analog stuff as much as it is with like digital. Basically, it's I think probably a decent analogy might be it's like running a magnet across an old school like 70s television.
Oh, okay. That's kind of
Well,
cool.
I mean, in actuality, I mean, it does crazy stuff to digital stuff, but it will fry analog stuff too. Because if you remember, like,
Oh,
there's
yeah.
you could look it up. You know, the last time we had, like, I think it was like an X30 or something, or something like that in the 1800s. It like lit telegraph machines on fire.
yeah, didn't
Really?
it destroy
Yeah.
like?
Oh yeah. I don't remember
know,
anything about it. I remember.
But I mean, we
hearing
don't.
about it
It's
a long
been
time ago.
widely reported. People talked about it. The machines were like not connected, and they were going crazy, and the wires burst into flames, and we were
That might have
way.
been one of the first times we started learning about it.
Well,
That
they
kind of-
knew about it, but they didn't. You know, that was like the first time something happened when we actually were using stuff with electricity.
Right.
So it's you know, like if
But-
that X30 happened today, you know, people's houses might burst into flames because you got
Oh,
so
because
much
of all the
electrical
Oh,
wire
I
and
know
stuff.
stuff
yeah,
like that.
yeah.
You got so much wire and stuff in your house and electronics, and you know, so the whole who knows?
We would never know, Andrew Campbell. We would never know. We don't see the dark side of the moon.
Well, I mean, when the moon is on, the dark side of the moon does face the sun sometimes, so it would, you know, affect it. There you go. All right. Look at this. Breaking news via the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal has obtained body cam footage of local police complaining that they repeatedly asked the U.S. Secret Service days in advance to secure the warehouse that was eventually used by the shooter who attempted to assassinate God Emperor Trump and killed one man.
Wow.
That's
Well, that that video
somebody-
that Uncapped
somebody-
make was pretty cool.
Well, why didn't any of them guys get on the fucking radio? He ran for 20
Away.
seconds, 30 seconds instead of just going, there's a dude on the roof with a fucking gun.
Yeah. Weird, right?
Yeah, I didn't have the
Yeah.
audio on. I just saw a little bit of video. I guess it was body cam footage of him getting like a boost up.
Yeah, then he runs away
But
like a girl.
I didn't even watch past that. Like I just saw it freeze. And then I saw like some cat out of the slums post who follows a lot of stuff, posting about something about hearing Trump say there was a second inferring there was a second shooter. I don't know.
No, probably on the grassy knoll.
Or at least in the water tower behind him, right? Yeah. Oh man.
Could have been an additional spotter. I mean, you don't know. I highly doubt that person's trying to talk, but I would think by now that the Secret Service and FBI would have, or probably the FBI would have been able to figure that out.
You would hope. Right?
Yeah, Twigs is right. The guy said Iran, and that's why they blamed it on Iran.
I don't get that. What was the timing of the whole thing with blaming of Iran anyway?
It was after the fact. They said, Iran's out to get him. And if they,
It wasn't
They said-
until the whole day after.
they said, oh, that's why we had extra security. I said, what the fuck do you mean you had extra security?
But I'm just curious if they had said something before
They never told. They didn't tell the campaign. They never told his detail.
Because I know it's like if you go to like CNN or something like that, I noticed that you'll see little stuff that sort of, it's like definitely implying a lot of hawkish talk towards Iran, I guess you could say.
Maybe. Oh, Dave stepped away. So this is the Neil Adams Science 01 Conspiracy Earth is Growing. We're going to start off with the first step in the
Now,
past.
is it every aspect of Earth? What's growing about Earth? Just like
I
what's under the.
we're learning. We're going to learn together.
I always thought it was like a whole like thing like that. You know.
Well, this
like,
guy
you know,
says that's all
like-
wrong. Yeah, tectonic.
Okay.
This guy says tectonic plates, tectonic schmates.
Oh, you
Doesn't
watched this?
exist. No, I haven't. We're going to learn together.
Okay. Jim, hey, you better not come into this negative. I don't come into
I'm
Others-
keeping an oath in mind for Dan
Please.
Blackwright, even though he isn't in here like he promised.
no, he said he'll be here soon. He can't get here in the beginning.
Okay. Does
Does
he want us to wait for him, or does he want me to learn all about it first?
Well, you could play that uncapped video, the syncing of the syncing
Oh.
of the sounds.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me do that.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
All right.
Does Uncapped also have a video on the sinking of the Titanic?
Well, I don't know. Could
It
be.
wasn't a real ship. It never happened. All right.
Fake news.
All right. So here's these cops. They're looking for donuts. Now, how this guy on the horse? That's cool.
Yeah.
This guy. I boost you up. I boost you up. You go. You go. Come on. Go ahead. No, you go. No, you go. They were arguing over who was going to go.
Well, the weird thing is there's ladders around the building. Why are they
Yeah.
boosting up?
God,
So this guy
100
goes up
years
on the
ago,
roof for a
they probably
second,
would've
then
taken
jumps
care of
down,
this
and then they both run away. Like, you have a radio.
Oh, there they are running in the bottom screen, huh?
I mean, you can hear them running. You know what I mean? You can hear
Yeah.
them running.
I just feel like he
Make
should have
yourself
just.
small,
I
bro.
mean,
I
if
don't
you
know
see
what's
the
going
guy, you
on.
should be engaging him right then and there.
And then what's that? Make yourself small here. I don't know what's going on.
They're afraid. Make yourself small is something you say. You're afraid of.
Yeah,
the
but
guy.
not the cops should be like saying there's a guy on the roof with a gun.
Oh yeah, but I'm just saying that's what that means. But Uh,
Oh, that guy had a gun. I wonder if he was shooting. That was the shot that killed the guy.
Yep.
Supposedly, allegedly.
Well, yeah.
You know, I mean, for all we know, there was other people shooting.
34 seconds from standing from fall to first shot. So is their job not to engage? I mean, are they just there to
I don't
observe and
know.
not engage?
Look at him. He's over here trying to. So this cop decided to run to his car to get his rifle instead of calling on the radio.
Or pull out his handgun?
I mean,
Yeah.
I think I would have, if I saw that in that situation, I would have pulled out my gun and started shooting in the air
yeah.
on the ground. Because as soon as people hear gunshots, they're going to start doing other stuff.
Well, I mean, if you remember like the Uvalde stuff,
Yeah.
I mean, it's already been judged that, and that, I mean, you would have think that every police officer would have, had some awareness of that. And then the judgment that came from that, which was, you'll have a duty to go in there. You don't have, like, you're a cop or you're a soldier or you're whatever. That's, you're not supposed to run that
Serve
way.
and
You're supposed
protect.
to run
Yeah.
that way.
Run towards the fire or the potential fire.
You want to?
Did they think the guy was just up there getting a suntan?
I don't
What the
know.
hell?
You want to pull up Kevin Pastrano's comment real quick?
Yeah.
The thing about that body cam footage, it's being reported now that that's never going to come out, according to Null's complaining, saying that somehow Rekieta blocked it. So I don't know. Who knows? So
Good for him. I was happier to see the whole he got his kids back and everything.
yeah, that's
No, he's just kidding.
that's
He's just
he's just kidding. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Kevin's great, dude.
Okay. Well, no, I was just
Yeah.
saying. I don't think that. According to Kiwi Farms, now that's never going to come out. So I wonder if he's going to refund all the money he.
The quality of Kiwi Farms has gone down drastically.
Yeah, the level of retardation has really lessened.
Leveled
Oh,
up.
I mean, it used to be somewhat you could reasonably trust what they were posting there. I mean, it was still retarded shit, but useless details. But you could trust it. But now, I mean, it's every time I've gone there,
But
so much of it's just made up bullshit.
I say at least that's what I saw on Twitter. Ethan Ralph post that that it's never going to be coming out. That somehow it was blocked. I saw a post that he made. So
Yeah. Yeah.
which we could find real quick.
So the police are not being held accountable at all for their actions here. Isn't that crazy?
Well, even like that Uvalde thing that took a long time for like that accountability to have its day.
I'd like to see they're at least suspended and pending investigation.
I mean, you keep seeing. That's why, like when we obviously the first time I streamed was that day. We came on here, and I said I think it's very much a issue of cowardice. I mean, I don't say that lightly. Obviously, that's disrespectful to say to them, but how many times have we got to watch cops running away from
Right.
shit? I mean, at the same point, like I'm also not the guy saying, we got to defund everybody. We got to
Hey, you
nail
know
every cop to the wall over everything.
Can I say
Oh,
something
either.
about some of those Nick posts you were showing there up top, Jim?
Sure.
So, like, you've got what's his name? Go up. Yeah.
Oh,
you
the
got
umbrella
umbrella-
guy?
You got Tug.
Yeah.
Nick Grady gets his kid back. Remember how Tug was saying he really needs some rehab and all that stuff, and it's going to be really
Yeah,
hard to get his
well.
kids back. Fuck off. Sorry, man. I'm sorry. You don't get to be all I mean, because remember, Nick has got a big problem. He's going to have to do all of this fucking rehab to even see his kids again. Now they're back. It's
Oh,
fucking
there significant amount of cocaine found. So wasn't exactly a stretch to be thinking that. But yeah.
yeah.
I agree
Well,
with you.
I mean, and who knows? I mean, sure they've had to go to court and all this shit. I mean, and he's probably kept it super quiet. Don't you think, Jim? Or has had to have some.
Oh, he's
Some-
got to stay. Keep his. Do what he's got to do.
Yeah.
Where was it? I saw it. I'm trying to find. I swear it was posted by him. Someone complaining about it, saying that they blocked it.
Oh, block the.
Blocked
Body
the
cam
release of the
footage?
body cam footage.
Well, what? I guess people got to see, but I guess.
But I don't know. I thought maybe it was Nick posted that. That I don't know how I did that or something. I remember seeing something about it, someone complaining.
Yeah. Right.
Just type in Jersh Mad. Search for that.
Jersh mad.
Mad or med? This?
Oh, I just made up a meme right there
Oh.
on the spot. Told you so.
You looking up Ricada?
Yeah,
He's streaming tonight, right?
supposedly.
So there's this neurotic thing.
Oh, it's something about neurotic and
Who's been quiet lately though is Aaron
Aaron.
Holtz.
Oh,
yeah.
Really?
Super
Yeah, here it is.
quiet.
Did he get threatened with something?
There it is.
Wasn't? Yeah, there was something that came. Oh yeah, wasn't it the revenge porn thing? Started getting talked about. Is that
Well,
when
apparently he got
silent?
didn't he get served too, Jim?
I think so.
What did he get served with?
I think he has to appear or something like that. It's just the first time Nola's talked about how the body cam footage won't be released till it's in evidence. I swear this was known about since at least Sean's stream. What happens to all the money people donated? The county sheriff, local police led him on a bit, I think, because most matters are resolved before footage becomes evidence. I think it was Josh who led people on that this would just be a quick and easy deal. So they're saying that the body cam information still isn't evidence?
I have
Jim?
no idea. I don't
Well,
know.
that's what they make it sound like.
Yeah, that's. Yeah. I mean, hell, they might avoid a trial altogether and feel no need to bring it up. I'm
I'm
Like if
thinking
he
the same.
wins at
I'm
an
thinking
earlier
the same
stage or
thing.
something.
Yeah, I am definitely thinking the same thing. Is there a lot of hate in these responses, Jim? Or are they all happy for him, or what?
Most of the initial responses I think you see on that stuff is
Oh, here it
supportive.
is. Someone saying,
And then
I
after
doubt
a
he
while,
lied
you start to see all the
purposely.
trolls come
Or
in.
like the police told him they were getting it ready and Nick threatened them or something. It's like nothing of the sort.
He can't threaten them to not release the footage. That's not up to him. It's up to the.
I don't think that would
prosecutor.
work well in his case.
Right. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, whatever.
Ooh, so Bob was on the moon last night thinking about business. I then thought while on the moon, there's only one great businessman, and it's Eric July. Probably got a point there, buddy.
Hibbity Jibbity's apparently racist as well now. I found that out on Twitter.
Is that right?
Yes,
Wow.
that is also.
Everything's racist. Everything.
I mean, that's been going on since the beginning of all this. I mean, if you look, if you stop and think about it, every little dig or something that's even just remotely funny,
Mhm.
where we're mocking the way he speaks or the way he dances,
Oh.
or
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
it all comes down to that for people because it's the easiest thing that these, and it starts to make me like honestly when I start to think about that. Obviously, you're starting to get a lot of young kids. There's too many people over a certain age just don't give a shit about that.
Ben,
You know what I
nobody
mean?
banned you from the chat, dude. I mean, there's barely any wrenches in my chat. Nobody even touched your. Not that I know of, Jim. You don't ban. No.
I've never been anybody. Go look. The only way is if somebody was on their phone and they accidentally did it. Otherwise, I don't know who would do it. You know, what's
you
his other
see-
one? Ben Togel.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a clue.
You would have to go into your. You,
Well, I mean, was it banned from this chat or was it banned from any
He
chat?
says from this one.
yeah, I can't get. Let me hold on. Participants.
So you can
I don't
unban
see-
him.
No, I can't. Actually, it won't let me.
I gave you.
No, I don't
Yeah.
have. I don't have. I'm just a standard moderator.
What?
You have to. Yeah, you have to have. You have to have. What is? There's two
Admin.
types of moderators. There's a standard moderator and then a managing moderator. Only
Type something.
managing.
Type something in the chat real quick, and then I can change it. Nice one. All right. Well, I have you as a managing moderator, dude.
You do?
Yes.
Okay. I don't. Then I can.
I'm gonna
Maybe you're the.
remove it. I'm gonna
No,
remove it.
Maybe
and then
you're
I'm gonna
the. I don't
I'm
know.
gonna
Maybe you're
redo
the
it.
only person who can unban.
add as
someone.
moderator. Whoa. I'm not making Ben a fucking moderator. So yeah, you're a can manage blocked words and change chat modes in live, and also has capabilities of standard moderator. So I would think that would be unbanning somebody.
I would think so too, but it's not giving me. It's not even letting me change the chat. So
I don't know.
like I should be able to make it like slow
It's a
chat or
gay up.
whatever. I don't know. Hold on. Let me read. Hold on. Let me see.
Ben doesn't have a chat. No way. No way. He'll stop my stream in the middle of it if he could. Jim, look what I found at that store I was at yesterday. I found this bourbon called Detling. They let me taste it in the store, right? Come on, camera. Let's go. Let's not be stupid here. Why is my camera acting funky? I'll fix it. It's called, there you go. It's called Detling. It is an Alabama bourbon, Jim.
Hmm.
They let me try it in the store. It's really good. All right, so let's turn that shit off. But my camera's choppy. For me, it is. Is my camera choppy for the chat? Let me know. What part of Alabama? This is from Almore, 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 Alabama. So being the first bourbon made, this is the first bourbon made in Alabama. South Alabama cornfield, and it rightly deserves to be called Alabama bourbon. No compromises, no shortcuts, no sourcing. Just a new chapter and a family legend that started in 1867, Nicholas. Holy mackerel, right after the Civil War, I guess they had to find another way for income, huh? So they started making hooch. Yeah, so we're going to try us some Alabama bourbon. Well, I've already had a taste at the store. That's why I bought it, because at this store, they actually let you taste it. They have a whole tasting bar. It was fucking nice.
You actually have to go into your studio, I think, and look where it'll be like in moderation. It'll show you a list of people that are banned. You'll have to find them and just click to unban them.
All right, I'll do that while we're playing the video.
Yeah, I think. Let's see.
Sometimes these wax tops are cool, but sometimes they're a pain in the ass, Jim. On these bottles of bourbon. Ugh. Man, but at least it's not a screw cap like Mellow Gold. So, yeah. All right, let's get the boys back on screen because I'm a goofball. You ready, Jim?
Yep.
Looks like a little jug here, Jim. See that?
Cool. Oh, that's cool.
Yep.
Ready?
Yeah, go
Let's
for
go.
it.
We come to the Earth, which, well, grew to get here, the way it is now. Here is our world, our planet Earth, floating in space. We will be going backward in time, imperfectly, but done in a very disciplined manner. Please notice there is no subduction, no rotation of tectonic plates, no twisting, no form-fitting, no altering shapes or sizes. It would be impossible for these continental plates to fit together perfectly without this being true, and yet the upper tectonic plates fit together perfectly on a much smaller planet. Yes, there's been some erosion, landslides, blah, blah, but overall this activity is insignificant. There is a kind of conspiracy of silence among certain scientists. They know, but are not telling you, that the upper tectonic plates of Earth also join in the Pacific. Not partially. They join totally. You are asked to believe that the continents swim or drift about willy-nilly, bumping and crashing as if they were on a grease skillet.
It's willy-nilly. Is that like saying hibbity-jibbity?
I don't.
Yes.
I
That's racist against white people.
Okay.
This is not true. The simple truth is apparently too upsetting to too many apple carts. We're now going forward in time to show how the actual growth of the Earth took place. Imperfect as to details, but the overall is nailed. Antarctica, as you see, has become subtropical. Africa, on a smaller globe, moved way downward under the globe. In fact, for hundreds of millions of years, the bottom of Africa was the South Pole. South America's tail goes under and wraps around the bottom of Africa. Then, incredibly, it joins coast with Antarctica. 65 million years ago and more, these continents...
Okay. I don't know if you caught that.
go ahead.
See, look at the size of South America. Watch how it starts growing in this this illustration.
Okay.
I have an open mind, but as I say, see, look at the size. Now watch, it's going to start getting bigger to make it fit.
goes under and wraps around the bottom of Africa.
Watch, see it?
Then-
You see it? See it getting bigger?
Incredibly, it joins coast.
Mm, rewind it again.
I mean, it's bigger relative to the globe, obviously. But
I'm
Right.
saying, but it grows to stretch in. See, here's Antarctica, Africa, Australia, and then you flip it.
Was the South
what she
Pole.
said.
It's
South
growing,
America's
it's growing,
tail goes
it's
under
growing,
and wraps around the
it's
bottom of
growing.
Africa. Then, incredibly, it joins coast with Antarctica. 65 million years ago, and
I think it shifted. I don't know if it necessarily grew. So I don't know.
Yeah,
It
I'm
looks-
interested to see what the mechanism for this growth is.
yeah, me too.
more, these continents were joined, and marsupials like the duckbill platypus roamed from Australia, Antarctica, and across southern South America and up into Africa. The platypus. Dinosaurs roamed all over this world on the upper tectonic plate because there were no oceans, just shallow seas. Here today, Antarctica is frozen over, and Australia and its surrounding islands are the remaining home of marsupials. Do you see how broadly the Pacific is opening compared to the Atlantic?
Isn't there marsupials in the United States? Aren't like possums or something marsupials? Or
They're close to marsupials, but I don't think true marsupials. I may be completely wrong on that. Or they might be what they call the New World marsupial. I don't know. I'm
Mm,
not a scientist, obviously.
I don't know about marsupials, Jim. I don't know. Not sure.
Be a little weird to, you know.
You know, I just pulled up my block list. There's nobody on my block list. Really weird, Ben.
yep, possums are marsupials. They have live births and they crawl around into a pouch.
Are they the only marsupial outside.
That's just about it. Yeah, in North America. Yeah, the possum.
Okay.
Everything hinges on the possums. Just so chat understands why we're taking so much time on fucking possums.
Well, I mean, he said marsupials, so
He said marsupials are only found in Australia and some in Madagascar. Is what he said.
No.
Is that what he said?
Well,
Is that what
what
he
he
said
said.
when this happened, or is that what he's saying in today's world?
Well, let's rewind.
No,
it
the only
and hear
thing
what-
I heard him say was marsupials once roamed the entire world.
Right.
That's what I
Of
heard.
marsupials. Just shallow seas. Here today, Antarctica is frozen over, and Australia and its surrounding islands are the remaining home of marsupials.
Oh, that's wrong.
So do we stop watching the video now?
No, I'm just pointing out I'm just poking holes. That's all I do here. Poke holes. I'm sure if I Googled where are marsupials, other marsupials, I mean, unless maybe he should have said kangaroos, maybe.
I think that, I mean, Australia, as far as I understand, like from what I did learn in science class as a kid, that they just have the most variety of them because they
Yeah.
were so isolated for so long. And that became like the dominant form of animal as opposed to like other. I'm not even sure if a marsupial is also a mammal or not. But I guess it probably isn't. They look awfully the same. But I guess they also talk about convergent evolution being easy to show with like Australia.
Right.
Do you see how broadly the Pacific is opening compared to the Atlantic? This is exactly why the knee-jerk Pangea theory exists. The Pacific spread is too
Knee-jerk.
difficult to easily visualize because it's so big. The Atlantic
low-key
spread is so
ironic.
obvious that a child would recognize it. But they are the same. Check this map out. The Navy and others took core samples to find the ages of the sea bottom. Lo and behold, no part of the undersea was found to be much older than 70 million years old. Does that shock you? It should. It shocked the scientists.
It shocks
How's
you,
it
It shocks you, doesn't it, Jim?
No. I'm totally on board with this. I just have one small question. This guy, right at the beginning of the video, said that the only place marsupials exist is
Sounded like
Australia.
it sounded like you said the sky. I was like, what? The sky what?
The
sky
sky
is
is
not-
crying.
The sky is not talking to you, Jim. Please.
The sky is
Hey,
not
hey,
blue.
oh yeah, hey, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Disavow.
Anyway, I can do that. I can get away with that. I have black feet.
So what were you saying in the beginning of the video, Jim? What?
The guys,
His
the
name is
student-
Neil.
Neil said that marsupials only exist now in Australia and the surrounding islands. And I said, well, wait, we have marsupials in America. They're called possums.
Are you sure he wasn't referring to then, or is he referring
He's
to
saying now.
present now?
No,
What?
no.
No,
Yeah, but he was
no.
in the time
We've
frame
replayed the
of
tape.
where he's.
Here we go. Hold on. We'll back it up because
I had the same
Choose
question.
just shallow seas. Here
They
today,
also do come from
Antarctica
South
is
America.
well, I'm saying I know there's marsupials in South America and Mexico, and I know there's marsupials in other parts of the world. But I think he might have
They're
just
everywhere.
they're everywhere. But to say that they're not, and maybe he's talking about just kangaroos, because aren't kangaroos pretty much only in Australia?
No, they're in Africa too.
Ben Tober,
Are there?
you're not blocked in my YouTube account.
Maybe
At all.
YouTube blocked them for having maybe they think it's a fake account or something.
It's all the horse meat.
Could be.
I think it was probably
Frozen over.
It's always
and Australia and its surrounding islands are the remaining home of marsupials.
See that?
Go
I
ahead.
don't know if he was referring to then when like this is
One more
like
time.
the Earth
Well,
is.
well,
the graphic
that
is
those
showing.
Australia and stuff didn't exist then. It was a big all
We've
one
been
solid
around forever,
land.
Jim. We have been here.
I don't even
forever,
think it
Jim.
exists now. I don't believe
We
Australia
have
even
been
exists.
here ever.
I've never
America
seen
and
it.
up into Africa, the platypus. Dinosaurs roamed all over this world on the upper tectonic plate because there were no oceans, just shallow seas. Here today, Antarctica is frozen over, and Australia and its surrounding islands are the remaining home of marsupials.
Okay.
We have
He
possums
says
all
there
over
was-
North America. They
He said
range
here
from
today.
the upper United States all the way into Mexico.
So, but here and then he said at this
They crossed
time
the
there was
border.
no deep oceans. It was just shallow seas.
Yeah,
So-
they swam.
Where did all this water come from?
That comes up much later, Jim. That's pair
Okay.
production.
All right.
Jim always wants the answer up front. He reads the fucking end of the book and then goes back to
Well,
find out why it happened.
Jim would have the answer if he actually watched that video I sent him like months ago.
I did
You
watch
have
that
the-
video.
No, you didn't. You said fuck this video. You got pissed.
Do you see how broadly the Pacific is opening compared to the Atlantic? This is exactly why the knee-jerk Pangea theory exists. The Pacific spread is too difficult to easily visualize because it's so big. The Atlantic spread is so obvious that a child would recognize it. But
Child,
they are the same.
You don't have the mind of a child.
His whole theory here is that there are no earthquakes, right, Jim?
Check this.
What's that, Dave?
His whole theory is that there was no earthquakes or anything that caused this stuff. It just naturally happened.
Yeah. Have you ever
I-
look up liquid soilification or liquefaction of soil? And I'll
Yeah, no,
show
I
you
know
why
that.
earthquakes aren't real.
Oh, earthquakes aren't real?
Yeah, look up soil liquefaction.
I was in an earthquake. I was in the 7.9 earthquake in 1989 in Los Gatos, California. And let me fucking tell you, earthquakes are real.
Oh, they're real. I've been through a few of them.
When I was getting bounced off the walls running out of the house, yeah, they're real.
Yep. Yeah. I've been in Alaska, California. They're fucking real. Now, they might
Map
have
it
a different word for it, Jim, whatever they want to, but the earth is fucking shaking.
They call them bone is shaking them with the earth above them.
Expansion
Giant
pulses.
stampedes. There you go,
Yeah,
Farfig Newton.
Expansion pulses.
Yes. Expansion. Very good.
Oh,
Liquid.
no, growth spurts.
No, that's just getting silly, Jim.
The Navy and others took core samples to find the ages of the sea bottom.
This is
Lo
the
and
Navy.
behold, no part
Did
of
you
the
doubt your
undersea was
Navy?
found to be much older than 70.
Well, here's the thing about core samples. I saw something about the whole core samples of, the whole core samples on like Greenland and everything. And now they're saying that Greenland was actually completely ice free, like a lot sooner, a lot closer to our time than they think. So this thing about how they have millions of years of records because of ice cores is all bullshit. That these ice cores that they claim are from millions of years ago, that they've actually found World War II planes deeper in the ice pack than that.
Yep.
So
Captain America.
yeah, Captain America was in there and he was fine, and he had the Tesseract, and yeah, see, and then he's black.
Yeah, Falcon was just waiting in the background. He said
Mhm.
that guy froze himself to death for this shit. I'm just going to sit here and get it for no merit. Yeah, millions of years
old.
Yes.
Does that shock you? It should. It shocks the
Shocks Jim.
scientists. Where do they get ancient fish fossils from? From the land, like in Mississippi and Utah and France and China. Most of the undersea wasn't there 70 or 80 million years ago. The measurements of the core samples give the age of the sea floor. Newest, 10 million or so is red. As we go back in time, we go backward in our rainbow, orange, yellow, green, blue, okay? So we bury the new seafloor back to the fault lines as dictated by color or age. 10 million years back, these are the ages of the seafloor as measured by science, and they're generally true. Earth grew. 20 million? I'm not making this information up.
Science.
This map comes from the scientific community. 30 million. You can find the same map in many places on the internet. It's common knowledge. 40. The ocean bottom is from 1 year to 180 million years old. 50. 70% of it is no older than 60 million years old. 60. The upper plate, the continents, are as old as 2 billion years old and more. 70. 10 to 20 times as old as the undersea plates. The undersea plate is new and spreading at the rifts. Why
right
does the
there in
scientific
visual form
community
for you,
desperately cling to and promote the idea that the ocean bottom is sliding under the
Jim,
and into a
What?
magma which is
I
twice
mean, are you
as
not
dense as
convinced? We've
I'm
got
not-
aging. We've got aging to prove it.
And the
What's-
music's great.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
but what now?
You've
you
obviously
notice-
gotten bigger.
But how old is this stuff that he's not showing us? See all this stuff here? He's saying like, "Oh,
He's
this is
showing you
going this
everything,
and this."
Jim. He's showing you it all. It's all on the table.
Listen,
as solid granite? A totally unsupportable and scientifically unsound idea? They have to. Or else they'd have to observe and admit that the Earth is growing. And that, viewers, is a very big deal. That would change everything in
Big deal.
Okay, so here's a problem. Okay, this is just I'm gonna poke a couple holes in this here. They can't age stone. They can only age organic materials. So stone, like granite, there's really no way to age to say how old granite is. They just guess because they determined when it was formed by magmas and other things in the earth. Because that's what forms granite is like different parts of there's what is it, basalt, which is modern, fresh lava and stuff. But lava that cools slowly over millions of years forms into granite.
Right.
It's not really appropriate to ask a rock their age. I mean,
No, you don't know. It's like asking a woman.
yeah.
But so I don't know. I don't know. We're learning.
Exactly. None
science,
of us know,
from
Jim.
the smallest particle
Neil knows,
to the
and he's
whole
teaching us.
universe. 100 years of scientific theory out the window. That's a lot to give up. It's important to remember that science and the universe should and must be easier to understand as we go back in the universe's evolution. This is an undersea map. As a kind of test for ourselves, we deemed it important to show
That's Australia.
that not only the upper plate had to fit properly together, but the undersea had to spread in a logical, reasonable pattern that we could see and understand as rational humans. Do you see those lines in the undersea which, beyond information, show direction? The direction of movement apart and away from the rifts. In fact, it's like a movement diagram, isn't it? Ah, we're moving now. Let me point out that the newer undersea near the rifts is smoother and more regular than the older land further away from the rifts.
sounds like an X-Lax commercial.
Here in the Atlantic, the rift goes right up the middle. Half of the Earth's growth has happened since the extinction of dinosaurs. This means that the Earth is accelerating in its growth. In the last 65 million years, Earth nearly doubled in size. The last redoubling took 600 million years, at least. We're continuing all the indicated undersea
pause
directions,
it.
like following a
Is
blueprint.
he talking about the actual size of the planet expanding or the size of livable land that we live on expanding?
I think he's saying the size of
Planet.
the planet is expanding, which I don't know. I don't know. I would have to. Here's what I would have to. I don't know this, but Like, you know how if you freeze water, it expands. So as as it gets
Cold
colder,
expands, heat contracts.
Right.
So steel
for
does the same
liquid
thing.
for well, actually, air expands as it gets hotter. So it depends on what it is. Like some
Air
I
doesn't
think-
expand when it gets hotter.
yes, it does.
The molecules get more excited and move around more. That's not
Listen.
expansion.
It's like a party, Jim.
Listen, that's how you create a vacuum in a jar. It's hot, and then as it cools off, it shrinks and it creates a vacuum. A vacuum seal on jars and stuff like that.
Sure,
When you can.
right. Yeah.
Where the molecules just fall.
Well, it's the air that gets anyway.
The Air Up There with Kevin Bacon, good movie.
What I'm wondering at is if it's possible that as the magma and the stuff cools and becomes a
Liquid
solid,
hot
if it
magma.
actually liquid hot magma with the sharks with the lasers create.
there.
Create the expansion.
Yes.
Well,
But Kevin does
they're
have
going to be going like
Kevin
this.
does have a good question. Where is the water coming from? But they're going to explain it. You said, right, Mr. Liquid Blake?
I don't know if it's in this playlist, but it was in the other
In the
video I
playlist.
sent Jim.
Okay.
Like years ago now. I sent him a video a few years back to research this, and he's just never bothered.
Okay. No, I have it. I'll find it.
The earth guides us. And now the land masses will come together perfectly.
Australia in the middle. We exist.
Fire. Nice.
As we now go forward in time from 185 million years ago, please notice there is no subduction, no raising and lowering of land masses. There can't be. It's hell in the form of magma down there. Local raising and lowering, yes, but not on a massive basis. It can't happen. There's no turning, rotating of land masses. The land masses sit in their individual plates and don't move. The rifts open, that's all. For examination, I'm going to run
What the
a
fuck's
few
the rift?
vignettes of each area of Earth that you have a
Fault
right
lines.
to be curious about. The North Pole. Man, I love this map so much.
I found that video, by the way.
Okay.
There was a
I'm not going to say that it says where the water came from. I just saying I found the video.
Okay.
piece
like
in the
an hour and a
recent
half
National
long.
Geo.
Yeah, it's long.
It shows that the trees in Asia and North America were exactly the same trees. Well, this is why. The land was together when the trees evolved.
Or when the ancient civilization existed, they planted those trees in the same place because they traveled back and forth.
Okay, how do they account for our years and days and everything staying roughly the same over a long time? Because if we were a bigger planet, we would naturally start to move closer to the sun.
But he's at
And all
40
that
million.
stuff would be-
He's at 40 million years ago. Like
Yeah, we haven't had that many birthdays,
right. Like
really.
he's saying
In
like
comparison.
they take that first reading at 10 million years ago, then 20, 30, 40. Go ahead,
I
Jim.
have a hole of hope. Sharks have been around for over 100 million years. So if there was no fucking oceans, where were
There
the
was
sharks?
shallow seas.
He said they were shallow seas.
There weren't no
Jim,
sharks in
are
shallow
you
seas.
listening? Come on, Jim. We're
I'm
all here
listening.
for you, and
Jim.
you are not even paying attention to the
I'm
small
paying
detail.
attention.
You're too busy about possums and marsupials in North America. You're not
Julio
thinking about the
Scissors for
sharks.
$10 says donated for the Homer Simpson moo.
I'm making you money. See this?
Thank you, Mr. Liquid
Immediately.
Blake. Thank you, Julio
Immediately.
Scissors. Very nice of you, sir. That's very nice. Homer Simpson moo.
The South Pole.
Wait, it doesn't-
Clint Ogle figured it out.
The oceans have absolutely nothing to do with tectonic spreading, except that they cooled a thickening mantle. Tectonic spreading, even according to the most conservative scientists, has created 2/3 of the Earth's surface in the last 200 million years. And therefore, the same must be true on all planets, including Mars. Must. And we can see the younger spreads on Mars just as on Earth. But there is, just as clearly, no subduction on Mars. It can't be both ways. You either have spreading and subduction, or you have only spreading, and you must have spreading. Or you can continue to ignore the facts and say, as the ancients said, that the Earth is unique and singular in the universe, and that we are the center, and the universe rotates around the Earth. Our Earth's moon. So
Okay, so
Well-
now he just did that with this whole.
I feel like I just dropped acid.
If you don't believe it, then you believe that we're the
Yeah, if you
only
don't
thing.
believe this, then you believe that the Earth is the center of the universe. Which,
You're just
Come
a
on, dude.
detractor, Jim.
well, I've
Did
been
it
called
do
worse.
Did it do anything to convince you at all, Jim?
It convinced me that some people should stay off drugs.
Well, in fairness, Jim has seen that video. You've all seen that video. That's the video I sent a while back, and you played, but you haven't seen this one, which was the one I actually sent for you to play because. it
Oh,
was
the
when you were
moon is
talking
growing.
about- yeah, it was because it was when you were talking about the dark side of the moon.
Okay, cool. All right, we'll watch this one. I'm ready.
familiar
It's all
to us and yet so
Hold on a
mysterious.
second. Hold on a second. So the Earth expanding like that did nothing to convince you?
That animation did nothing to convince me. I still want to know where the water came from.
Yeah, the
They
water
do-
part never came up.
Dude, now they
There's
tell
the water
you
part.
that like in the Earth's crusts, there's like 60% of the Earth's water in the crust itself. So if the Earth is expanding, it's natural that that water would come out when the magma hits it, Jim. And that's what's cooling it down. And then that water starts to flow.
So
And then we
where
had a
does
lot
the
of rain.
magma get more material?
More material.
Yeah, with that it's creating this stuff. Where's it coming from? Nothing from nothing leaves nothing. Had to do something. Earth exploded.
I'm just completely blown away that you have no time for this.
I'm here.
I mean, like taking it serious at all.
I'm taking this as serious as I take every other fucking theory we play.
It's all about the
I have a
Yeah,
special
so-
disdain for this one. I really do.
I think Jim would do an Anunnaki show every week because there's so much
Well,
to
yeah,
go
because
over.
that shit's real.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So
Is the Anunnaki like the people you see when you're on DMT?
No, those are the clockwork elves.
I want to meet
Yeah.
them again.
the Anunnaki are the ones that mated with the humans because they came from outer space.
Well, I don't think they were humans. I think they were some kind of primate ish.
Well, they muted. They mated with-
Some kind of hominid. Hominid.
I think they said they were like Cro-Magnon people or something, right? Like-
Maybe.
Yeah,
That'd be a primate at least.
yeah.
Hominid could technically I guess,
Down-
go back before the primates, but probably not.
Hominid just means walks on two legs, right?
No, it means maize, as in like hominy grits.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like. I never eat the instant grits. You always have to do the regular grits because otherwise, no self-respecting Southerner would eat, instant grits.
I don't know.
Takes
It's
20
pretty
minutes.
fucking easy. It's not really even that much different. Just a little bit of grits in a fucking packet.
And then take like 15, 20
Slightly
minutes.
cooked.
You
Oh
have
no, not even that long. Like
what to
a minute.
make instant grits?
Oh,
Yeah, it's like
According
making.
to according to my cousin Vinny, it does.
Well, they're New Yorkers. They don't know shit. They're down in the South. They don't know anything. All right, so the moon's expanding. I guess this is going to be in correlation with the Earth, which would make sense because our moon doesn't make sense according to the rest of the universe, right? We've heard that many times, Jim, that our moon
Yes.
is very special.
Now, this
I
might
had
kick
this-
off something else as well. Just
I had-
warning everyone.
Okay, I had this conversation with my boss. As a matter of fact, yesterday, and he's like, "The fuck are you talking about?" I go, dude, our moon doesn't make sense. Just go check it out. Just go down that fucking rabbit hole, and it will take you to some places you're like, man, maybe this simulation shit is real.
I do believe that.
Uh,
I think it's a very high probability that we all
Makes no
exist in a
sense.
simulation.
Yeah. All right, Jim. Let's see what we got.
Down here near the bottom, we find what is clearly an impact crater, and probably an historically recent one. Look at this crater's immense splash trails. This splash trail travels across the entire face of the moon, about the distance from Florida to New York. This is so an impact crater. Up here is another easily identifiable impact
Jim, can
crater.
you pause that, please?
Yeah.
How could you tell which? How could you tell which one was the impact and which wasn't? It looked all like a bunch of.
I
divots.
saw thousands of fucking impact craters. I don't know. I
It's
mean,
like, how do you know? Like,
Well, to be serious for a split second, a lot of these videos are
This is
made
serious.
for scammers to find their marks because you have
Hey,
to allow
hey,
them.
are
to
you?
hey,
play-
Oh, wait. Are
like
you?
the
Wait. Are
dumbest
you?
fucking
This
Whoa,
is
videos.
whoa,
Theory
whoa, whoa,
Thursday.
whoa,
We don't
whoa,
promote
whoa, whoa.
propaganda. Whoa.
How
Whoa,
dare
whoa,
you
whoa,
call Dan
whoa.
Blackroyd
He's got to
a
go.
scammer?
Goodbye, Nicholas. Jeez, we can't have that on our show. Holy
Yeah.
mackerel.
On a side note, subscribe to my Patreon, please.
Hey, look,
Oh, you have a
Ben Togel's
Patreon?
back. How did Ben
No,
Togel
I
get
don't.
back?
Because I was like, because I found out another way to find your block users don't show up in your fucking YouTube account. That's bullshit.
They don't.
I think those articles are old as fuck. I think they do a lot of streamlining within YouTube. So I just clicked something in YouTube and it took me right to my blocked users. Like, oh, there he is.
Okay.
So it was
Huh.
pretty simple.
Do you remember what he did?
I love me some hominy. I love white corn. I love hominy, dude. You like hominy, Jim?
Yeah, it's good stuff, man.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever had it outside of eating it as grits. Does it make up?
Oh,
any-
dude, I eat it as a side dish all the time when I'm eating catfish and stuff when I'm down south. Oh my god, catfish, collard greens, and hominy. Woo! Some hush puppies. That's a good day for me.
Okay,
Stimulated. How much you asking for them? Jim will buy every one.
What about some
see that,
magic
Jim?
beans?
He's got Anunnaki crystals to sell you,
How would I verify that they're legitimate?
dude. You buy Eric July books. How do you verify their comics? You have to trust until you get the product.
I trust but verify.
You won't know until you hold it up to your third eye.
The one on Earth, well, what on the moon is this gigantic spread of flattened, slightly depressed land.
Oh yeah,
We have a name for it.
mustard
We
green.
call it Mare
Love
Serenitatis, a sea of serenity. Exactly what is this gigantic spread as big as Iceland? And what is this spread, bigger than Europe? We call it Mare Ibrim. What about this gigantic spread area, as big as the United States? We call it Oceanus Procellarum, the ocean of storms. Fully 1/3 of the moon's near-side surface consists of these gigantic spread areas. Let's examine them more closely. We're often told that these are impact craters. This certainly could not be so. An impact crater of this size would have blasted the moon apart, or at a minimum gouged gigantic chunks out of the moon.
Well, that's because the moon is actually made of
Cobalt
unobtainium
steel. Yeah.
or cobalt steel or maybe vibranium or
Cheese.
adamantium, and
It's cheese.
and that's why it's we need to get back.
I don't know
there.
why, but I can't help but thinking about Sir Mix-a-Lot's "Baby Got Back" music video as we're listening to this.
Oh.
The spread, expand.
Yeah, that's no moon; it's a space station.
Look more closely at their size. at the lack of splash as with the true impact craters we saw moments ago. There is, in fact, no splash at all. Also notice that within these areas, there is a significant lack of craterization.
What's up, Rock
There
the
is some,
Casbah?
but
Good
compared
see
to the
ya.
common surface,
I was saying what's up to Rock the Casbah. Haven't seen him in a
Okay.
while. He's here for the spread.
Yeah, I think the contractors they hired just did a shitty job on spackling.
Dude, it is like I understand what we're talking about the impact, and they've like I've seen it before. Like all impact craters only go to a certain depth on the moon. Like there's something stopping these impact craters from getting bigger. And like
Well, according to the Y files, there's no crater deeper than 2 miles, on the moon.
yeah, 2 miles. Yep.
So
So
2 miles is pretty deep. But now I just saw something where they found all these volcanic tubes, like like lava tubes on the moon.
well, I was just going to ask that. Does the moon have a core like the Earth? Does it have a molten core? Are there volcanoes on the moon?
I don't know. I mean, maybe at one time there was. Maybe it's cooled down. Maybe it went dark. Maybe it's
I think they
stuck.
lost their atmosphere. It'd be a little hard for them to retain the heat. I
In the
think.
core?
Well, no, for a volcano.
But I'm saying, do you think the core is molten like ours as opposed? I mean,
I don't
It's
think so.
possible that when the galactic current sheet comes through the ripple and excites everything, which is causing the storm on Jupiter to turn the wrong way, and is causing them to notice for the first time ever volcanic activity on and seismic activity on Mars, that maybe the moon is going to start getting that too, because all the extra energy in the solar system from the galactic current sheet, which is what's causing our magnetic field to weaken and move, and is going to cause the next great apocalypse on Earth.
If I remember
plausible.
science class again when I was a kid, the moon is mostly a chunk of the Earth. That
That's-
got,
see, they don't- that
knocked
doesn't-
off and-
they don't sell that.
They don't sell that anymore because actually the moon is dated way older than anything on Earth.
Right. Yeah.
How can you date rock, Jim?
I don't know. That's what they said. I don't know.
Well, I thought this patch of spread area was like where it impacted the Earth and it bounced off and it locked into our gravity. But
No, there was this theory that they thought that maybe
Bounce a dime off of it.
the moon is in Earth's gravity, so no human has ever left Earth's gravity. That's wild. Like you think, man, the moon's in the Earth's gravity, but it is. So it's not out there floating on its own. It's our gravity that makes it do what it do.
When it's
the
spinning.
moon is-
Or it's
The moon-
actually the electric circuit of the universe that holds the planets together, because gravity isn't strong enough to do any of the things that we see happening.
Tesla.
well, you're probably
Tesla
right
up
there.
with some strings.
Tesla, I think had a lot of shit going on that people did not want getting out. Like that's why they made him a bankrupt crazy man.
His best friend
Have I
was a
said the
pigeon.
word of the day yet? Ember, we'll get there. We'll get there. I mean, can you believe it, Ember? Like that video, you saw that, like, right? Liquid Blake.
Well,
Which one?
you know,
They made a video about me saying the N word.
No, I haven't. No.
Oh yeah,
Liquid,
yeah, they're
Liquid
after
Blake.
me. They're after
I'm
me.
just
I'm a
wondering
racist.
if the Earth grows, okay, and the moon grows, and the sun grows,
And, your happy
and Mars
place,
grows, and everything grows, does your knee grow?
If it's got an oid with it, it will.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
the
So,
craterization is insignificant.
I don't know what
These
Neil says
areas
about.
are newer, fresher areas, more recently made. In fact, it's as if some spreading force pushed the regular surface slowly outward, pushed the old surface aside, and bunched up these surfaces along the edges of the spread's rims.
Hey, you see the arrows? It shows you.
Look at this bunching up.
You're
Remind
right.
you of anything? Remember the geode? As the geode grows, its outer surface
Geode. That's a funny word. Geode.
It's a Star Wars
Kind of
character.
say it. Yeah. Geode.
spreads in advancing rings, exposing a lower tectonic surface in the exact same way. On the moon, these bunched up areas of upper tectonic surface are the result of a growing tectonic undersurface, a spreading silicate rock surface, a new skin, fresh from the inside of the moon, growing like a crystal geode. According to this theory, this image is the moon about 400 million years ago.
Nah,
The mares
nah,
exist
nah,
only in their
that's
early
voodoo
primitive
shit right there.
stages,
Jim,
much
pause it.
smaller. The mares will grow.
That's some voodoo shit. Like 400 million years ago, this is what they think it looks like. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. The geode's a piece of equipment I sell too. It's a GPS unit. I sell geodes every day. When I heard geode, I was like, what? What geodes was he talking about? Was there geodes on the Earth he was showing in the other video while I was trying to unblock Ben Togel?
I didn't see any.
You weren't paying attention, Jim.
I've been paying attention. I've been
Taking
taking
of unblocked Ben Togel. I think.
vociferous
But
notes.
that's the moral of the story.
Ben Togel is back. Screw you. All right, let's go here.
Grow and expand as you watch. The spreads
Oh.
will grow and the moon grows up to
Whoa.
this size. This is our present moon. For careful examination and study or scrutiny, we will go backward in time and watch the mares close down. Remember, we are reducing and enlarging only.
Well, see, now I can kind of agree with this because we all saw in 2020 all the mayors closing down all the cities in the United States and around the world because of some fucking corona.
And letting
God
some
damn it,
riots
Jim,
happen that
that's-
shouldn't have ever happened,
That's
right?
brilliant. That is brilliant, Jim.
However, if the moon is expanding at the same pace as the Earth, then the gravitational pull and all that stuff would stay the same if it's in, conjunction. I mean, if it's not, then
Well-
it makes no sense.
Conjunction
Right.
junction, what's your function?
Don't be a dick.
Very good, Jim. Very good.
Don't be a dick.
I'm not being a dick. I'm trying to be funny.
I know you.
Don't you remember?
Well, yeah, but you're in the
Junction, what's
Yeah,
your
dude, I
function?
watched it when I was 4 years old, of course. I knew all those stupid songs. What happens when the
those
moon hits your
gigantic
eye?
spreads or mares.
What was
This
World
has
War
led to
II
a
like?
significant and interesting problem. If we say these spreads or mares are eruptive growth from the inside of the moon, and we do, wouldn't the gravitational pull of the Earth exerted on the Earth's side of the moon cause most, if not all, of the growth to erupt toward the Earth? In fact, wouldn't that imply that these eruptive mares should not exist on the side of the moon which faces away from the Earth? This is what the common sense logic says,
Nothing
but
there.
let's see
nothing.
what reality says.
Uh-oh.
In fact, as you can see,
Nobody
on
has
this
a
very
problem with that?
detailed image, the far side of the moon has virtually no gigantic mares or spreads. Well, there's a suspicious candidate, but you can see it's
What's this right here?
He just said that's a suspicious candidate.
No, he's looking at that. That looks like a crater, but I'm saying this right here is what he was talking about. This big.
But I
An
think
elephant's
I think
butthole.
he's pointing to that to show it came from this area and it spread like this. I think
That's
that's what he's saying.
That's actually where the giant worm lives. That the Millennium Falcon's going to go in to escape the Boba Fett when he's chasing him.
That's
Oh,
the
I
Chinese
thought that's
base.
where all the
base.
Nazis flew to when they escaped Germany.
Could be.
With all
But
their
nobody. I thought that would start a debate when he was talking about that. The Earth side, the Earth facing side of the moon.
showing all the growth and the dark side showing no growth. Like,
Or just the fact that he was just referring to it as the Earth's face side again. The fact that he wasn't mentioning that it spins
because
with
it
the Earth.
doesn't. The fucking moon doesn't spin.
It has
Yeah.
to, in order for it,
No, it doesn't.
to be
No.
always facing the Earth. It's
No.
turning.
No.
Otherwise, if it didn't turn, it would go like this, and it would be a different
Jim?
side facing the Earth depending on where it was.
Jim,
Shut up with your heliocentric bullshit.
I swear to God, I'm gonna play a Wi-Fi video. and
Smallish
get
by
fucking
comparison
banned from
to
YouTube.
the gigantic spreads on the
Uh,
Earth side of the moon. In fact, the tectonic spreads on the Earth side give the Earth side
I
a
think
totally
that's
different
the south
look
side
than
of
the far
Chicago
side.
side of the moon, Jim. Nobody cares. That's the south side of Chicago side. It's just everybody forgot it even existed.
It could
And-
also be, and this is just a theory that I just came up with on my own, that the side that's facing away from the Earth all the time is the side that takes the most hits from, like asteroids and meteors and shit. Because
That's too easy.
you know,
That's too easy of an answer, though.
Well, that just makes sense because.
But wouldn't we see them? We have all these satellites. We would see all this stuff flying in.
Well, no, because we can't see that side. Remember?
No, we can see what's coming towards it, and we can
Not
fly
when it's
around.
blocked.
we
Not
can
if we
fly
can't see
around the
around the
Milky Way.
moon. We
We can
can't see around the moon. It's blocking us.
Yeah, Einstein proved
That's
that.
why they call it the
No,
dark
it's
side. We
20th
can't
century.
see there.
Oh my God!
There's photos of the dark side of the moon there, Jim. We can see it.
No,
That's what
this
it
is an
looks like.
animation.
That's what it looks
Oh.
like.
I don't know. I can't believe it. Dave, they said we didn't have pictures. So which is it? Do we have
No,
pictures or do we not have pictures?
I said
We have
the
animation.
moon
Send up a
doesn't
drone,
spin.
okay?
I didn't. My question is: you guys have said that the moon spins so fucking fast that
No.
we can't take pictures.
No,
Oh,
the moon
yeah.
does not spin so fast. The moon spins at the same exact rate that it goes around the Earth. The moon takes 28 days to make a full rotation. It takes 28 days to go
The
around
moon-
the Earth.
No,
If that
you're
was true, it
backwards.
would be spinning faster.
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
Yeah.
the moon
28
doesn't-
days it takes to make a complete turn. The Earth spins one full rotation in one day.
If you're driving 90 miles an hour and you throw a rock forward, it goes faster than 90 miles an hour.
No,
What?
no, it doesn't.
Velocity, dude.
Doesn't go faster because you'd have to launch it faster with enough force faster than 90 because as soon as it leaves your hand, it is decelerating because you're throwing it.
What does it? I do it all the time, and I've never been hit in the head.
All right.
This cropped off picture is Mars. I wasn't able to get the whole picture,
Oh,
but this
now
will
Mars
do for
is
our
growing.
purposes.
Holy shit!
The colors from
They're all
NASA
growing.
are not true.
Oh,
The
so
colors
even
represent
his says
heights,
conspiracy.
tectonic heights. The highest land is red. Down the rainbow, red, orange, yellow, green, blue.
More arrows.
The lowest, newest
Wait a minute.
land is blue.
This is an
Why-
LGBTQ planet.
Mhm.
Oh, cool.
We already
That's
know
why
it's
they all-
bullshit because
that's why they
Mars
wanna
is
go to
the
Mars.
red planet.
Which is a falsity.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a falsity. It's not a red planet.
Yeah, that's like Devonshire, those photos.
Yeah, that's a falsity.
That's the true color of Mars.
Yeah.
That's why they all want to go there. Elon's sending all the LGBTQ there. That's why
he
he's
says,
building
get
so
on
many
our
rocket
ship,
ships.
guys.
Yeah,
We got a place for
fly
you.
over. Yeah,
Didn't y'all
Free
see
room and
Total
board.
Recall? How do you think the mutants get there?
yeah. Total Recall.
Why do I say newest? Because the upper higher land pulled apart and revealed the underland. Call it the newer land. Why newer, and how do I know? Actually, all scientists know. Look at the craters. As time goes by, for the older land, you get more and more accumulation of craters. This higher red and orange land is
See how
older with
smooth that
lots
is, Jim?
more craters. This green to blue land is newer with far
And he
fewer
definitely
medium
deserves to
craters.
have the copyright.
So
on
it's
those
younger.
images.
This is the Vales
Oh,
Marineris.
this is copyrighted,
I
isn't
focused
it,
on
Jim?
it because it's the greatest, deepest,
You have
and newest.
not criticized this video enough, Jim.
I
I
have
mean,
it.
those images clearly were taken by Neil Adams.
It is funny, right? Like he's copywriting something that he took from somebody to make a video. Like, what the fuck?
Trust
Jim
me,
is
this guy's
never
also
right.
selling you a program.
Jim is never right, Ben Togel.
Hey, listen, I'm an idiot. I'm stupid. I'm a retard. Let's just get that out of the way.
That's why we're here.
That's why we're
Yeah.
teaching you about this, Jim. We want you to learn. We want you up to our speed.
Okay.
We all get together before every stream and we're like, okay, what do we need to show
Never.
Jim today?
We never get together and talk about the stream before it starts. I show up at 5:50 or 6:55. What's up, Jim? Nothing. Let's go. That's why we start like 4 minutes late half the time because we're just bullshitting. But we never have a plan. The shows never like our Thursday 30 shows are the most planned thing we ever do. For sure.
We actually have a topic.
Yeah. Last night I was on Salty and Savage's show, which was really fun. And like they got production values and shit. They take piss breaks, Liquid. They like have a little 2-minute video to play while they go take a pee every hour. Like, what the hell? I just tell Jim to talk to the chat. But who is it? Uncapped Turtle does a lot of work for that stuff for them. So it's kind of cool that they have that kind of stuff in their playbook. Oh, thanks, Julio. It was fun. was really fun to be there. So yeah, it is funny. He's This is 2000. So is this a 2006 video or is his copyright from 2006, Jim? Does it say
No.
These videos are old. Yeah, these videos are old.
they're old? Okay.
It said it. I think it's been on YouTube for 17 years, is what I saw.
All right. So that makes sense. 2006. All right. All right. Let's go, buddy. Enlighten us, because Liquid Blake has pulled some great stuff for the show.
Rifting and spreading
Also known
on
as
Mars.
Dan Blackwell.
This rift is as wide as the United States, but you see, as
Dave.
Mars grew, this rift pulled apart
Yeah.
Stop doxing people.
Yeah. Okay.
all around. This pulling away made a big circle of pulling apart. The relief of this spreading that made this possible
circle.
is the young, new, blue area. So quite simply, to go back in time,
See, actually, I think that what we're seeing here, this line, is a scar from the massive amounts of super lightning that happens when the galactic current sheet comes through the solar system.
It's not like the runway for the Anunnaki.
I thought it was when the Death Star crashed or exploded.
No. That was the glancing shot from the Starkiller base.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes more sense.
That's the Holdo maneuver. Went straight into the side.
Well, that would be very interesting, Jim, if there was actually a measurement of the Earth from, like, legit measurement from 1,000 years ago, and to see if it's even grown like 2 millimeters. Like,
Well, they do have
Like how many
Alleged-
steps it took
allegedly.
Forrest Gump to get around
Right.
the Earth back
Right.
then compared
Right.
to now.
Yeah. Allegedly, when people went to the moon, they allegedly planted
a flag on the moon.
discs, reflective discs that you can shoot a laser off of, and they bounce lasers off of them, and they can tell how far away the moon is. And allegedly, the moon is getting further and further away from us every year.
Yeah.
So if the moon was
Does that
growing,
mean our gravity's getting weaker?
I don't know.
No.
I don't think
Or is
gravity does what anyone thinks it really does. But anyway,
No, the sun's slowly pulling it away because the sun has more of a gravitational pull.
But why wouldn't it pull our planet closer to the sun? We're in the same gravity as
well,
the
the
moon.
sun is growing also.
Is there a video about that? Because I'd like to see that.
No, but I
fucking
mean that's
video.
just modern science. Mainstream science. That the sun is expanding and growing.
When
It
Neil,
might be
Neil
eventually-
Adams
eventually
is
this-
mainstream.
Okay, and eventually the sun will get so big it'll swallow up, Mercury and
He's as mainstream
The
as
Earth
Neil
and-
Neil deGrasse, whatever, Tyson. Quack.
Mike Tyson, I mean,
That guy.
he's really come a long way from boxer to scientist.
I agree. I totally agree. It's very interesting.
yeah, it's minuscule, but in the ratio compared to how far away, how many, whatever millions of miles
The golden ratio.
the
Yeah,
Earth and
right.
the Moon are separated by, or whatever
It's-
it is.
Yeah, it's like
That-
when you think
The
about
amount that it's getting away is actually measurable.
right. It's like when we're talking about with his theory, and he's going back 10 million years for the first reading that he's taken of the Earth's crust and all that stuff. Just imagine that's 10. I don't think we do 10 million things in our entire lifetime. I don't think our heart pumps 10 million times before we fucking die.
Probably not. I mean,
it's
you could do the breakdown on how many seconds at 70 years. It's really not as many as you would think it would be.
That's what 45 to 60 beats per minute.
Yeah,
Um,
it's crazy.
Times 60 times 24 for a day. And
Yeah.
I think it probably goes over 10 million.
You think so? Man, that's 10 million is a huge number. And when you just think about numbers, I know in money, $10 million today is like nothing compared to what it was, 100 years ago. But as far as an actual number, 10 million is gigantic. Well, 10 million, yeah, that's a whole thing. Of exactly simply like, and here's a problem with that too.
1440
Simply,
beats per day.
the problem with that is that you would have to depend on the human race
Yeah,
surviving
you'd have to live 7,000
10 million years,
That'd be true.
and it gets reset all the time, Jim, right? That's what we talk about.
Mhm.
Like this 12,000 year, 14,000 year recycling of the planet. Nobody could ever keep that record. 2.2 billion seconds in 70 years. Seconds. Okay. Now that doesn't mean
Yeah.
heartbeats.
31 million seconds. Well, I'm just a rough thing because it's about 45 to 60 beats per minute.
Depends on what shape you're in, sure.
Right. So so like
You'd have to live roughly 7,000 years to have 10 million heartbeats.
Crazy, right?
I don't know how anybody's done it before. I mean, that's
No,
Well, you
because
think- well-
there's 60 seconds in a minute, so that's 3,600.
Let's not get. It was just an example. Like 10
In an
million's
hour.
a lot. 10 million's a lot.
Okay, but so you got 3,600 in an hour, seconds, and then 86,400 seconds in a day. 31,536,000 seconds in a year. So times
What?
70 years is 2 billion. So 2.2 billion seconds in 70 years. So if you divided that by
1440.
why 1440? What the fuck are you doing? If you divided that by 4, that would be, so that would be 25 beats per minute. Would be 551 million.
Yeah. So like
if it's
like,
45 in a minute, you would multiply that by 3, and that would give you 1 billion or 1 million. No, I'm sorry, 1,655 million heartbeats in 70 years.
But we don't even die because our heart gives out. We die because our cells give up, right? Isn't that what they say? Like
That's because the
genetic code.
Anunnaki
the
changed our
code.
genetic code to put these things called anneals that make it so that the maximum that
But
we
they
could
did
live
it
is
to
like
everything-
100
but they did it to every being on Earth.
no,
no-
just us, just
No,
us.
because dogs die.
Dogs
I
die,
mean,
it's different. No, that's just different.
it's
And
not
flies
cell
only live for a
breakdown?
day. No, flies only live for a day. But no, like because there's turtles that live to be, and birds that live way longer than
Birds aren't
humans.
real.
Well, some of them aren't real.
What is that? What is that? What do people when they're talking about birds aren't real? What is that whole fucking thing about?
I showed a video. Didn't I show you the video?
Do they usually also talk about gangs talking?
I don't know.
What is your? Do you know what your resting heart rate is, Jim?
I know what my resting bitch face is.
Oh, we all know that because you're watching other streams and we see it on your face all the time.
All right, well, come on, listen. Let's not get sidetracked. This is very important stuff. I'm trying to learn.
What the fuck?
It's all important.
We close back over this blue young area, and the upper plates will tighten back around this upper Vales area, and even the Marinaris will close. The blue young area disappears, covered by the older land. Now we can go forward in time as Mars grows up to today. The blue opens and the land tugs, and some pieces break off into, islands if there was water. There is no other way that this plate area could come to this configuration unless Mars grew. Thank
Or unless it got hit by massive galactic lightning.
Well, I love you, Neil. You're very, very fucking sure of yourself. I mean,
No, I said or.
no, I said Neil is very, very
Okay.
sure of himself, not Jim.
Oh.
Neil is sounding like the kind of guy that might not want to hear the other side of the argument. Like
Well, Neil knows.
Graham. Well, yeah, maybe I hope there's some Neil Adams debates out there. Ooh, that'd be awesome. Neil Adams
I don't know.
debates expanding Earth with somebody. That'd be fun.
You
Not
know,
really.
I'm always very,
That's
I'm always very, reluctant to listen to people with 2 first names. Neil
Adams.
Yeah, that's because there's 2 of them.
No, it's just one.
Everyone laugh at the funny joke. Ha ha!
We are about to
Okay,
visit
pause it
another
real
recent
quick.
historical site.
What is his
This
theory on
incredible
why it
gas-
expands? What is his? Is it? That is a good point. Like, why does it expand? Does he ever say why it's doing it? Oh, it's because of the molten lava just underneath the earth just keeps growing, right? Is that what he says? Is that what he says, Jim?
Well, there's this factory in the center of the earth. That
No,
create-
dude,
that-
I'm asking you a
creates-
legit question.
I-
From what he said in that first video about Earth, he was talking about the molten.
I fucking figured it out. Holy shit!
Oh my
I
god!
We
think-
just watched
I
that
think that's
video
like-
last night about the fucking plane that disappeared.
Oh,
well, what if they're-
MH370?
Right? What if they're putting shit inside the Earth, making it bigger?
It's not like a furnace, Jim.
God, Jim, this ain't.
No,
it's more
they're
like-
they're making
the
stuff
Richard Gere
material
thing.
appear. Like they're taking their garbage and
This ain't a meat
pollution
grinder.
and putting it into the Earth. It's like a giant blender and it mixes it up.
Oh, so that's why we
Spreads it around.
recycle all our fucking plastic bottles so that they can just go fill the hole.
Correct. And they take all our recycled plastic from the ocean that the Chinese dump there, and they take it to their planet because they use that to feed the creatures.
Do you recycle, Jim?
No.
Thank you, because it's a big scam. Like,
The only thing to recycle is metals
yeah, separating my plastic. Fuck
You
off.
or
do
glass.
realize-
You can recycle glass.
You do realize that they use like plastics and rubber recycled for like building playgrounds and shit, right?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. They
Yeah,
chop
okay.
it up and dump it in a playground. That's really recycling.
Yeah.
Better than concrete, therefore.
How about some dirt and grass?
I understand why you use the
Dirt
word
and grass
you do.
is free. Go get some dirt and grass.
That's not really recycling what they do for the playgrounds. That's just
Yes,
reuse.
that's recycling.
No, it's reuse. Recycling means
Yeah,
you
look at the
recreate
recycling
it and-
logo.
And plastic is
reduce,
the worst thing
recycle,
they've ever did.
reuse.
I think
Okay.
plastic's the
It's a
worst thing we've
joint
ever created, man. It's awful. It's worse.
Yeah,
than
somebody
that.
smoked a lot of joints to come up with the system. That's for sure.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Fish is the Vales Marinaris. Nothing this spectacular exists on Earth, on the land, that is.
The Grand Canyon.
No.
You'd have to go into
The
the
Mars
ocean.
is huge,
the Grand
right, compared to
Canyon
the
would
Earth?
quite easily fit in.
No, I think the Earth's
Everything looks like a
bigger than
puzzle.
Mars, doesn't it?
Listen,
He said-
Jim.
he said-
just
no, he's-
go back and
no.
listen.
Yeah. Hit the J button real
into
quick.
the Vales.
It's all for you, Jim.
I'm doing the best I can here. I'm trying to get
think
these
it's
other guys to
terrible.
come along, and they just won't listen.
Looks like a caramel or a camel.
That's a fish. That's an airplane. Look at it. Somebody drew an airplane on Mars. They're
Yeah,
telling us
like-
that they got there by a ship. Look at, and he's shooting right here. Pew, pew, pew. And he's attacking. Oh, wow. It's like a monster. Look at this. What's this symbol here? Oh, my God. See, look at this. Is that weird PA thing? It's like oh, man. That's the symbol, like the INRI symbol. Oh, my God. This is biblical.
It's the Rocket Man. It's Chichen Itza, isn't it?
And look, this is showing us this is like a big ship coming through the ocean. And this is a massive explosion.
Well, that's a
I think
volcano.
if we
Look,
took this
that's
more
a
serious,
volcano.
the viewers would
Hey,
probably be more
hey,
famous.
there was a South American tribe that lived there, and they just walked it out like they did up in South America. Nobody could see it because nobody could fly back then. But one day, somebody's going to catch it with a camera, and these are the images they came up with.
But look, here's the tail of the plane. Here's the guy sitting in the plane. And this is him shooting the lasers at this to destroy this over here. And he dropped a bomb on this. This is like a nuclear bomb. Look at the mushroom cloud.
Oh, so what this is an actual homage to Hiroshima.
Correct.
Yes, there's our B-24 flying over,
Ah,
dropped the bomb.
yes.
Yes,
Mhm.
yeah, very
So that's
cool.
the
awesome.
nuclear
Pixar.
flash. That's
Yep.
what it caused.
And then
Created that
Australia was
picture.
created.
Vales Marinaris. Nothing this spectacular exists on Earth, on the land, that is. You'd have to go into the ocean. The Grand Canyon would quite easily fit into the Vales Marinaris. On Earth, it would slice Texas asunder.
Now this looks like something else. If you look at this shape, and it's got a head, and it's squirting stuff out.
I don't know.
Cthulhu.
It looks pretty fucking wild, though. I mean,
Like an alien cock.
how would you? Yeah, I mean,
This baby is big.
Yeah, big.
Let's
Look
take
at
a
it.
closer look.
Wow.
Bigger than the Grand
You could fit
Canyon.
the state
Jim.
of New York in this gigantic rift. It spreads far to the east and west, cracking and shifting and wrenching the tectonic plates apart.
Yeah. It shoots into the crack.
This opening is, in fact, the width of the United States of America. Even so, it is a recent historical opening and ideal for our example. We will close the Vales Marinaris. We will close it tectonically. That is, we will slide the tectonic plates back together, back to the position that they started from, and we will seal up this stretch mark without using any tricks. We are simply pulling all
It would take a lot of cocoa butter to fix those stretch marks.
the pieces together according to a logical and sensible path which is dictated by the shapes
See, he uses words like logical and sensible path.
Yeah.
Well,
Don't you listen, Jim?
damn, Jim. Come on. He's a scientist. He's not going to
He doesn't ever explain.
He's not going to say the hibbity jibbity path. What are you talking about?
He's not going to say the willy-nilly path.
No. He's not going to say the Neil deGrasse Tyson path. He's going to say the logical path. I mean, what are we talking about?
Hey, where'd the plane? Oh, there's the plane.
the plane. The plane.
It's landing.
and objects as they exist. We are not changing shapes by shrinking or enlarging or deforming them. We are simply moving them back together. If these pieces were worn away by water or by erosion of some sort, they would never again fit together. Yet, as you can see, they do fit together just about perfectly. When I first saw this process complete, I was stunned. I watched it for
Okay,
2
pause it,
hours
pause
in
it.
near dis-
Okay, he's saying erosion isn't real either.
What are you saying?
Well,
I mean, there
there's-
are
Witness
storms.
erosion in real time.
There
well,
are.
there's no
there
water
is a.
on Mars.
Well, there is
So-
wind though, and there's wind erosion.
There's wind on Mars.
Yes.
Well,
There's
unless it
storms.
has a
Didn't you
force
see
field
that
around it,
movie,
there's gonna be
the
some kind of
documentary
erosion.
with fucking the guy that was on Mars? He got stuck there, and he had to grow
Martian.
potatoes in
With
his own
Matt- with
shit.
Matt Damon.
Yeah, there was a big
Worst
windstorm.
movie
That's what.
ever. Yeah.
Yeah, there's been documentary evidence.
Yeah, there's windstorms, giant storms. That's what fucked it all up. Remember, and that's why he got left there.
Yeah, they had to shut
Yeah.
down production for like a month to clean up
Yeah.
all that mess.
Yeah. And how did they? I mean, man, wow. Huh. Fucking Elon must have been pissed. Like, God damn it! You forecasted that windstorm on Mars, fellas. We've been going there forever. We told everybody we went to the moon, but we went to Mars. Actually, we've been mining fucking lithium there for ages. We tell everybody it's slave labor in Africa, but it's actually coming from Mars. Ugh.
belief. Please look at it as carefully as you can. This isn't a movie special effect. We are using the very best photos of Mars available and sticking to a strict set of rules.
What?
there's rules.
Okay.
What rules?
Yeah, like you're
Strict
shrinking
rules.
and expanding, dude. Like,
Are these stripper rules or are these like casino rules?
Strict rules. Yes,
These
casino
are
type.
casino
Yeah,
rules.
casino type
Absolutely.
rules.
What are stripper rules?
no touching.
There's no sex in the champagne room.
That's
What's the
that doesn't
champagne rule?
hold. That doesn't hold. It gets late enough, they start putting your hand on them.
I don't stay very late. I got to go home to my wife.
You know,
I'm kidding. I haven't been to
you
a
know,
strip
Ving
club
Rhames
in
used
like
to be a
35
bouncer
or
at
40
the
years.
Admiral in Chicago.
I believe it. He's got the body
Yeah.
for it and the attitude. Yeah. I mean, he wasn't
Used to
always
live
an
right next to
actor.
a strip club
Why not?
For a few
I don't
years.
know. I
It's like Harrison Ford was a goddamn construction worker. Like, you know, he built houses and shit.
you know what his go-to move was?
Danny fucking what's his name? Danny the Hispanic dude that spent fucking 15 years in prison for murder.
Oh,
Trio.
Danny Trejo.
Danny Trejo, yeah.
Yeah.
McBride.
No.
Huh?
Danny McBride.
Oh, I love Danny McBride. He's great.
Oh, different one. Okay.
No, Danny Trejo is the Hispanic dude that was like in I think he was in a couple, was he in one Quentin Tarantino movie?
Oh,
He's
been-
in. Well,
he was
he's
in
in
one
from
of
Dust
those-
Till Dawn.
One of those
Grindhouse.
Grindhouse Productions. Yeah. But he was in other stuff as well. He was
Yeah.
I don't
popular
think he's
for a
in
while.
Grindhouse. No.
Yeah. So he was popular for
It's
a while.
Robert Rodriguez. Robert Rodriguez sort of cast him in everything from like Desperado,
Mhm.
Once Upon a Time in Mexico.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, Desperado. Trying to
From
think
Dust-
of the
from
first
Dust
time
to
I ever
Dawn.
saw him.
Quit eating chocolate, Andrew Campbell, and you won't
Shit, I
get
think he was
winded.
even in Spy Kids.
Yeah, I thought he did actually. He does pretty good.
He's
He
actually
just
fun on
put him in the
screen. I'm
role.
not hating for him, but he did go to prison for murder, like straight up murder, like whatever, man. But everybody gets a redemption. I mean, if you serve your time, it should be over, Jim. He should get his gun rights back. He should get his fucking voting rights back. All that stuff. You serve your time for the state that you're serving it in. It should be done, and I don't think it should be on your fucking work history. It might be in your like imagine you can never get a job again, even though you served your time. That would suck, dude. Maybe don't kill people, but if you did and the state said this is your punishment and you survived the punishment, you should be able to survive and make a living.
Not put him around, like old people or something.
Right. Well, maybe the guy
That could
deserved
be.
it too. Yeah. Hollywood gave him a chance though. Hollywood said, "Yeah, come on in, brother. You have a good personality." Did you see who they're casting as Hulk Hogan, Jim? Maybe.
Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck.
Yeah.
I can see it.
But that's like it's old Hulk in that what was it, that trial against
Yeah,
what
the trial.
company was it?
Yeah.
I can't
It's not
remember
like
the company name.
I don't know if they're going to show him it's against that magazine Gawker.
Yeah, Gorka.
Yeah. So
There was supposedly another one that was planned or even in production with Chris Hemsworth was playing Hulk Hogan, like an
Well,
actual where he was back in his heyday.
when we were
Sorry.
talking about
That
it last
would
night in
actually be
Salty
a
and
good-
when we were talking last night in Salty and Savage, like Chris Hemsworth came up as one of the people in the top 5 that they'd like to see play Hulk Hogan. But they actually named his brother. Like,
Liam.
like Liam. Liam's taller than
Yeah.
Chris.
yeah,
and
but he's much skinnier.
Dude, I just watched a movie with him on Netflix the other day. It's a war movie. It's really fucking good. But and they went through their top 5, and I think that Channing Tatum would be good in that role too. Channing Tatum sells everything he does. He works hard to make
He
it
seems like he's
believable.
short. Like Chris
Yeah.
Hemsworth still seems tall, but Channing Tatum seems like he's short for some reason. I have no idea how tall he
But
actually is.
cameras work magic, dude. I mean, you got to think like Hugh Jackman's 6'1" and he played Wolverine, and like Wolverine's supposed to be 5'3" or 5'4". But they made, and Hugh Jackman is such a good actor though. You're willing to overlook it too, right? Like, yeah, this guy sold me that he's Wolverine. They're making a movie about when basically Hulk Hogan put Gawker out of business for really printing a bunch of weird stuff, right, Dan?
Yeah.
Or Liquid? Like,
I was wrong. It wasn't Ving Rhames that was the bouncer at the Admiral Theater. It was Michael Clark Duncan.
Oh
They
yeah,
look alike.
Oh, Clark Duncan's much bigger.
Yeah. He used
But
to make
yeah,
people sit on their hands.
really?
Yes.
Have you ever been a bouncer?
No.
Oh, I have.
Jim the bouncer.
I did it in Maryland at a club in Maryland. It wasn't bad when dudes fought, but when the bitches started going at it, it was, you better watch out because their hands are swinging like crazy. They're throwing stuff at people. Yeah. I just watched the second Jack Reacher tonight before the show. That one's terrible. The first one's much better. The second Jack Reacher movie is bad.
Yeah.
The first one's good. Are we
Yeah,
done?
it's not too, the sniper
This is
one's
supposed to
first
be
one.
the one that talks about the water. So
All encompassing?
You can't watch this whole. This is an hour and 41 minutes.
Yeah, get us to the water.
This is
Take
a
me
podcast.
to
This
the
is a podcast.
water.
Like this, you'll be there forever.
Well, we've gone 9 hours, Dan.
I know, but this is
Uh,
like a whole overview sort of thing.
Oh, well, maybe we don't want to do this.
Yeah.
I'm just skimming to see if I see anything that says water.
The whole
I
theory
wish there was a
goes down to
better
pair production.
search thing, like in the videos themselves, where you could type in like like a certain,
Well,
phrase
they've
or a
got
certain
some of that
section.
now with like the transcripts and the AI generated like descriptions and everything, and you can kind of get a sense of what's happening in the videos, in the conversations, but it's still pretty basic.
You're gonna watch
If you
the
do search in the
you're-
transcription, at least get the timestamp, I guess.
Air Knight. Are you gonna watch
Yeah.
the series on Amazon? Have you not seen it yet? I love the first season of Jack Reacher. I liked the second season, but I loved the first one. And if you haven't seen it before, and you go to watch it, and you see the difference between the two seasons, you'll kind of see why I love the first one, and the second was not love.
Oh yeah, let's not forget about the Vito video.
Oh, I have to. Can you find that, Nicholas? It was Mr. Burger. Although you know what, like everybody's talking about it tonight. Like, you don't see anything with. So he's going into the dinosaurs, huh? Like where they were on Earth
Yeah,
and everything, Jim.
Yeah, that video is like a full overview. That's why I sent it to Jim, because he needed this knowledge, and he was just operating on the back foot the whole time. So I'm like, if Jim had this knowledge from the get go, he'd be better off.
Yeah,
But the water thing, the whole theory for the water and everything comes down to pair production. Like the whole growth thing comes down to pair production, which is essentially just making hydrogen from other atoms.
Yeah, I
But
DM'd you, Dave.
it's
it actually does make sense. I mean, if
So why is the water salty in the oceans only?
I don't know. I can't remember that part. I haven't watched this in a long time. The hour 41 video, but it was
All right, let's go to the next. This is about Mars. Let's skip. What's the next one?
This is Europa, a moon of Jupiter. It has
Another
a most
moon.
incredible surface.
Isn't this the one that's made of ice? They said Europa isn't the ice moon. It's like all water, frozen,
What color ice?
black ice. It's very slippery.
Why does every planet have a butthole?
that's why
It's got to shit out somewhere.
well,
It's where it gets access.
God
It's
had
the
to grab it by that hole and move it and put it in place, so it's perfect.
It's the growth hole.
Yeah.
So never mind, I won't go there.
Chat, you guys want to watch that video? We'll watch that. We'll watch that video.
Okay.
If you guys will watch it after we watch this because I love this theory stuff, man. This is
Well, just hold on. So the other one is, what is this? Gay mead grows.
what?
Protons, mountain grows.
Gay.
What destroyed the dinosaurs? Proof positive the Earth grows. The Pangea
Coming
theory.
out of the
Big
closet
Lie.
in code.
The Great Lakes. Well, this has got to be about water, right? The Great Lakes.
I'm guessing.
As the left pulled, leftward, the top of the continent was pulling free of the other side of Eurasia, and of course Greenland. As a result, these islands broke off and strung out like beads on a string. As a result of this pulling apart, there is a massively weakened and stretched out U-shaped area of land. It's demarked down the left by these lakes, which are stretch marks. On the right side is the St. Lawrence Seaway. Examine how clear it is that this area has been pulled up and out of this right side. And the explosive focus of this eruptive pulling is the Great Lakes. You may have been taught in school that the Great Lakes and other lakes were carved out by glaciers. This is simply not true.
It's not
When
true,
we go
Jim.
backward in time,
Well, I will say that it doesn't make a lot of sense that these glaciers that were huge just carved out these spots where the Great Lakes are. That's kind of like,
Thank you, Jim. This is the first step for you coming around and accepting this theory as fact. Thank
why if it carved here, if the glaciers were over this whole area, if the glaciers were over this whole area here, covering everything, why did it only carve these spots out?
Because it wasn't flat.
Why
He was
not,
gonna
Jim?
tell us.
I mean,
I'm
Jesus
just saying.
Christ, why is your hair fucking gray? I mean, things happen for a reason. It's not perfect.
Does
It's
he
not
even have hair?
symmetrical.
I don't think
Like-
Jim has hair, does
Jim has hair.
Of course he does. Yeah.
He's got more hair in that photo than his pool shot.
You did a pool photo shoot?
Oh
Yeah, Jim did a layout by the pool.
Yeah,
posted
it was
on
in
the internet.
Playgirl magazine.
Did you do one with your Ferrari?
No.
No.
Time, the St. Lawrence Seaway will reclose as we expect. More significantly, as all this happens, the Great Lakes will close. And as we go forward in time, the eruptive spreading of the land moving apart tears open and creates the Great Lakes at this key focal point.
Jim's becoming convinced.
This is the origin of the Great Lakes. NASA,
Okay.
You know, I could believe that just as much as some fucking ice scraped them out.
right. Now,
Baby
as far as the lakes and the oceans being water that's salty or not salty, I mean, if I don't, that is a weird one. Like, is there different sediment in the ocean that makes it salty?
I don't know. I
the
mean,
lake?
I don't know. I mean,
Did the sharks, inhabit it so long and there was so much decay that it made that water salty versus where there was no landmass or water lakes before and it was just raw dirt? I don't know. I'm a dummy. I have no idea. But Jim's telling me that sharks have been living for 10 million years or something. 100 million
I
years?
think 100 million years is what they say.
Crazy.
In deep water ocean. So so if the Earth is expanding, where was that water containing all those animals? I mean, I guess
they
it could have
say-
been kept hot by the magma, but
I think they say
Yeah, keep
sharks
them
were
warm, yeah.
around. Like, and another thing that was around, I think, is alligators and crocodiles and shit like that.
Yeah, but also they're shallow.
Well, there's sea crocodiles, aren't there? That travel across the
but they
sea.
don't,
Salt
they don't
water.
dive, really.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
don't
saltwater
live in this-
crocs.
yeah, They still
They're
go to
still
land.
brackish. water.
At the bottom of the sea, where the alligators grow. See, that's a song. Remember?
Hey, Dad, like, or
Fact.
liquid, you're an Australian. Are the saltwater crocs like aggressive as fuck? Like,
Oh yeah,
yeah, you
like
do not
out
want-
of like that'd be like the number one aggressive crocodile species on the planet, like next to the Nile crocodile,
Okay.
like the,
So
the
you do
big
not wanna
saltwater
get-
ones. No.
When you fall into the water, you're not living, right? Like,
In like certain rivers up north in
Right.
Australia, yeah, you've got very little time to get back in the boat, or
Hmm.
and even if you make it to shore, you're still not safe because
Here
you're
in-
probably going to hit a mud bank that's about 30, like what 60, 70 feet long, and getting across that before a crocodile gets you, you've got no chance. But then if you're up in the ocean, like the top north in the ocean, like before a crocodile gets you, you're probably going to get by a shark or a jellyfish or something.
yeah, those jellies are badass, right? Like, yeah. Oh
I
man.
mean, we
Yeah,
have
a
all that
box
same stuff in
jellyfish, like,
America.
nearly instantly, like 5 minutes or something. If you get hit by a box jellyfish,
Like, I've been
Aren't there
stung
like
by
something called like
American
a man of war
jellyfish, and
too, or
it's like a
something?
little
Jellyfish
sting.
that's like really bad
Yeah.
too.
no, the
Yeah,
man
but
of wars are just like blue bottles. They're like, I've grown up my whole life getting stung by man of wars and blue bottles and stuff in the ocean.
Yeah.
They're fine.
And then how?
They
what are you?
they
what are
wrap
you
around
supposed to
you.
do? What are you supposed to do if you get stung by a jellyfish? Aren't you supposed to pee on it?
Yeah, you can, but you just use white vinegar as well.
White vinegar.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the jellyfish, like the Irrigangi and stuff, they'll you got no chance.
Like even the
Using radar
alligators,
scanning devices has
Oh
you
wait,
can walk by here.
What was that?
So you can walk and swim by an American alligator.
Yeah.
wow.
I mean, it's not advisable, but like my mom would tell me stories of growing up in Florida.
Now, they're going to tell us that there wasn't advanced civilizations 12, 20, 40, 50,000 years ago, but somebody drew this fish thing with all these things perfectly. See, here's the shape.
Yeah.
They were able to carve this in stone and draw all the bones and everything for us to see it.
Where's this
And
at?
they carved this in stone for us to see.
Where is it?
It's just, what, I don't know. It's somewhere. It's a stone.
Okay.
I mean, they call it a fossil.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Oh.
just stone. I mean, it's not real bone or anything.
So this is so the fossil is not a fossil. This is actually a drawing.
Yeah, that the ancients left for us so we would know what was there.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a fossil that was outlined by the shape of the fossil.
No, man, come on. How would it define what? There's the tail and the dorsal fin,
That's what I'm saying. Like I thought
dorsal
the
fin,
actual
tail.
bones
I mean,
and
how
stuff-
would that? Then this is all gone, and then the bones are there.
Yeah, I mean, legit
It's like
though.
this is
I
like
mean,
been
you do a
like
sample
three.
of
This
them.
is
Those are
like
just
the
rocks.
ancient
That's all those things are.
3D printers did this.
Oh,
This is
okay.
like an ancient Ender 5.
Anunnaki 3D.
Yeah, Anunnaki 3D. There you go. Like when they were done 3D rendering the Nazca lines, they did this.
Yeah.
Cool.
They were just the big like the sketches they were practicing on. Like we've got to get the outlines and stuff right, and then we'll go and do the fine detail on these sort of ones.
See? Look, they show like acorns here. See? They like show all the vertebrate. Man, these guys were good. They're like show you where to chop it. That way you can get the best sushi for a sushi roll.
They're
Hey, the
very
video,
like
smart
nice-
ass.
they're very like into recycling. That's why they're so close together.
It's all plastic. See, Jim's getting into it now. Like Jim's turning the corner.
Yeah, yeah. This would not exist without the expanding Earth. You know that, right? Liquid Lake.
See, there were rulers of the marine reptiles, and those rulers drew these pictures to tell them they were boss.
Okay, so Jim. So okay, so
And look, they used a fucking piece of pineapple for the thing's eye right here.
well,
Look at
this
that.
skull was discovered, and they just decided that's what the rest of the body looked like. That's why I hate this shit. Like,
I mean, how do we know like that they weren't
Right.
there using like things to grind the thing and make it be put together and like, oh, let's stick this piece here.
well,
You know,
These are actually, I think, I really believe in the theory that these are actually ancient Jello molds.
yeah, like they poured stuff on it and they made a shape to say, look at what we got here. For like a
have
party.
some
There was a
Jell-O
big
in it.
party, and then someone got drunk and they forgot to take it home with them.
Because you know what Jello is made out of, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Ground up bones.
Yeah.
So
And I hate it.
if they wanted to make a Jello mold, they used the bones of the animal that they slaughtered.
I am not a Jello guy. Ugh,
There's always room for Jello, dude.
no,
Yeah, Jello is not kosher.
no, it is cheesecake.
Wait a
Oh.
minute.
So Joseph Anning discovered it. What does his mother have to do with it?
I don't know. She's shaped like a pear. So maybe.
Jim.
Yeah.
Jim, you sexist.
Respectful.
Be respectful.
Not the
You're
kind of
older.
place to do that.
She's the first communist. See, she's got the
Oh, that's his
hammer,
sister.
and the
That's
other
his
hand,
sister.
she's got a sickle.
Oh, she found the torso. A year
Yeah,
later.
you know why? Because you know about them white women when it comes to. Yeah, see?
Torsos.
Torsos.
All right. All right.
That's the only part she needed.
Preach, brother.
Get into it, Jim. How long does this video go for?
7 minutes.
It can't just be like.
So, Jim, you have enough time to get up and dance for us.
Okay. Prehistoric news. This has got to be. This is where this is like This is like Fox News, but from 50 million years ago. So cool.
Well,
Like a
it's
movie.
not. It's just as valuable as your morning solar flare news, Jim. Be fair. Just as valuable.
Let's not throw stones.
We have to learn from our past to understand our future.
This actually
So-
kind of looks like a tuna. Big eye tuna.
It's not a tumor.
It's not a tumor.
A puma.
Why? What's with the pineapple eye? All right.
I don't know. I do not know.
Okay, now here. How could there have been a Pennsylvanian and a Mississippian age when Mississippi and Pennsylvania weren't created until after the U.S. was formed in 1776?
Time travel.
Jibbity jibbity.
Time travel. Speaking of time travel, have you guys read Silence Do Good
Yes.
by Salty? It's about maybe it's about Ben Franklin,
A young Ben
a
Franklin.
young Ben Franklin. Ben Franklin, the inventor, he created bifocals. He discovered electricity by putting a key on a string and flying a kite in a thunderstorm. But
Did
did
he
you
do the
also
printing?
know?
Did he do the printing press? No.
Yes.
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
that would be like there was a guy named Gothenburg,
Yeah.
Go,
But he-
Gutenberg,
Yeah, but
Gutenberg printing press,
he did something with media though, right?
something. Yeah,
Well,
he
he,
created the
uh,
first. He created the first cell phone,
The almanac.
The almanac. Yes.
the Farmer's Almanac.
Or-
But anyway,
Or Jim's or something almanac.
4 gemstones, and they were righteous. And then
I'll
he,
be right back.
but he also was the first time traveling agent, and his job was to make sure that the fledgling country did not collapse upon itself because there was an evil guy that came from the future, was trying to destroy the creation of the United States because it was he was trying to institute global communism.
So it's all bullshit. Ben
so
Franklin
Ben
didn't invent any of that.
So if Ben Franklin wasn't Silence Dogood, time traveling agent, we wouldn't exist right now.
Well,
You can purchase Silence Dogood #1 or #2 at Turkey Robot Productions.
I'd still exist. You guys wouldn't, but that's all right.
I'm okay with
I'd probably sacrifice that for the if the Earth keeps growing, we'll all have some space.
Let's see.
No, that video is garbage. That one.
Yeah, it looks garbage. All right, let's go to this other one.
The other ones are
Even-
great, but the other ones have all been great. A lot of knowledge, shared, disseminated amongst the crowd. I think Jim's learning a lot.
Our problem.
He's no-
All right, well, we'll come back to that and explore that in a little bit more detail because that was sort of about 4th or 5th down my list, but that's fine. And so just a little bit of background then, Neil. I know that you've done your main area of work has been in comic art. Is that correct, or is that the wrong? Forgive me if that's completely the wrong term.
Wait, so Neil was a comic artist? Which books did he create?
You don't know who Neil
Limey
Adams
Man.
is?
I know who
Neil
Scott
Adams
Adams
is like-
is.
Neil Adams
Is
is
he
like one of the
related to
most-
Scott Adams? Because Scott Adams is based.
Neil Adams is one of the most famous Batman artists of all.
Wow. Didn't know that.
Yeah, he created the
Yeah.
character Limey Man.
Limey Man?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he have a lot of lemon parties?
I still don't know what those are.
Don't Google it.
Tell me what the right term is if that's completely wrong.
The right term is I studied art and I do comics.
Right.
I also design sets. I also do amusement park ride designs. I also do paintings. I also do illustration. I do many things as an artist.
Yes.
When I began my career, I know it's not the kind of word that we necessarily use
Is this
today,
the
but I
fucking
was
hour and
poor.
40
I could
minute
not
video?
go to college.
Yeah, but I
did
speeded it
not
up.
go to college, and I was something of a prodigy. I could
Okay.
also do art. And so I made the choice that I would earn a living out of high school. You cannot, as a science
Pause it,
person,
Jim.
earn a living out of high school. You can earn a living out of art.
What'd you say, Liquid?
Just share what I said for a second. Just to interrupt
Oh,
it for a bit.
sure.
Just so you have some context. That's Neil Adams, like one of the most famous Batman and Joker covers of all time. Like he's one of the definitive Batman artists, like Green Lantern, Green Arrow.
Right.
Yeah, he created Ra's al Ghul. Like,
That's cool.
like he's one of the all-time greats of comic book.
So it's
art.
the same guy.
Yeah,
this
now I
is
know why I
Neil
never
Adams.
liked DC.
Jesus.
He worked for Marvel as well.
Yeah, they suck.
But Jim
dude.
only likes a Rippaverse. So
What is that, like late 70s, early 80s?
No, that's fuck 20 cents. That's the 60s.
Might be early
Mm.
70s.
early 70s.
I was trying because like the color schemes and everything reminds me of when I was reading Batman as a kid, but that was more like mid 80s.
Yeah, it's that Neil Adams. It is that Neil Adams. Holy shit. I wonder how he got into this. That's kind of wild.
He went crazy from he actually looks like the Joker.
You saying the Joker's crazy, Jim?
I don't know.
It's just misunderstood.
Yeah. I mean, Jim, quit looking for the answers to reason. Just accept. Let's see.
I can
Let's-
sense it. Jim's coming round.
Yeah, I think we sold him. Let's
Yeah. The Great Lakes video sold him completely.
let's get into this very, very happy guy, Mr. Berger. He seems like a real level-headed guy. Doesn't seem to have any agenda. And this is Brian Christgau. He's a comic book creator. Wearing some weird charm on his neck. Some crystal. I bet he bought this crystal from the
Anunnaki
chat.
crystal?
An Anunnaki crystal. That's what it is. I'm sure he bought it. So
That's how you recharge. You hold it up to your third eye and you recharge.
well,
all
it ain't
your- all
working
your
for
mana.
him, dude. That body's not recharging. That body's deteriorating.
Welcome, Vito.
Hey, this is a new
Luigi.
microphone. Does it sound okay?
You sound absolutely lovely. How
Really?
are you this fine evening, Vito?
Well, I'm glad my mic's working. I have some noise cancellation on, so hopefully you can't hear the AC. I'm in California where it is disgustingly hot.
Vito, again, a couple of things before we get into this, which will hopefully be either epic or fucking boring. Either way,
I don't
It's
think
a
it could
win.
not be epic when we're with Mr. Berger, one of the premier broadcasters of our time, and Brian, who I know nothing about. Hi, Brian.
Hello. Good to see the cat.
Seemed like a nice
again.
guy.
Good to see the cat again.
That's
A very
Scrap.
creepy
Scrap's
hello.
well, she's a terror, but we like her.
All right, Vito. First of all, it's Wednesday. We usually do this sort of thing on Monday. What's going on
I
with you on Wednesday?
I don't keep track of the. What do you mean? We normally do this thing on Monday? Like you do your show on Monday?
No, we go at each other usually on Mondays.
I don't keep track of that. I didn't realize that it was a Monday thing.
Yeah, it's always a Monday thing. I actually am a rather fastidious man. I actually try very hard
They all
to
do snakes.
schedule certain things.
Oh, you got to keep people updated.
Hey, Jimmy's
on
got
the
like some swirl
documentary,
thing going
which is in
like
the works.
every
Actually,
20
Vito,
seconds.
Yeah,
speaking of which, the
No, it's
documentary,
not.
my crew and I
Very
actually we
fucking,
discussed
weird.
some things potentially. The documentary, the love that I've gotten for actually trying to do it is
The love.
enormous. Is absolutely enormous. People want it done. I'm talking about several major YouTubers, which I will not name.
Major YouTubers want you to make a fucking Vito documentary, dude.
Does it
I'm
rhyme with mellow trash?
Oh my god. I mean, it's
And
like-
flung shipper.
yes, and the boring. Oh my god, the bordering. Oh, is this really what you're saying, dude? Like major YouTube channels want you to make a fucking documentary about Vito.
Well, I couldn't imagine. I wouldn't imagine he's lying about Yellow Flash at the very least. He's very much up in their ass. That circle's ass. But
You think
you'll-
Yellow Flash is going to give him money to do it though? No,
No,
You know,
no one's
pay his
giving him
artist
money
to
to
draw
do
a
it.
comic book, right?
But like I remember, like my first exposure to Mr. Burger was him constantly spamming everybody with
Oh,
mentions.
really?
Yeah, just advertising his show earlier this year.
Oh, in the
Uh,
chat.
No, like on Twitter, just constantly tagging you and shit.
Oh, that's weird.
Like he would pick like a group of people and do that to them. And he would just like
Okay.
20, 30 tweets a fucking day for a little bit.
Ugh.
It's like I could imagine it probably works to a certain degree, but most people are gonna ignore you.
Dude,
I had to
that's how-
block him.
Like I
just
followed this
got
guy.
tired
I
of seeing
followed
it.
this guy, this bourbon like reviewer, right? But he kept spamming my fucking messages with, "Hey, if you want to buy bourbon, I got it super cheap." Like you're saying, 20. I was like, dude, I'm not gonna get these fucking DMs. Stop DMing me with fucking bourbon for sale. Jesus Christ! And I just fucking got rid of it. God damn. All right, let's get back to this.
But you can definitely figure out you've had interactions with them, are absolutely excited and pro documentary, if you will. They want me to go
Jim, have
through
you
it.
seen this?
No.
Okay, you might want to pay attention because you have knowledge of some of this stuff and it's going to piss you off, just so you know.
with it. Matter of fact, if you remember, I told you I was going to cancel it. I told you I was not going to actually do it, but I actually just
I think
changed
you've
my
been
mind.
I think
Changed my
you're
mind
being-
and went ahead with doing it. And the thing is, there, Vito, I proposed the idea of the cartoon today. It just hit me like a bolt of lightning from heaven. And I figured, since you made that comment, hey, I ought to quit raging against you because that's so unfair because you're such a nice and decent guy. And I should concentrate on my animation. So I figured, why not just combine the two?
Combine the two. So I'm going to be a character in the
Alistair.
animation now.
Hey,
Yes, of
Alistair, I-
course.
yeah, I just watched this driving home today, like literally 5 hours ago. But Vito does such a great job. I got to share it. I know most everybody's seen it, but it is great. I mean, and we all know that Vito is the liberal guy in this situation. He's the guy that we all on the right think we're smarter than, and Mr. Berger clearly states he's a right winger, and he wiped his ass. Nick,
Mr.
you watched
Berger will
it.
say whatever he thinks. I think
Yeah.
Mr. Berger believes whatever he thinks people will listen to him believe.
Because he's the black conservative, right? That hides behind an avatar. That's what he is. Ethan said that in his stream.
Well-
He's a black guy. He's a conservative, and he's going after the liberal veto. And his reasoning. Look, I listened to this whole thing, and by the time Vito was done, I was like, Mr. Berger, you don't have an argument here. You really look bad. Your hate is misplaced. And I like where it goes. I
think
really
he's
do.
slowly. Yeah, I really do think he slowly realizes is like, okay, the people I've been hanging around with are complete fucking morons. As he
Being-
realizes Vito's
am I
the
being
smart one.
am I being EFAP by Splurgis? Wow. I'll never watch
Yeah,
it. I
but-
don't care.
That's
I've never
exciting.
watched
to
a
me.
Sturgis video.
The Veto Files, which,
Yeah.
of course, you know, if you say it too quickly, it's not a pleasant
We
word.
got a lot of Veto Files in the chat right now.
Yeah, they do, and God knows they're proud of it for some reason. Well, you know, it takes all kinds to make up a world, right? And not only we're going to do something about the Veto Files, you son of a bitch, we're going to do something about your Lord and Master Juju the Cow,
Juju the
aka
Clown.
Dick Masterson, aka Mike Herrera,
Guy's like
aka
Freudian slipping
Kidler
all over the
Dax,
fucking place.
aka
Mike Herrera.
I don't give a
Mr.
fuck what
Berger.
his real
You got a
name
couple
is, Vito.
things backwards.
I don't give a fuck what his real name is.
I
Vito.
know you.
Do I
know.
strike you as someone who actually cares?
No,
about
you
your
don't even have
feelings?
sources for the clips you've been posting.
Because that's what's important, Vito. That's what's important.
Mr.
The
Berger, you're
sources.
making some
The
you're
sources.
making some missteps. I was
Okay,
excited
Vito,
for this.
before we
I was excited
before
for this
we-
documentary, but
before we get into
getting a
the
little sloppy. I think
Before we
I could
get
make a
into
better documentary about him myself, but maybe I'm first person, so I'm biased.
Vito, God knows I would love to see that.
I think it would be
absolutely
good.
would.
Yeah.
I absolutely would. I would love to see your perspective. I would love to see you attempt to explain how all the wretched bullshit that you simp for is just us normal people not getting the joke.
So I guess my question is, you're very
please, Vito, please go ahead.
Thank you. There's a lot of hostility. There's a lot of anger. And I guess I'm wondering, I mean, I look out at the world and I see there's a lot of criminals. There's a lot of politicians who are, creating horrible laws. There's a lot of, evil people with considerable power, who are able to enact, great evil on the world, right?
I would agree that. I would agree with that, Vito.
Is there any particular popular figures who you think are perhaps perpetrating evil upon the world?
Too many to name. Too many to name, buddy.
One.
Oh,
Because you can name me off the top of your head. I'm wondering if there's anybody else who is the focus of your ire, or is it just me?
Oh well, I can go down. I can go down a list of people that are intimate to you.
No.
See, like he's just focused on Vito so much. Like he's asking him like a political figure, but he doesn't hear the question. Liquid. He's just like, yeah, people associated with you. I could give you the list of. He's like, no, that's not what I asked.
No. Give me one. No. Give me one like popular figure who most people would be aware of, or somebody in a position of power. I don't think we can argue that Ethan Ralph is in a position of power, and I definitely would not argue that Digibro is in a position of power.
Okay. Let's see. Gosh, there's so many to name. Kamala Harris.
Okay,
Joe
let's stop
Biden.
there. I only needed one. So
All right.
Kamala Harris, you believe, is an evil individual who is perpetrating evil upon the world?
Pretty much, yeah. Not only
Okay,
she's evil, Vito, she's stupid.
That's fine. And so that's a
Gone
vice
into Sturgis's
presidential
chat.
candidate, right?
What's that, Nick?
I'm in Sturgis's chat.
Oh boy.
No, she's actually a presidential candidate at this point.
That's true. Sorry, I
I
missed.
bet Jim's there too.
So here's my question. And earlier I heard you talking
Let's
about
see.
this
If
idea.
you want to do it,
or
I'll
maybe
go
it's
now.
second-
Sturgis's chat.
Hey Jim, are you in
I was-
Sturgis's chat?
No,
He's EFAPing us.
is he?
That's what Chris Bacon said.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
good
he
for
is.
him.
Yeah, I'm in his chat. Yeah, I could see us on the screen. But no,
There
I
you go. I
just
think
the
Brian
only thing I ever
idea.
go to his chat for is I type in search Sturgis Rule 34 on YouTube.
So is this a recent video that he's EFAPing?
It's the other day, I think, when we were. I don't know.
When we were EFAPing Matt Barr?
I think so.
Why does he care about Matt Barr?
Speaking truth to
He's a
power,
ripetard.
right? Is that
Yeah.
something you believe in?
To be honest
No.
with you, it depends on the situation. I know that's a dodge, but it depends on the situation.
Okay.
See, you know what I'm learning from you is
Can I
that
ask
speaking
questions?
speaking truth is not necessarily the way to get your goals. Sometimes you
Or-
have to resort to absolute and total bullshit to wreck somebody.
Can you give me an example?
Kind of like
Did
you
he
do.
just say he's
You
willing to
continue
lie
to,
about people?
Yeah. This is just like insane. Like I don't follow Vito. I don't know what the guy says on Twitter. I don't have a clue, Jim. You follow him. I mean, I do follow him, but I don't like. I'm not like getting alerted when Vito texts and shit or Twitters or whatever. I don't care. But is he saying wild shit every day, all day, Jim, to get attention? Hello,
No,
Jim.
he used to.
Jim,
Yeah, I'm here. What?
Jim's gone.
Did you fucking question?
I didn't hear what you said. I think my headphones are working right.
Who are you watching?
Oh yeah.
You're watching somebody.
I'm not watching anybody.
Not
I
watching this
said
stream, that's for
you
sure.
follow Vito. Does he say
Oh,
wild?
yeah.
Does he say wild and crazy shit every day, all day on Twitter?
Not all day, but usually, I mean, at least once a day he says something crazy.
Is it comedy or is it just?
He's trying to be funny. Sometimes
Okay.
it's funny. Sometimes it's like, ooh.
Okay. I mean, you should actually watch this.
I'm upset. Sturgis just doxed me. He said my name on his stream.
Oh my God, really? Like
Yes.
nobody knows your name?
No, I don't know. He just
So
said
you
my
are
name.
watching this stream.
No, it's my name is Jim Tells You, and he said my name.
Oh.
Wait till I
okay.
send him the pool photos.
Oh
So,
shit.
I don't know. I thought he was against doxing, and there he is doxing me on stream.
Mm.
That's not cool, Sturgis.
Yeah. So yeah, how would I like Jim's like he's like somebody's EFAPing us? I gotta go watch that. Fuck that. That shit's gay.
Give me an example of me
you
doing
continue,
that.
Continue to say the most important thing is the source of the material you're bringing
I
forward.
didn't say it was the
not
most important
material
thing,
that's-
but I think if you're
it's not
doing a
the material itself.
documentary, if you anyone doing a documentary would know, you really need to know the source of what you're posting. You can't just if you have clips, you should know where they came from so you know the context and who's speaking to who. Would you disagree with that?
Not necessarily. Yes, I would disagree with that because if the important thing, Vito, is what they're saying, I don't give a shit who asked the questions, what the context is, as long as the relative context can be discerned from the words that are spoken. Or
That's a bad take, Dan. Don't you or Liquid, don't you agree? Like that's a bad take, man. If somebody's having a conversation and there's a whole Twitter stream or thread and you pick one little section of it and make that the point of the whole documentary and you don't even give the context of why he answered that way, that's bad. That's not honest.
Cherry picking your argument. Yeah.
You're doing everything you can to make this guy look Jim's in there retaliating right now. Holy
You
shit.
can see it. You can see it in his face.
I'm not doing anything.
You are rough. You are in his chat giving this guy shit right now. The chat's even like, oh shit, they got Jim. Oh my God. Do we have to stream snipe this retard? Is that what you guys want me to
I don't
do?
see you in the chat.
We can finish this first.
Yeah. This is great.
At least
because-
get past the unemployed part. That's the best part of the video.
I know, right?
That's when he completely
the video
loses
that's
all rationality.
Yeah, that's when you know that Mr. Burger's not an honest player for sure, right? Like, dude, quit being a douche.
See, the relative context is absolutely clear, which is a video I will play for you in a moment so that we can.
Well, let me get back to
around
my
it.
original point, which I think you kind of interrupted. So I would argue that let's be clear. You're someone who wants to. What is your goal with this documentary? Do you have aspirations to make the world a better place?
Again, Vito, I want to make it clear.
What is the central thesis? Like, how does this reach the greater good?
If I continue to do the documentary, because here's the thing, I don't think a documentary would do as much damage to you as a weekly or bi-weekly cartoon.
Oh, so we're gonna maybe scrap the documentary and move forward on.
It's a possibility. It's a possibility. I want to see.
That's very
how,
exciting. That I like.
I think if what we put out.
Did you say something, Jim? Jim, did you say something?
No, I didn't say anything.
Figures.
As usual.
Over the next 3 weeks, gets big traction.
Yeah.
Well,
here's the problem with the documentary, and I don't know if you realize this. You're going over the same ground that people have gone over for the last 3 years. I mean, do you think you've uncovered something that people have not already seen or known
There's
about?
a couple of there are a couple of things that have been found on the web, and I won't tell you where, because I don't like necessarily to be associated with how my PA got it.
Did you pay this PA? Is this like a hired gun?
Yeah, it is. Vito, believe it or not,
It seems like you're a man of wealth.
God, no, not at all.
Well, how do you produce these cartoons?
The cartoons are a side gig. I work for.
Who's animating those? Are you animating them by hand?
Yes, but there's not just me. There's 4 other people involved. Which
In the
really,
Mr. Burger
to be honest
cartoon
with,
specifically?
yes, which really needs to be about 8. I am short about 4 people to be able to do what I want to do.
How are you paying for this?
None of your fucking business.
But your Patreon doesn't have like anybody.
Vito, I don't make my money off the internet.
Okay, so you make money from your regular job and you fund it personally. That's fine.
Again, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize. I wasn't speaking clearly enough. None of your fucking business.
So I can't ask if you have a job.
No, you can't. None of
Why
your
is that?
fucking business.
Why is that such a big deal? Okay, you don't even.
Vito,
You don't have to tell me what the
I'm
job
sorry,
is.
Is there hey Brian, is there something wrong with my microphone? Can you
No,
hear me
listen,
clearly?
Jim.
You're coming through loud and clear. I'm just trying to I promised that we weren't gonna double team him or anything. No, you're coming through loud and clear.
Brian, do you think it's
I
wild
understand,
for me to
okay,
ask if he has a
let me-
job? Do you think that's really out of line?
I think it's douchey. I think it's
I think it's none of your fucking
Hey,
business.
why is it
I think
douchey?
it's bad. I
Explain
think
why
it's
it's
bad
douchey.
manners, right? Because we do have people in this community that will go after people for working honest
I'm
jobs.
not asking where you work. I'm not asking that. I'm asking if he's employed. That's it. He could say yes. What
Well,
information
wait,
can I
wait,
possibly
wait,
get?
I'm sorry.
He can work at IBM. He can work at
Fellas,
Dairy
fellas.
Queen.
Hold on a second. I'm so sorry, Vito. I didn't understand. Ask me the question again. I apologize. I didn't understand. I misunderstood you. Go ahead. It's almost like you were prying. So ask me again. I apologize.
Are you employed?
None of your fucking business.
All right, man. I don't get the hostility.
That was douchey, Dan, or Liquid Blake. I mean, you think that was douchey, Jim?
Were you listening, Jim?
Yeah. I mean, what do you think, Nicholas? Was that douchey or not?
Well, Vito's always a douche. I mean, I think it's largely an irrelevant question, but it's a harmless one.
Vito asking if you're if your job, if you have a job, is douchey, just a job, any job.
No, it's not a douche thing to do, but it's
Well, the guy even mentioned it
okay.
at the start. He said,
Okay,
"This is a side gig from my actual employment." So
Right.
it's like he's
But-
just following it up. So you have a job, and it's just the dude just flew off the rails.
to touch
Not
on
that he
what
was ever
Bitch
really
Boy
on them.
Brian, to touch on what Bitch Boy Brian was saying, it's the community that they're coming from is full of paranoid retards who will call your fucking job. So,
But nobody
maybe
even
they
knows
do
who
have a
Mr.
little-
Berger is. He hides behind an avatar, and we don't know his name. Yeah, I
I
have a
think
job.
he's appeared on video at some point.
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know this guy. I just thought that was I thought that was shitty, and I thought that Vito handled himself well. So what's going on, Jim? Anything enlightening with Sturgis World? Is he ripping us apart?
No.
No? Is this chat just enthralled?
Jim's probably angry he's not talking in any of the clips.
I have him on mute. I'm just typing shit in this chat.
Are you on that stream with us, Nicholas? That he's going over?
Yeah.
Pull it up, Jim. Let's check it out because you're so interested in it.
I'm not. I'm interested in what's going on here.
Are you?
Yes. About Vito.
I'd like
How do you not understand that answer?
Why?
You don't understand you don't what
I don't
listen,
understand why that angers you. Brian, do you have a job?
I'm sorry. Do I sound angry?
I'm self-employed
Okay, so why are you able to answer that question? Why is that not offending
because
you?
I don't mind. It's still none of your fucking business.
Oh,
But I just don't care.
Ryan,
what a
how
tough guy.
dare you
Tough
use
guy,
such foul
Brian.
language?
Why are you guys so
Sorry, I
like?
grew up on Richard Pryor and,
Why?
George Carlin.
Hold on. Have I brought the rhetoric up in any way? Have I come in here yelling and swearing at all?
No, I have.
No,
I
you're
Okay.
smart as fuck.
Well, I feel like when you walk into a situation where a guy is, calling you horrible things and saying he's going to make a documentary about how terrible you are. I mean, what do you want me to do? Okay, I'll be more humble. Do you want more? Okay, I'll try to be more. Humble.
I actually don't care. You can swear. You can call me all sorts of horrible things. I wouldn't give a shit. Your Vito files do. And does it act like? Do I seem like that bothers me? No, Vito. By God, my good friend, be as liberal as you like. That's your thing, right? Being liberal.
Hold on, Brian. You're accusing me of being smug. Do you believe Mr. Berger is acting a bit smug?
Not in the
No,
least.
I'm being no. I'm not being
Wow.
smug, Vito. I'm being
It
sarcastic.
feels very unfair.
I'm being sarcastic.
It feels like one side of this conversation is like.
Have you felt that Vito was smug at all here, Liquid Blake? I haven't. I just felt like he came into a hostile situation and he's just being as even keeled as he possibly can be, knowing that this guy hates him. I mean, or he's making a documentary about it. I don't think he's come off as real egotistical. Do you?
I don't really know the dude. This is really the first I've ever really seen him talk.
What do you think, Jim? Is
so I have no
Yeah.
context to his past stuff, but yeah, he seems just like he's casual.
Yeah. What do you think, Jim?
I thought Mr. Berger and Vito has been going back and forth for years now.
Yeah. And Vito comes on. He's not getting mad. He's just asking and answering questions. And this guy, Brian, says that he comes off like is very smug.
Isn't this the Brian guy who just did a bunch of
Yes.
shit? He wouldn't sing happy birthday to someone, and he wouldn't fucking
Made a big scene. Yeah,
made a big scene, and it all. Yeah, okay. So he's just trying to.
Oh,
fucker.
Clout
right,
chasing.
Snakes. I should know that. As much as I use the N-word, I should know that black people cannot be racist, or people of color can't be racist.
No,
Yes.
those smuggers.
Thank you for correcting yourself there.
I'm sorry. I need to apologize to all the people of color in the world.
Allowed to be very smug and very sarcastic, but if I try to match that energy, whoa, this Vito guy, I don't know about him.
Dude, I'm sorry. Like I said, I didn't want this to be like a 2 against 1 kind of a thing.
But it is.
The energy that you bring is kind of creepy.
Says the guy wearing an Anunnaki fucking stone around his neck that looks kind of weird.
And why is that?
I'm not gonna lie.
Why?
It's a
Okay,
little creepy.
Why is it creepy?
What do you? You're asking me to like define a feeling?
Yes.
Yeah.
Tell us why it's creepy, fuckface.
Yeah, why don't you tell me
There's
something
something
I said
about
that
you. There's something about you and your attitude, and the way you talk.
Give an example.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on. I got something.
doing it
Wait a
right
minute,
now.
Brian,
Okay, so what
Vito,
is it
Vito,
about
Vito,
asking for an
Brian,
example
wait.
that's
I got to interrupt here. I got to interrupt here because I've been thinking about this question the entire time. Vito, do you use product in your beard at all?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
What do you use?
Just for men. I have one side of my beard that grays and the other side does not, so it is very uneven. So to avoid having half a gray beard, I just dye the whole thing.
Okay. I'm sorry.
The way
Now-
Vito
now-
dresses, he's concerned about the evenness of the color of his beard.
Dude, that was like he just answered the question. Yes, I use product to hide the gray in my beard. Like no hesitation, Jim, no stuttering, nothing. Yep, I do. Like you have somebody here on the channel that's willing to talk.
Well, he's not coming from a point of anger in this. Like you can obviously tell these two are like they have almost an apoplectic reaction to
a
anything. he
love-hate
says.
relationship, right?
I don't think it's just love-hate. I think it's just hate. They just it's like Jim with the growing earth. They just don't want to hear anything he has to say.
Exactly. You're right. If you can't explain the water, you can't explain the fucking theory.
No.
You've got a very good point there.
But to me, as someone who has a lot of experience trolling people, like this guy Vito seems like he's half troll. He's half trolling them for the reaction itself as well.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I think Vito knows already that he's won this fight before he got here. That's why he agreed to
He
come
knows
on
he's
the
under
show.
their skin, and that's like how he's won already because he's got them. You know, you don't start a fight when you're angry. Like he's already got them off their axis.
Mr. Burger's spending real life hours of his limited time on this earth making a documentary about me. Okay, like I know this guy's kind of out there, and this Brian guy, which Vito had no clue who he was, and this is when it gets so good towards the end. Like Jim, he fucking crushes this guy. Like it was embarrassing how much he crushed this guy. Like he did one of those moves, like rage quit the stream, Jim. It was fucking funny. And we'll get there.
Been a lot of that this week.
Yeah.
You can go on, Brian. I apologize. Go ahead.
Oh no, I forgot where the hell I
Well,
was.
you were calling me creepy and trying to give an example.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a vibe, right? Like you know how people give vibes when they walk
Sure.
into a room,
Yeah.
right? Like when I was at Graham Nolan's party and
the
Rethan
vibe.
walked in, it suddenly the vibe at the party changed. It went from like a party to like an office party, right?
Okay.
The
So do you think creepy, or
temperature,
is that a different thing?
it's different. It's different.
It's different.
It's yeah. It's more like negative energy that a malignant narcissist gives off. You give off a different energy, and I don't know that I can define it, but the best word I can find for it is creepy.
So instead of like, concrete examples of something I've done wrong,
What are you talking
it's
about?
all
If you
based
want to
around.
yourself- If you want,
No, but I'm
if you want a
saying,
concrete
like,
example.
oh,
if you want a concrete
your vibes,
bro.
What about
if you
your
want?
vibe?
Look. If you want a concrete example,
Yeah.
back the tape up. back the tape up
Back the
and
tape.
watch yourself and watch yourself. And there it is.
I'll watch my vibes, Mike.
I'll watch my vibes.
Yeah, he's a big fan of the Australian movie The Castle. It's all about the vibe.
The vibe. Oh my god. I've watched some really good Australian movies, by the way, Mr. Liquid Blake. Like, you've got some like real good desert, like desperation films where people are weird living in the outback and people get, you know, like their breakdown and shit. Like, that shit is good. There's some real good movies I've seen with that stuff. Oh my god. But like my vibe, and Vito literally is sitting in a chair. He's not waving his arms around. He's not doing anything stupid. He's just sitting there answering questions, but that's a bad vibe. Look.
Spooky vibe.
Oh, it's not something spooky, and it's not something that
I think it is spooky.
Control. It's a
It's a little
sense.
spooky.
It's a sense. People give
I
off
think you're
vibes.
spooked. I think you're
And
spooked.
your best way, and dude, I'm just keeping it real here. Best
Whoa,
way I
whoa,
can
whoa,
describe your vibe is
whoa,
creepy.
whoa, wait a minute. Spooky. Wait a
Spooky.
minute. Spooky.
Very
Spooky.
spooky.
That's close to the word spook. And that's frankly now I'm not gonna have that kind of nonsense on this show. Comport yourself, Brian. Comport yourself, Vito.
Oh, fuck.
For God's
Listen,
sake.
as a true
God
nigga
is good.
myself,
Yeah.
I understand when some language goes too far. So I understand. I'll dial back.
Vito, I swear to God,
At least I got a
Vito,
laugh
I
out of you.
swear to Almighty
I
God,
knew we were gonna get
if
one
you
laugh.
weren't such a fat fucking worthless degenerate, you and I could be fucking friends.
I got you.
You are a disgusting, vile.
I don't think
piece
I'm that
of shit
disgusting, man. I
fucking
really don't. I really don't think
pedophile
that.
apologist. But if you weren't a
I'm not a
fucking
but I'm
pedophile
not a
apologist,
pedophile apologist.
you and I could be fucking friends. I really do. You're the
I
only.
think we are.
person-
Here's the thing: we are going to be friends. That's
Oh,
the
no, we're
problem,
not.
Mr. Berger.
Oh no, we're
Here's
not.
the thing: we're going to be friends in spirit. You're going to put up this little like facade of, oh, I don't like Vito and he's the worst. But
No,
everyone's gonna
Vito,
know-
fucking. Why do you keep
everyone
getting
knows
that
we're
wrong?
pals.
Why do you keep getting that wrong?
Because
Holy shit. I have more subscribers than Mr. Burger. Thought this, like, Vito, get the fuck on my show, dude. You're go on this guy's show.
know
You
we're
keep-
pals.
You
I
keep
get it.
saying I don't like you. I hate your fat fucking ass.
No.
When are you gonna get
I
that
know,
through your fucking
Mr.
head?
Berger. I know you like me. I get it.
No, I don't. No,
Yes,
I
you
don't.
do.
You know
All right.
what? It just
You're
hit
playing
me.
hard to get. You're playing hard to get.
No, Vito,
It
you
just
don't
came to me.
fucking get it. That's the most exasperating thing about you. You don't fucking get it because you've never truly been hated by anybody. And your
What are you
entire
talking about? I've been hated by plenty of people.
No,
the
Vito,
thing
but
is,
you
though,
don't get it.
you don't hate me, Mr. Berger.
Yes, I
know
do.
that. No, you
I'm
don't.
spending money to
Here's
try
the
and
deal.
fuck
Here's the
your
deal.
life
Here's
up.
the problem. Here's the problem.
I am devoting
No, 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 no,
time
no, no, no,
that I
no,
should
no,
be
no, no,
doing
no, no.
other things to
That's cool.
fuck
That's
your
cool.
You just
What
throw
do you
out
think,
reel
Jim?
them
Do you
in.
think he hates him, Jim? Or do you think he's just using Vito to get clout for people to tune in and maybe sub to his channel for being the Vito? This is like this is EVS's Eric July. Vito is EVS's Eric July for Mr. Burger.
That's why I'm confused because I swore that they've been on streams together before.
They
A
probably
lot of people end up on small streams all clustered together at weird times.
right.
And I know it's sort of a popular thing at the moment to talk about, but like people, threatening, legal action and stuff with things that are being said from other YouTubers on streams and everything. He literally just led him into a trap that he got him so angry, he made him admit that he's doing this to just try and destroy him and spending his own money to do it. Like, that's just like, if anything ever does come of this, like if he makes a documentary and he puts stuff in that, can't be found accurate, like he's just opened himself up for a nice little legal.
I mean, what I'm
landmine
saying
there.
is, like,
Yes,
for
like-
years
like
now,
Vito
for several
says, he-
years, I mean, Vito's talked about Mr. Burger like he was a friend.
I think he's I don't know, but I don't think
There's two
Vito
Mr. Burgers.
There's two Mr. Burgers?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right.
So I don't know if Vito.
One's not real meat. One's
heard
like a
Vito's-
plant-based burger.
Yes. But I didn't. I knew who Vito was. before
Oh,
this
I'm
year,
sorry.
but I never even
I'm
listened
sorry.
to him.
Sorry. Holy fuck. I'm thinking of Mr.
You give
Girl.
something else.
No,
Mr. Girl?
we're gonna get into
Yeah.
Mr. Girl really quick. It's coming up, dude. And again, I think Vito.
I just don't
doesn't
think this Mr. Burger's been around very long.
No, like I said, he's got 602 subs on his channel. This video got 450 views, and that's after. Look at the Vito at EVS wiped the floor with you. You Muppets embarrassed yourselves. We laughed and we laughed and we laughed. So I mean, Mr. Burger should be locked up in a mental hospital.
That was hilarious. The trash cast.
It was.
He
it
does
was
have
fun.
some amount of energy, though. I give him that.
Yeah, but it's an act. He's
Oh yeah.
Here's a difference. Like Ethan gets angry with Eric July or whatever, right? He does. But it's not an act. It's like it comes from watching this shit over and over and over again. And the chat is like, what the fuck, dude? Nobody in this chat is even saying you're right. It's funny.
Life up.
Mr. Burger, listen, you have built in your head a wooden totem. Okay, you've carved it out of wood in your head, and it's in the shape of a fat man who says things you don't like.
Fat and greasy. Fat and greasy.
Well, I'm an Italian man, and we sweat marinara.
Whoa. That's Vito, that's your second strike, buddy.
Italians are the niggas of the East Coast. We all know that.
Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. Don't you say anything bad about Italians.
How come-
I love me some Italians.
It's my people. What do you mean?
How come Vito can say the N-word?
I don't know.
Are they gonna clip that and make a video about it and say EVS loves another guy that uses the N-word?
How dare you disparage Italians on this fucking show?
You just called them greasy.
Oh, no.
Are you going to say Italians are not a greasy people?
I called you greasy.
Yeah.
Where do you think the grease comes from?
I've known plenty of Italian people who are like cool, honest, honorable people.
Yeah, like me.
Aren't creepy.
No. I'm the person you're describing, Brian. Now look, Mr. Burger.
Yeah,
so you've built this totem, you've carved it out of clay, and that's what you're mad at. You're mad at an invented version of me. That's the problem. You're not mad at the real me because you don't know the real me.
Oh yeah. I tell you what.
You
know me from Twitter.
You know how you get to know the real you, Vito.
How's
How you get to know the real
How's
you
that?
by the company you keep.
There it is.
And, here's some of the company that you keep.
Let's do it.
This is much ado.
All right.
I feel bad about myself for being attracted to younger women, but I'm not attracted to their fucking brains. I'm attracted to the fact that they haven't had a chance to ruin their fucking bodies yet. I just want a 35-year-old brain and a 15-year-old body.
Gross.
Maybe 16. I think it would be 14 at first, and then it would move up once the novelty wore off. I think it would be 15 or 16.
Is this consideration in line with your desire to empathize with pedophiles, or is it something more personal than that?
I just want to.
Yeah, that's the company you keep, Vito.
Who's that?
That's Mr. Girl, Maxi Boy.
Who?
Mr. Girl.
I've never heard of him.
I didn't know anything about this Mr. Girl when I was watching this, and I was like, oh, okay, so like he's making Vito associate, and then Vito cops to it later, Jim, because you even said it, Jim, like Mr. Girl, right? So
I was thinking of the wrong person.
This guy's a creep.
Vito,
This guy
on,
sucks.
Come on.
Man, this guy's the worst.
Jesus Christ,
Yeah.
Vito. You fucking asked for this. You fucking
Can we
asked
get rid of
for
this guy? Hold on. Can we get rid of this guy?
You fucking asked for this, and this is the route you're going.
Where'd you find this guy?
What kind of arch villain are you?
Where'd
I
you find
expect
this
more
guy?
out of you.
Where'd you find this guy?
You're supposed to be my fucking Lex Luthor.
No,
you're
I'm your
supposed to be
friend.
my goddamn Joker.
I'm your best friend.
Yeah, you're kind of bringing the weak sauce. I have to admit.
Do better. How fucking dare you? Do
So
better.
hold on. What is the theory?
What do you mean? What the fuck is the
Why'd
theory?
you show me that video? What does that have to do with me?
That's your
Growing
fucking
up.
friend. You have said on multiple occasions. Do you want me to bring up the screen captures? Do you
That is
want me
my
to bring up the
friend.
tweet?
Okay, that is my friend. So what's your point?
Jesus Christ, Vito. You said earlier today that I'm bad at this.
Do you want me- do you want me-
you're gonna fucking play dumb now?
Do you
Yeah, I
need
mean,
me to
that's what I'm
disarm?
wondering. Is he playing dumb or is he
I'm
just
trolling
dumb?
a little bit. I'm trolling because why?
No.
Oh, you
Let's play it again. Let's play it again.
No, I already watched it. I don't want to watch it again. I already know what it said. What is the point?
Let's play it again. Hold on. Just
Why do we? No, if you play it again, I'm going to leave because I'm bored. We already know what it says. Play something else. You got another clip?
Vito, what's the problem? Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on.
The problem is I'm not going to waste time watching the same clip twice. You must have another clip.
What's the problem? What's the problem?
Problem is, we already watched the clip. I'm not going to sit here and watch clips all day unless you have a different one. I'm not going to watch the same clip.
Oh, well, Jesus, do I have a different one? Do I have a different
I
one?
assume you do.
Hey, Brian, do
Well,
I have a different clip? Do you think?
I honestly don't know.
Well, you know what? Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. I don't know. Maybe I have this clip.
Most desirable age is 14.
You may overstate how many people are going to find the children in this movie hot. Like,
I don't think so. I think they're objectively hot. I think say your son is 12, and she's like, you're like, oh, there's going to be this group of girls at it's like a function that we're going to, and he's like, oh, are they hot? Like, I think most people, if they saw the girls and then they like had some acceptable reason to say yes, they'd be like, well, yeah.
Okay.
Damn you, Vito! You're making me show.
Wait, why
pieces of
damn me?
myself.
I didn't say that. He
Damn
said
you,
it.
Vito, you're
Yeah, Vito didn't say it, Jim. Did Vito say it? It was his friend that said it, right?
Yeah.
And did you hear the context? Like, if you had a 12-year-old son and he asked you, are there going to be hot girls there? You would objectively say yes. That's what the context of that was. Now, the dad shouldn't be judging 14-year-old girls. I do agree with that. Like, I don't know. They're fucking 14 years old. You judge for yourself, son. You tell me what you thought. But, yeah.
making me show pieces of the documentary. Wait, like fucking
Okay, so
9
why
months
is
before
it
it's
not a
due.
Mr. Girl documentary?
No, because it's a Mr. Girl as it relates to you documentary.
Why?
Because it will bother you. Maybe
It
will cause
doesn't
you to have a
bother me. I've already said I'm friends with the guy. And why?
Yeah,
wait,
but
why?
why are you-
Hold on. Why is the goal of the documentary to bother me? Why is that important to you?
Hey, why does Vito have that filter in front of the filter, guys? I don't know what that's about. What does that do? Do you know, Liquid or Nicholas?
Just a pop
What do
filter.
you mean filter in front of a filter?
What is it?
Oh, the pop filter that he
Yeah.
has on there.
Yeah.
Well, the one, I don't think he probably doesn't need it. But the pop filter is there just to stop the plosives, like this kind of sound.
Oh, okay.
So maybe
right.
he just does that a lot naturally. Maybe you need another one.
Does it the filter takes off? Does it help with like echoing if you have like hardwood floors or no soundboarding on your walls and stuff?
I
Not
don't know.
really.
I don't think so.
No.
No.
Okay. All right.
A cover will absorb more than the pop filter in that case.
A what
Yeah,
would?
just like a cover.
Oh, yeah, I got that. Yeah, okay. Okay. All right. So he does bring up a good point, Jim. Why isn't the video called or the document about the other guy? Because Vito's not saying this nonsense. It's Mr. Whoever saying it.
Because I fucking hate you.
So this is just complete spite. That's a waste of time, man. You can just hate.
You really are fucking about to make me angry. I have said multiple
You
times.
are already
multiple
angry.
fucking
You're an
times.
angry guy.
No, I'm not. I'm the most
Yes,
pleasant,
you are.
cuddly teddy bear you've ever fucking seen.
Okay, so why don't you just, if you hate what Mr. Girl says, why
No,
is the
Vito,
I'm
goddamn
so
it, I
confused.
hate you.
Why?
Because Vito,
So
what
do you
you're
hate
doing
Mr.
right now-
You don't hate Mr. Girl, you only hate me.
That's a good question. Let me think about that for a second. That's a
It
good
seems like you hate Mr. Girl. So you're saying that
No,
you want to make a documentary
no,
because you hate me.
No. I do hate Mr. Girl, but I also hate you.
But why would you hate me more if he's the one saying the things?
Because
Shouldn't you hate
Vito,
him more?
did you not see my first video about the opening credits of the teaser?
Yeah, I
Who
saw
is
them.
worse? Who's worse? The pedophile or the person who defends the pedophile?
I would say the pedophile.
No, Vito, I would say the person who
Wait.
defends.
The guy who has sex, let's assume this is a
Yeah.
pedophile. What are we saying? Someone who has had sex with children? And you're saying the guy who has sex, not Mr. Girl, but like an imaginary guy. If a guy has sex with children, that's not as bad as a different guy saying, I don't feel bad that happened.
To
You're
me,
more worried about the guy
specifically
excusing child
because,
rape.
Vito, here's something that you may find surprising.
You're not answering the question.
I've had a huge fan of yours. I loved your Star Wars essays. Love.
Jim, who's worse? The pedophile or the pedophile defender?
No, I would always say the pedophile's worse than
Like 10,000 fucking times,
anyone else.
right?
I mean,
Yeah.
but it's not it's not like they're pretty close, but the pedophile's worse.
But you could be defending the pedophile not getting executed.
I mean, what? But yeah, what
versus-
they're what are they're because this is because they're attacking Vito because he said something about, hey, don't, about the whole thing about putting all the pedophiles against the wall, and
Right.
he had to take Sam, and then because most pedophiles, or the vast majority of them, were also abused when they were kids, so then there's this recidivism or this like thing that happens. So basically, it was like this weird thing he was doing where he was trying to, like, I don't know what the terminology for it is, where saying, well, then you'd have to kill all these kids to make sure they would never be pedophiles.
Right. But, there's different ways of defending it. Like, if a guy gets prosecuted and the answer by the state is, hanging them in Minecraft or, whatever, putting them up against the wall
On the growing earth.
Yeah, on the growing earth, then maybe you say, well, maybe we should just put them in prison forever or do something different. Maybe not kill them. That's an opinion that you can have as a person, but you didn't commit the fucking crime. There's plenty of people that defend murderers every day.
This is just a stupid aside, but do you go after the lawyer as well?
Of course, I know. Like Mr. Berger's got a terrible take here. Yeah.
Well, I think it's a lot of that whole thing because some of them on Twitter had recently sort of alluded to their big Discord server where a lot of this is getting generated. But I know, far as the science goes, but if people start repeating the same thing over and over again, they're just all going to start believing it, even though obviously at a certain point, Mr. Berger, once he actually said it out loud like that, he probably realized it was fucking stupid. But
he said it. Like he said it. Like
because they convinced themselves that it was important.
Right. And it's like Snakes is saying that's not true though. That's a feminist. Of course it is. It's like saying that all serial killers were abused by their fucking dad. Like they were all fucking beat by their dad. That's why they turned into serial killers. I don't believe it. I think that's what they say to their lawyers when they go to court so they can maybe not get a heavier sentence. But I don't believe everything.
So then that would mean that you should kill it, that the answer should be to Minecraft anyone who was beat by their dad. That way we wouldn't have any serial killers.
Right. It's ridiculous. Like every time I listen to these crime podcasts about serial killers, their dad abused them. Shut the fuck up, man. Jesus Christ.
Well, that kind of stuff does. I mean, okay, there is causal factors in that kind of stuff.
No, dude. I didn't have the greatest childhood. I never touched my wife. I never touched my kids.
Accountability. True.
Yeah. That's bullshit. Like you are an adult.
That they're more likely to have it. They're more likely to have suffered severe abuse as children than the general population. That's just a truth.
Maybe
that's why you shouldn't abuse children.
Maybe when you notice your kid is killing cats in the backyard, you fucking beat the shit out of them and say, don't kill the cats in the backyard.
Yeah, but that's not even necessarily abuse. I mean, that's the abuse that those kind of kids that fucks a kid up like that. That's not that kind of, it's not discipline. You're talking about and probably more importantly, even the physical abuse is going to be like the emotional and psychological abuse. I mean, even going down to the whole fact of depriving infants of physical touch. That will create a serial killer.
I didn't beat my kids enough. I don't have any famous serial killer kids, and I got 4 of them. God damn it. Oh, that's gross, Ruth. Oh my God. Serial killer fabric to make. Oh God. No, I'm not a fan of hitting kids either, but I got my ass whipped growing up. Not punched or anything, but I got disciplined. It was a thing. Discipline matters. Like I did fear when my dad would snap the belt. Oh shit. I fucked up today. And it wasn't because of a petty thing. Like I really lied to him or did something and I got caught. Don't do that shit. And you know what I don't do? I don't tolerate lying. I know, man. I could have been like this famous dad that feels sorry for his kids that are killing all these innocents in the world. It's awful. God damn it.
Well, I mean, you go to go to Jeffrey Dahmer.
I didn't think of my future. I didn't get on with Katie Couric or Juan Williams or whoever that wants to bring me on and talk about my awful child. Oh my God. It's like
Well, you
Dahmer.
gotta, Dahmer
Dahmer.
wasn't beaten.
Nope.
Dahmer wasn't beaten. Nope,
He was
never beaten,
neglected.
but neglected at a very young age. And
So
that
he
fucks
says.
up a mammal's mind.
But also his
Any
dad says
mammal's
it
mind
too.
does it.
And his dad
Does
says
the same
it
thing
too.
to a
Yeah.
dog. If you treat a dog in a similar fashion, it's going to become more aggressive.
What a dog can't think, a human can.
Yeah, it can. We
No,
have
dog
more
can't think.
complex. That's why a dog doesn't turn into a serial killer, and we do, because our more
right.
intelligence allows that more creativity.
Yeah.
I don't know. Have you ever seen pit bulls go crazy? I've seen some videos.
Sure. Well, so do Alaskan Huskies. Alaskan Huskies will defend their fucking owner to the death. They know who their owners are. I mean, we had one. My dog used to fucking fight any dog that came on our property and would bite a human if that human was aggressive towards the kids. Yeah,
I mean, all dogs are a little like that, and it's in them. But some dogs are just that's more pronounced.
Yeah. Well, Jim has a pit bull, and it's very well trained, but there are still good trained dogs that do have an instinct in them, Jim, that comes out that you didn't even know was in them. Like they maybe.
First of all, nobody should ever really trust any dog completely.
Nope.
I mean, cats are worse, actually. Though cats are worse because cats will eat you. And if cats were big enough, they would attack you and kill you.
Jim,
They're just not big enough to try it.
I had a golden retriever bite my daughter.
Yeah.
But he did it because he was eating and she reached for his food. She was little. And you know how they are. They just go, "Ugh," and they just put their, and he got a tooth there and he didn't like bite and clamp on her. He just like, ugh. And it got her. And my wife's like, "We got to put him down." I go, "No, we got to tell her to quit putting her fucking hand in the goddamn dog food bowl when he's eating." Jesus Christ.
Generally, because I try to take care of that with a dog really early. You get them to relax on that kind of stuff really early when they're real little puppies still.
Yeah, but they're all grown now. The kids are grown and all that stuff, so that's not a problem. And I got a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old grandsons, and they're not around the dogs when they eat, so it's not a problem. Because they fucking live at my feet all day long. I'm surrounded by 4 dogs right now. They're just laying around me, just like Jim's dog's laying behind him.
Love them.
So you feel betrayed as a fan. So this is an
I
angry
watched
fan
them.
thing.
I watched them dozens of times.
All right, so I understand this. You're an angry fan. And you're lashing out. I get it.
No. It's not just that. Vito,
Well, it is-
you're an
it is
intelligent
bad.
guy.
Exactly.
You're an intelligent guy.
Snakes.
You're a
Yeah.
funny guy.
Sure.
You're a funny guy. You're a talented guy. But you're
Mr. Girl is
also
also
a
funny and
worthless,
talented.
fat fucking piece of shit.
I don't think you
Because
watched
you
Mr. Girl's
defend
content.
a fucking pedophile.
Wait,
You simp for one.
well, Mr. Girl,
Okay, Jim, he's sitting here taking this abuse from this guy. Like, Vito's got 100,000 subs on YouTube. He's sitting here, a guy with 600 subs, and he's calling him a fat fucking.
Vito's got 250,000 subs on YouTube.
I'm saying, okay, he talks later in the video about having 100,000 subs when he made some comments, that have created this shit. So now he's got what he's got now. But my point is, this guy is just calling him a fat fucking worthless piece of shit, and he's just sitting there taking it. I'm like, man, I would have a hard fucking time listening to this guy say this shit, no matter how many subs I have. But just as a human being, like, who the fuck are you? I don't even know what you look like. Who are you to fucking judge me when I can't judge you back?
He's not a pedophile, first of all.
He's
And,
an admitted one.
He's
Vito,
not.
Vito,
at
who are you?
all.
Vito, again, you're insulting me. Who are you fucking around with? I
Yeah,
just played you 2 fucking clips.
Okay,
to
he's not a
prove- to provide
pedophile.
receipt. Do you really think I don't have Mr. Girl's receipts on him saying directly, I'm a fucking pedophile?
If
Do
you
really
have a
think I
clip
don't?
of him saying I'm a pedophile without it being a satirical song that he wrote,
And there we
I
go,
will send
Vito.
you
There we
$20.
go, Vito.
There it is.
That's your job. It's a joke. It's
Yeah,
a
well, see,
joke.
so-
What shows?
It's a
absolutely a
fucking
joke. Wait,
Somebody
wait,
could
wait,
see
wait,
somebody.
wait.
Dave,
You're telling me that
Dave.
song is not
Yeah. Go
funny.
ahead.
See, somebody could clip Vito right there when he just said, "I am a," which
Right.
I'm not going to say because I don't want someone to clip it. Say, "See, he said it."
Right.
You know what I mean? So, and that's what people do is they'll clip something completely out of context, and
Oh, so he is a fat dude, says in
I
modern?
don't know who does stuff like that. I would never do anything like that.
Yeah, people.
No,
do.
really?
No.
You're not that vindictive? You would never do that, Nicholas? Like, you would never make a...
No,
No.
I'm too lazy to do mostly video. I just do it on Twitter. Just
Gotcha.
adjust your text size to a certain thing. You get it and just cut it off at that certain thing. It's just funny. I mean,
Oh, man, this guy is just over the top. Like, what the fuck? I gotta, like, Julio says the internet peaked with web rings and Usenet. I'm gonna say it peaked with BTM reviews. There's nothing ever better than this show. Yeah, fat black guy. Oh boy. So it's the pot calling the kettle black.
Is that what
Brian,
you're
you
saying?
need to talk for a second. I need to take a blood pressure med.
I think you
Talk
should
for a
play the
second.
song, and we should decide if it's funny.
Well, I don't know which song you're talking about.
It's the song called "I'm a Pedophile," and you should play the song.
Yeah,
See, you just said it
that's
again.
not
Somebody
shit.
just flip that.
That's
Okay,
not
but we
my-
should play it and let the audience
That's
decide.
That's not my jam.
Brian, I don't care about your opinion. It's useless to me.
It took Vito about 8 minutes to understand Brian is fucking worthless to this conversation. And when you watch EVS, the whole beginning of the video with EVS, he's like, "Oh, this Brian guy is a creep." He reminds you of the person that they're calling Vito, like of that type of person. And he gives off this creepy, weird vibe, and he's not the guy like you wouldn't want to hang out with. And
he's on the
like,
slum streams a lot. He is such a bitch.
And now Vito's like, "Yeah, I'm 8 minutes in, and I don't care about your opinion. You guys are fucking terrible. You're terrible, Brian."
He should play it and see if the audience thinks it's funny.
See, look at this passive aggressive faggot. Like, "Oh, you said that my opinion doesn't matter." Well, yeah, dude, because you're just a cuck for Mr. Burger, because apparently, like, you and Mr. Burger are bros. For some reason, I guess. I
just suspect that him to like come back from being off camera and like a dress and makeup. That's what I think of when I see him.
Yeah, like
just how he's acting like that.
Oh my God. My
I
heart
thought I was
is
going
a
to hear a
flutter.
British accent.
Like you're just waiting for my heart is a flutter, sir. Oh my goodness. Faggity, 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 fag. Yeah, I'll say it all day long. Fag's the best word ever created for dudes. Jim's a fag. Liquid Snake's a fag. Nicholas is a fag. But not because they're gay, because they're fags. They all believe in the fucking expanding Earth theory. Like, I'm the only reality guy here. Jim is fully bought into Liquid Blake's theory about the expanding Earth. Nicholas, he's pushing the videos to Liquid Snake, and I'm here going, "What are you guys talking about?" Just kidding. But fag is a great word. Fag is just a word that kids used to call each other all day long, every day, and it never was mean. It was like, "Quit being a fag, dude. Stop being a fag. Just stop." Like, women call women bitches all day, and they still do, but that's okay. But we can't call. Hey, Nicholas, you see this Mr. Burger little logo he's got here in the right corner? Is that in this guy's picture,
No.
or is that something?
No,
Mr.
that's
Burger
like
has?
that's how
an
he's.
overlay.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's probably like because you can do the StreamYard logo. That's probably what that is.
So I
you
could
can
make
put
a
your own
BTM reviews little logo and put it in my corner for the whole stream.
Yeah. You go into like
Really?
your channel branding. You go into like the branding section,
Uh-huh.
and it's like
There's a background. There's a overlay. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. So I could just is that like I could just add a picture there, and then that's what the overlay is then, huh?
yeah,
Let's
well,
see.
like it depends what like if you have like a full overlay, it might cover like the whole screen and everything, or you could probably just there might be like a different one where you have like the top corner icon option.
Okay, let's see. There. That's my overlay. I don't know how to
Yeah,
make
so-
it smaller.
No, that'll just overlay everything then.
I don't know how to make it. I saw it has to be a certain size when you create it, I guess.
Yeah.
No, what this thing? No, it goes in a different spot. It's not overlays. It's icon.
Yeah.
In the settings of you go to branding.
Yeah.
And then you look up, not overlay, no, above. It'll say branding. Or
brand color theme.
Keep going up. There's different things. There's banners, branding. What else does it say?
I've got brand color, theme, logo, overlay, video.
All the way to the right. Logo.
Logo.
Yeah. And logo will be up in the top right corner. So if you put that in logo, it'll go in the top right corner of your video and cover his up.
There we
use the
go.
same picture. You
There
can move
we
it if
go.
you go into if you go now into the settings of your thing and you can pull it down to a
Someone
different.
needs
You
to
know what I mean?
clip
To
out all
cover it.
the tech support breaks on this stream.
Well, I think the chat needs to learn.
Like a little compilation.
Jim teaches Dave the internet.
You're taking a tone with me.
Well, you seem like a very unintelligent man,
Well,
and you
you know
contribute
what?
very little to the conversation.
You
seem at a loss for
You're
words.
going to lacerate me with your rapier-like wit now. Is that it, bro?
Yes, I'm going to lacerate you with my rapier-like wit.
Have at it.
Okay.
Have you ever? I mean,
Did he just say he's going to rape him? You twit.
Pretty much.
I think that was a bit lost in translation for you there, Jim. What happened to it?
I don't know.
145 over 93.
Let's play
Wow.
the song.
That's
do you need me
pretty
to
high.
link you to the song, Mr. Berg? Do you need me to look it up?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
All right, where's my keyboard? There it is. Okay.
Rumor is that you want Vito. Why are you doing that? Can you answer another question of mine?
Absolutely.
The rumor is that you're on Ozempics. Is that working out
Not
for you?
currently. Not currently. I've tried it in the past.
Have you had an allergic reaction to it?
I don't know if allergic is correct, but it does have side effects.
Yes, it does. I've heard. Well, Vito, be careful. God knows I don't want you to die. Absolutely want you.
I know,
want you to
because we're
live. I want you to.
friends.
I want you to live as long as possible, Vito.
Because we're friends.
No, because I want you to think about what could have been.
Well, I
For
have a
the rest
comic
of your
book that just made
fucking life.
$120,000. I'm pretty happy with that.
In California.
You hear that argument? In California. Yeah.
Wow.
Like in
Yeah,
California.
this guy's going to upset me to the point I might have to back Super Killer again.
Yeah, people in the chat earlier were saying they back Super Killer after this. Like, fuck.
Yeah, well, it's not-
$120,000 in
Well, hold
California.
on. Do
It's
you
like
think that's
fucking, it's like fucking 40 grand.
Do you
It's
think
like
that's the
fucking
only?
40
Do
grand.
you think that's the only money I make?
I don't know, and frankly, I don't care.
Well, you know, I have a podcast.
The thing
to
is,
make-
Vito,
hold on.
with-
You're making a
with your-
documentary about me. Don't you want information about my money? Wouldn't that be helpful?
No, because I'm not necessarily interested in that.
No,
So he's not interested in the facts.
I don't want you to be
I'm not interested
successful.
in the facts. I just want to shit I've made up and the shit I found on Kiwi farms.
That's taken out of context, but we don't want to know that you're actually a successful guy. Oh my God.
I mean, Vito, all this stuff this guy's trying to make fun of Vito for, he's talked about on his own fucking show. You know,
Yes.
Ozempic and it's been on The Biggest Problem. Dick has made fun of him for it. So I don't know. You know, these guys want to make fun of somebody, and the person gets made fun of by Dick Masterson every week. You kind of have to bring your A game.
Yeah, what's up, JD Kirby? Yeah, he did. He does care. It's like, oh, dude, they fucking slaughter or Vito slaughters Brian pretty soon. It's the best. I actually DM'd Vito about this appearance, and he responded. It was cool because I've never talked to Vito before.
You're making an entire documentary about me, and you have no interest in my financial situation and how I'm able to, just go.
Of course I do, Vito. Of course I ultimately do. Of course I ultimately do. But Vito, it's been a task tracking down all your posts. It's been a task finding all your videos. A lot of them have been scrubbed. It's been very, very difficult.
What video has been scrubbed?
There's a couple of them out there. The Cuties controversial video, the one where you're sympathizing with MAPS.
Whoa. There's a video where I'm sympathizing with Maps. Inform me.
Arguing the point that Max shouldn't be persecuted, blah 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 blah. Your usual stick.
Gross. But
Brian,
you're just being sarcastic,
you're
right?
not useful.
It's just jokes, bro. Right?
Brian,
What do you want me to, wait. What do you want me to say about pedophiles? How should they be persecuted?
They shouldn't be persecuted, Vito.
Wait. What do you mean? Whoa. You just said that the problem with the video is I said that pedophiles shouldn't be persecuted.
You didn't let
Why
me
are you
finish.
saying they shouldn't be persecuted?
You didn't let me finish. If they're proven pedophiles, they should be thrown into, and I know this is a cliche, wood chipper.
So let's say somebody has. So you want to kill people who have not committed crimes?
No, I said convicted. Are you not listening?
Okay, so convicted. So what? Wait, why are you arguing with me? When have I ever said convicted pedophiles should not face retribution for their crimes?
I never said you did.
So what's the issue then?
Your
it sounds like
yeah, like what's the issue? Like if you're convicted, just it's the whole guilty by association thing, right, Jim? Like
I think I don't
like.
Wait. Hold on. Well, because you guys make no sense. If somebody doesn't commit a crime, what should happen to them?
If somebody commits a crime, they should be punished.
If someone does not commit a crime, what should happen to them?
Well, I guess similar to what's happening here. They should be socially shunned. They should be yelled at. They should be ridiculed, and their lives should be made a little bit worse. Sort of. That's what we're doing here.
So they should be socially shunned. I think they are. I don't think that's different. I don't even think I disagree with that. Obviously, people don't want to hear about if somebody wants to have sex with children. That's obviously has a societal stigma. It's like talking about wanting to murder people or wanting to commit any kind of crime. I don't think that social stigma is ever going anywhere. I think we absolutely agree on that point.
Clearly, we don't.
Why not?
Do I need to play the video again and have you threaten to walk out?
Which video?
The one with the one that you didn't recognize for a few moments and pretending like you didn't.
So a video of someone else saying things.
Yes. Someone that you have
you're saying
admired greatly and call a friend.
Okay. So can I disagree with my friends? You ever have a disagreement with a friend? You know, we don't really see eye to eye on this issue.
Yeah,
Jesus.
God
damn it. God damn it.
I had a friend
I expected better than this. I expected better than this. You're supposed to be my goddamn
Mr. Girl is not.
You're supposed to be my foil. You're supposed to be Luthor to my Superman. You're supposed to be the Joker to my goddamn Batman.
I'm telling you, Mr. Girl's not a pedophile, and we disagree on a variety of societal issues.
Okay, for God's sake, stick with that. Don't become reasonable now.
Wait, when was I ever unreasonable? What did I say that was unreasonable?
Vito, do you really want me to? Let me pull up some of the tweets.
Can you pull up a clip of me? Okay, yes. My tweets, not Mr. Girl, correct?
Let me put the conversations you and I have had where you profess your absolute adoring love for this fucking pervert.
Okay, why does this have anything to do with Mr. Girl? Why don't you bring up things I have said, my opinions?
Okay, all right, sure.
How about the cuties thing?
What about it?
Right? Weren't you all into cuties?
What do you mean, right? I haven't seen it. What do you mean I was into it?
According to my research, Brian, he hasn't fucking seen it. However,
he said it wasn't. He said it wasn't illegal by the fucking Supreme Court precedent.
Oh, he has no points here, JD Kirby. You're exactly right. Yes,
Why is this in Spanish?
Screenshot it was Spanish.
Yeah.
But partially in Spanish. I don't understand why something doesn't make sense.
Like Brian, like Vito says, dude, you're adding nothing to the conversation. Just shut the fuck up. Mr. Nothing Burger. Yeah, like we were talking about Jimmy Buffett's Burger in Paradise last night. Like, this is so far away from a Burger in Paradise, Jim. This is like 10 grades below White Castle. Mr. Burger is 10 grades below White Castle. And I haven't ate White Castle in like 20 fucking years. So do you do White Castle, Jim?
Yeah, I like White Castles.
Yeah, but Mr. Burger's way below that shit.
Yeah, he's like a Crystal.
Like, is Crystal Rallies? It's Crystal and Rallies, right?
No, Crystal is like the ghetto lower tier version of White Castle.
Oh, okay. So it was the little square burgers. Okay,
Yeah.
so it's like a Church's chicken versus a Popeye's chicken. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so simply, this is, and I'm sure you watched EVS, and this is why Vito doesn't like this guy, because he's going to use this as his proof that oh shit, that's funny. Yes, it's the best because I liked Rally's burgers, man. Like, it was super cheap. I think like Rally's is one of the first ones that had like the double drive-throughs, Jim. Like, you go through both sides of Rally's. There used to be a chain also called Backyard Burgers that was pretty good. I don't see them around much more. So this is what Mr. Burger's pulling up for proof that Vito likes cuties. So here we go.
Yeah, can you show that what that was in response to?
No, I can't.
Okay, so again, you have a tweet out of context.
All right.
You don't understand.
So
what the joke was.
enlighten me, Vito.
Context for us?
Yeah, I'll tell you the context.
Put it in
Somebody was
context,
saying,
Vito.
"Oh, you fucking love Cuties. You think Cuties is the best movie ever?" And I said, "Cuties rules, man." Because I'm fucking with a guy.
Oh,
because I knew it would make him upset.
Brian, it's a joke. It's a joke.
Yeah, it made him
It's a
upset.
fucking joke.
I made a guy upset on the internet. It was funny, and it still is funny. Making people upset on the internet is funny to me.
Yeah, Vito. Yeah, like kind of like this too. This I'm sure this upset a lot of people. God knows why.
It is funny when the kid get raped. I agree with that.
So you agree it's funny when a kid gets raped?
No. Not when a kid gets raped. When the kid gets raped. Now, can you show what kid we were responding to? Can you show that context?
I'm sure. No, I'm sure I can't. But please, Vito, please figure. Give us the context. Give us the content, and then the context.
Yeah, sure. A troll was saying, "Oh, you think this is funny?" And I forget. He was referring to some movie. I don't even remember what the fuck it was. He's like, "Oh, you think it's funny? You think it's funny?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's funny." Because he's baiting me. He's trying to get me to say something. So, and I go, "Yeah, it's funny." He goes, "Oh, which part's funny?" And I'm like, "You think when the kid gets raped? That's the funniest part." We're really talking about the movie. I think we're talking about the movie. Funny to me. He is a knee slapper.
Got him.
Oh, Brian, my side. Oh, Vito, my. Oh my God. Oh,
it's funny to me.
Just another fucking joke. Just another fucking joke.
Why do you care what I think is funny? What does it matter?
I don't know these tweets, Jim. Do you?
I don't know.
But if he's having a one-on-one conversation, Liquid Blake, with somebody, and they're going back and forth, and he's like, "Yeah, the funny part's when the kid got raped." Like, the guy is shut the fuck up at that point. Like, oh, like that's Vito's comedy. Like, he's just trying to be funny, or leave me the fuck alone. And funny's greater than offensive. Yeah, I mean, and Vito, I think, is going to do a pretty good job here later explaining some of this stuff. Some people might not agree, but I kind of agree with what he's going to say here later, Jim.
Because I have a fucking kid, Vigo.
Okay, I'm going
to. I know people.
I have 4, and I'm not offended, dude. I'm not.
Hold on.
Because I actually pay attention to my kids and watch what they're fucking doing. I did when they were growing up, so I wasn't worried about a bunch of weirdos being around my kids.
How do you feel about Louis C.K.?
I know the context you're about to. What's called?
How do you feel
I don't
about
like him either.
You don't like. Hold on. Okay, but you could admit that Louis C.K. is perhaps one of the most well-known stand-ups, beloved by thousands, and he has made jokes which I would argue are infinitely worse than jokes I've made. No, are you aware of his SNL monologue?
Vito, I'm very well aware of it.
How about Dave Chappelle? Do you like Dave Chappelle?
Not really, actually.
So you're comparing.
So you don't. No. Nope. I'm not comparing my tweets to that. I'm asking if it is possible for that subject matter to be funny. And clearly, society.
Not to me.
Well, then why are Dave Chappelle's stand-up specials make millions of dollars and are hugely beloved, and he has a Netflix contract to keep producing them?
Because they are great artists. That's why.
Okay, so.
Oh, you hear that, Jim? Because they're great artists. Liquid Burger, when I heard this argument from Brian, I knew he was an idiot. Like,
Liquid Burger? Why are you calling him Liquid Burger?
Or Liquid Blake. I knew that Brian was an idiot when he said because they're great artists. Like at this point, you're like, oh, so if you're a popular dude, your murder's less offensive than if you're not a popular dude, right? I mean, it's the same argument. You're saying that Vito can't make a pedophile joke because he's not Dave Chappelle or he's not Louis C.K. He's just Vito on the internet. It's a terrible argument. Pedophilia is pedophilia, no matter how good of an artist you are or whether you're promoting it. This is where.
Oh, well, okay. Would you be more concerned about a guy on TV making a PDF
Yes.
joke, or the
Yes.
guy,
Yes.
or the guy sitting in the cubicle next to you?
I'd
be a little bit more concerned about a guy telling me a PDF joke.
The guy that has a lot of
I get
money
worried.
and access to people, yes, he's the scarier person. Ask the people of England about that guy
But
that
he's
was on
willing
TV.
to say it in front of
Jimmy
millions,
Savile.
potentially millions. Of
Yeah,
people.
Jimmy Savile is a fucking.
But he didn't tell PDF jokes. He wasn't doing that.
No, but
No, he was just
Yeah.
doing bad shit to kids.
right, and so what's the difference between Dave Chappelle, who's a gazillionaire, and Vito, both making the same joke, but Vito's is more offensive because he's not fucking famous? Shut the fuck up. Dave Chappelle can pay for anything he wants. Ask Bill Cosby's victims, allegedly.
Oh, no, he was
uh,
convicted of them.
Oh no, but they were all dropped. He was actually
really?
released from prison. Oh yeah, like they had to drop all the fucking charges because of false prosecution, dude. It was a bad thing.
They couldn't match the sweater.
Exactly right. Like, dude. And also they went way past the statute of limitations on this shit too.
Are we talking about Bill Cosby?
Yeah, like it was
Oh yeah,
crazy.
The conversation, Jim.
Yeah, they well, you said
You
sweater,
see
and then
what
I was
do
like,
with Liquid Blake, like,
but it was because they made a deal with him and said, if you agree to sit for a deposition for these civil suits, we won't prosecute you for anything. And then after he did it, they said, now we're going to prosecute
right.
you.
Yeah, so it was
It's like,
false
well, you
prosecution.
can't do that. You made a deal with them to get him to, because he was refusing
The
to
Roman-
testify. Yeah.
That's the Roman Polanski defense.
Well, I'm just saying. That's just. I'm not. I don't know what happened with Bill Cosby and these women.
Well,
You know.
the topic,
But more than likely, what happened was he was partying with drugs, and they were all taking pills and shit and doing drugs, and whatever happened. I don't fucking know. It was 30 years ago, right?
50 years ago in some cases.
Yeah, whatever.
Like, yeah,
So,
like,
you know, and
Yeah, 30 years ago was like the 90s.
okay, well, yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. It was in the
And he's-
70s. So
60s to the fucking 2000s. Like these women were coming out of the woodwork. But my point here, Rocky, is that this guy Brian said that those guys are talented, so they're allowed to make those jokes. And Vito's just a guy on the internet. This is why Vito knew in 8 minutes that Brian was a fucking moron.
So it comes
Because
down
this thing
to
is called-
hold on.
Pause for
One
a
second. So it
just
comes
for a
down to
second.
personal opinion. I'm not a great artist,
Just for a second.
therefore the jokes that I make are not allowed. But if I was a great artist, I could say anything I want about
Dave,
kids. I
just
can make
stop
any
for a
jokes I
second.
want because then I would be a great artist.
I want to be get something clear. Vito, I have thought
Blake?
and think you are funny. But I
Dave,
also,
pause.
pause.
No, well, like to skew the argument, I mean, they're also using the exact same platform. So, like, literally Netflix, which aired Cuties and hosts Dave Chappelle.
Yep.
So it's like,
And also Eddie Murphy, who was
they only
accused of some
support
weird
great
shit
artists
too, right?
at Netflix, or is it across the board that they're inappropriate at Netflix? Like, you can't really have the argument both ways unless you're just going to say, you know, it's, you know, they bought that from overseas. It's nothing to do with them. No, it's all part of the same thing. So, like, if you're going to sit there supporting Netflix, then overall you're supporting that movie.
Yeah, as soon as Cuties came out, I canceled my Netflix for like a year and a half. And then I got a fucking cell phone. It was part of the plan. You know what I'm saying? Like you just got Netflix again as part of some Sprint bullshit or something in America. Yeah. So Eddie got with a tranny. It's like, and he's doing Netflix movies too, like Beverly Hills Cop 4. Please do not waste your time. That is a bad movie.
Does
bad.
not have the energy of the originals.
God damn, it is. Oh my God, the woman power in that movie is overwhelming.
Also think you're a worthless, degenerate piece of shit. Just so we're clear.
How do you feel about The Rock?
Two things can be true.
How do you feel about The Rock?
Who?
The Rock? Dwayne The Rock Johnson?
Stop naming liberals.
I know.
My answer is always going to be I hate them.
Okay, so then at the end of the day, guys like The Rock, Louis C.K., Dave Chappelle, and pretty much a variety of stand-ups who are universally beloved because they are great artists and they are recognized for their craft. They're allowed to go out and make crazy jokes that touch on very sensitive topics.
Dude.
But because I'm bad at
total
comedy,
deflection. That's total
it's not-
deflection.
why is
See
it
exactly
deflection?
what you're doing.
Why is it deflection? Explain.
Well, because you're trying to put yourself on the level.
No.
Real
No. I'm not trying to put myself on the level.
Yeah, you
I'm
are.
saying if there was a universe in which I was a great comedian, I was renowned as a funny guy, and everything
And
was
then
fine.
my jokes would have been funny and not disturbing and
All right,
disgusting.
so good. All right,
Brian, you only knew they were disgusting and disturbing because you hooked up with Mr. Burger. You didn't even know who Vito was before this.
Quite frankly,
here-
honestly, dude, creepy.
Yes. So Brian, do you do comedy at all?
No.
He's making me
Fantastic.
laugh.
That's great. So I can explain how comedy works. So here's the deal. With,
Oh, you explain how comedy works.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
absolutely.
Oh, you
Okay.
get into actual theory.
no, it's just pretty much accepted and understood by most people who understand comedy.
Let
It's
him-
not like,
let him finish-
it's not like you've done your
Brian.
homework and researched like the
Brian, you're just running your mouth. Let me
him
talk.
finish, Brian.
All right.
I know you're very red in the face and very upset. Let's just get this out.
This
I'm
is
not
kind of
red in the
a
face.
meeting
I'm
the
very
rope,
cool.
meeting your rope to
Very
hang
cool.
yourself.
Very
Go ahead.
cool. Very
Go
cool.
ahead.
Okay. So the idea of comedy, especially young comics, you see a lot of young comics come in, and what they lead with is a lot of shock comedy. Okay, I've seen it. I've been to hundreds of open mics. I've worked with comedians. When I was starting out, and a lot of guys go straight to the shock humor. And the reason they go to the shock humor is you can get a laugh. It'll be an uncomfortable laugh. It's usually not a genuine laugh, but it can be a laugh that's like, oh my God, I can't believe he's saying that. That's so outrageous, whatever else. Now, as comedians grow and evolve, typically they're trying to find the line. They're trying to find the line between good taste and bad taste. That's just the way comedy is. And comedians,
So you're an edgelord. Is that what you're saying?
Brian, I'm trying to explain something to you, and you are failing to listen. So, comedians of all stripes, Brian, you got to stop. Comedians of all stripes have stepped over the line and faced huge societal repercussions for it. I believe it was Gilbert Gottfried who, after 9/11 happened, he made some sort of joke at the expense of the victims, and he lost, huge sponsorships because of it. If we look at comedians who are creating some of the top, programs today, I'm sure you're familiar with Rick and Morty or Community, the sitcom. Well, if you look back, okay, so you don't like any comedy, I got it. So
No,
if
I
you look
like
back,
that comedy.
what comedy do you like, Brian?
Oh, old Peter Sellers movies.
Fucking lame ass.
I mean, what the
Not
fuck?
to mention, there's a lot of dirty humor in those kind of movies. A lot of
Oh,
Peter
dude,
Sellers
it was
stuff.
so racist too. The fucking Japanese butler, and he gave him shit all the time. He treated him like shit. Oh my God. Remember those movies, Jim? The Peter Sellers Pink Panther movies?
They were good.
Yeah. But
And there are
they were
there are
holding-
comedians that get cancelled for this stuff, but there's also ones that make like entire careers out of it, like Norm Macdonald. I don't think Norm Macdonald ever told a joke that wasn't inappropriate
and never gave a fuck.
Yeah.
Like just didn't care. Like, you want to cancel me? Guess what? Bob Saget is one of the dirtiest comedians ever, and he was at Friday or America's Funniest Home Videos, and yeah, he was in everybody's house.
Yeah,
It's
Full
still on
House.
reruns. Yeah. Yeah, imagine the last time you laughed at something was 40 years ago. And I love those movies. They're fantastic. Cato, that was his name, right? His manservant was Cato, right? And he would ambush Peter Sellers when he came home from work and shit, just so Peter Sellers could hone his skills. It was so good.
Well, wonder if he
But-
likes the Steve Martin version.
Oh, the only funny part of that was when Steve Martin was saying hamburger, like he just couldn't say hamburger. Other than that, those movies were mid at best. I like the originals.
One of the few times I've never liked Steve Martin in something.
Yeah, like he just is not Peter Sellers, because Peter Sellers just had it going. And I guess it was a different era too. And it was that 90s take on shit that they were trying to make Liquid Blake. So yeah, it just wasn't as good.
The best one was the actual biopic that Jeffrey Rush played Peter Sellers.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Oh yeah, I'll find the name of it. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Didn't he do a lot of stuff with Roger Corman, Peter Sellers? Where am
I don't know. Tim Conway and Corman together were great, though, right?
Yeah, it's just called The Life and Death of Peter Sellers.
Okay, I got to check that out.
I've heard of that. I'm not sure if I ever saw it.
That's pretty good.
I actually like a I like Community. I'm not
Old
the
Peter
biggest fan.
Sellers movies. Okay, anything modern you might, or you just don't like the modern world. It's all
No,
reject modernity, return to tradition.
Pretend to be comedians. And,
What's a degenerate?
What's a degenerate?
Yes.
Gee, I don't know. Somebody maybe that hangs out with the PDF file.
So you can't actually define the term. You can only give example of what you think they.
Oh, of course. That's the definition. You give the
definition.
I would say
Vito, finish your point. And
well,
please
I'm
keep
trying, but Brian keeps interrupting to tell me about his
lawyer ball stuff.
Peter
I'm
Sellers.
gonna put myself on. Yeah, I'm gonna put myself on mute because I promised that this wouldn't be a.
I think you should just leave because you're contributing nothing. But if you want to stick around, that's
my
fine.
dick. Suck my dick.
I'm not going to. You're weird, homosexual.
Vito, this is not your show.
This guy's lecturing me about comedy, and what he's got is
Vito,
suck my dick and mouth noise. Go watch a Brian Sellers movie. All right.
So this guy just told Vito to suck his dick.
Explain what
Peter
you
Sellers.
want to explain.
Here's what I want to explain. If you look back at a guy like Dan Harmon, he was pushing the edge back with Channel 101, and he had skits that he had to answer for later on. You look at James Gunn, one of the yes. You look at James Gunn, one of the top directors in Hollywood, and you look at some of the things he was tweeting. I mean, again, this was a guy who was working for Troma Films, pushing the edge and trying to find the edge. That's the point of the only way to become a great comedian is to find the edge and go, you know what? I stepped over the edge. That was a mistake. But now that I know where the edge is, I'm a better comedian for it. And you don't see guys like Dan Harmon making those same jokes. You don't see James Gunn treading that same water. Because, again, in his younger years, he was given time to find the line and then, walk it back and figure out where he actually wanted to be. So you're bringing up jokes of mine that, again, they're not ancient. But let's be clear. At no point did I expect myself to become a YouTuber with 100,000 subscribers or whatever else. And when you have 100,000 subscribers, that comes along with a lot of haters and angry guys. So I'm hanging out on Twitter, and a bunch of people come to me, and they go,
So do 1,300 subscribers, Dan. I got 1,300 subscribers, and I got people making videos about me. Like, it's wild. The internet's crazy. I could never imagine being to 100,000. Oh, my God. Unbelievable.
You're disgusting. I hate you. How could you be friends with this Mr. Girl guy? I think you're a secret pedophile. And I said, no. I'm not a pedophile. And I don't even agree with Mr. Girl on these things. I just think, he is a very talented creator. And we have some disagreements about the state of society. And they went, no. I hate you. You're a piece of shit. And you are definitely a pedophile. And that went on for weeks. And eventually I got to the point where I was, so you know how if somebody goes, you're racist. At a certain point, you might go, yeah, nigger, I am racist. Okay. It might come out. And then you got to live with that for the rest of your life. Okay. Because they put you over the line. And I think what happened is people came at me. I got defensive and I said, you know what? Fuck you. I'm going to fuck you and I'm going to fuck your family. And I'm going to fuck whatever. Okay. And do I look back at that and I go, was that the best way to handle that situation? No, I thought, okay, I'm trolling the trolls back. I'll get in their heads and they'll be like, oh my God, this Vito guy's crazy. I got to leave him alone. It didn't pan out the way I necessarily wanted it to. But again, this was me in a very unique situation. I thought people understand I'm a comedian. People understand that I'm making jokes. I can push the line. I can say something a little nutty and crazy.
Does Vito do stand-up, guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Never
I think that, 3 years later.
I gotta be honest. This sounds a little familiar to me.
Okay.
I think.
defensive way of reacting to that because I'm an idiot. And I'll say that right now. I handled it badly. I said, yeah, you know what? I am. Yeah, you better hide your kids. You better watch out for Vito.
Right.
He's going to whatever. And that was my defensive way of, I also had never dealt, I've dealt with heat before,
Sure.
but I've never had hundreds, thousands of people calling
Well,
me a
Vito, that's
pedophile
because
of my
people don't
friends.
like that. Why do you think?
I understand.
Why do you think Bud Light and Target and these companies are losing all this money? Because they're fucking with kids.
Gosh, Vito, that's I knew that sounded familiar. Golly gee, Willikers, it almost sounds rehearsed. Like he's been practicing that same fucking same fucking reasonable.
So because I have a consistent
matter of fact, holy fucking shit! There's 4 or 5 different videos with you saying essentially the same fucking thing.
Which means he learned his lesson in my head, Liquid Blake. Like when you reflect on life, you go, dude, that probably wasn't my best look. That's what you just have to live with that. And
do you want the story changing 5 times? I mean,
exactly. Like
that argument doesn't hold any water to me at all, because if it was
a different story every time,
believe,
right? Yeah.
No, I get the impression that like Mr. Berger sitting there reading like a Discord server of a bunch of dumbasses telling them what to say. He's having a hard time finding an intelligent person coming up with that as a response and being like animated over it.
He's got 3 gigs of data of Vito content for his documentary. That's how much shit he's got.
So
Vito.
wait, would you prefer I change my story every time I explain what happened?
I prefer you, Vito, the cop to the bullshit you did. I prefer you, Vito, to basically say, hey, Mr. Girl is a degenerate fucking pedophile, and I disavow him, and I don't want anything to do with him.
I disavow Mr. Girl. But what are you saying that I did specifically? You want me to cop to? It sounds like what you want me to cop to is being friends with Mr. Girl. Is that correct?
I want you, Vito. I really don't care, but yes, as far as I'm concerned.
Wait. What do you mean you don't care? You just said you want me to cop to something. What do you want me to cop to?
Vito, you need to deal with the fact that you are someone who defends degeneracy on multiple fucking occasions.
Give me an example.
Do I need to play the fucking video again? You
Which
threatened
video?
to walk out again if I played the video.
Wait. Did I defend what he said in that video? I'm pretty sure I said I disagree with it.
Him, and by its extension, you defend what he said.
No. So let's put it this way: we got a prisoner tied up, and let's say he's a Iraqi insurgent.
I do love these metaphors. I do.
Sure, he's a Hamas guy or whatever, and he's maybe he's killed some people and he's a horrible guy. And they go, here's what we're gonna do: we're gonna cut off his arms and legs. We're gonna cut a hole in his chest. And we're gonna put a rat inside him so it can eat him from the inside out. And I go, that seems a little extreme, and I don't think that's the correct way to deal with the situation. Does that mean I'm defending his actions in killing people?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then I think we're at an impasse because I don't agree with torture. I don't agree with cruel and unusual punishment. And you're saying that if I defend let's say I defend a man's right to free speech, I go, you might hate what he has to say, but he has the right to free speech. You're telling me that would be the same as defending, and basically defending him on anything he might do or say in the future.
No, Vito, don't be a ridiculous idiot.
Well,
it's fucking perfect analogy, Jim. I mean, do you disagree? It's a perfect analogy. Like, I don't understand. Like, he's actually asking you a question that you need to answer, and you're calling him a fucking retard, basically, for bringing up a point that matters. Like, this shit matters. Nicholas, I mean, if if I told you they were going to cut off a dude's arms and legs and put a rat in his chest and eat it from the inside, would you say that's okay?
Well, what did the guy do?
He was an Iraqi insurgent, and he I don't know, he put a bomb on the road and killed a bunch of U.S. soldiers.
His name was Rambo.
It might have been going a little far.
Well, yeah. The point is, like Vito's point is, I don't agree with torture, and I believe in capital punishment, but I also disagree with the state having the right to kill people. Like that's a real hard thing to get across in my brain, Jim, because the state's killed a lot of innocent people, like a lot, based on eyewitness testimony we've learned over the last 40 or 50 years of eyewitness testimony is very, very unreliable. Like it's terrible. people have
Society
terrible moments.
suffers from half measures.
Yes.
Things aren't decisive anymore. Everything's in limbo.
But how far do we take it, Snakes? Like, do we kill the person, or do we chemically castrate them? I don't know.
Physically
mean,
castrate them.
Same either way. I don't have dude, if there's DNA evidence of this guy diddling a kid, not like, remember in the 80s, Jim, all those child care workers that got put in jail because a bunch of kids were seeing a psychiatrist or psychologist and saying, hey, our teachers diddled us because they were showing them dolls. Remember those cases way back in the day? And then they come to find out like 5 years into their sentence that the kids made it all up because there's never been any evidence of sexual assault, just the kids saying it.
It was, a lot of that stuff was from therapists using the whole ideas of reclaimed memories, and they're injecting memories into kids.
Right. But if there's physical proof of an adult raping or graping a kid and all that stuff, fucking whack them. The state does that. I think they're worse than murderers, because a lot of murder is a crime of passion. Being a predator on children, that is a planned thing, and they're going to keep going after them.
Honestly, I do believe things like, especially for the most heinous acts, and honestly, do sort of have. I mean, those kind of things are going to change over time. But whatever society wants to deem as our most heinous acts, why not do public torture and execution?
Oh, dude, I remember. I would love public fucking displays.
It would deter people.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, you're going to tell me that some guy who might be on the edge of doing something bad ain't going to think twice if he thinks he's going to get strung up there and get his dick chopped off, in front of everybody. Hey, whatever. To me, that's why I say I think we suffer from half measures as we go on.
Yeah, this whole
I'm a little bit more on the liberal side than you guys, for instance. But those are the kind of things I think that have to be actually dealt with.
I love that Utah still has a firing squad. That's awesome because it's quick. You got 5 guys in the firing squad, Jim, and you don't know who has the bullet, and they all fire, and you're fucking dead. It's a perfect shot every time. And that's not cruel and unusual punishment. Yes. Not torture. Just bring them up there and kill them for the public to see. This shit will not be tolerated in our county or our city or our town or our state, whatever it is. Now, Australia does not have capital punishment, right? Liquid, you guys banished that shit a while ago.
Yeah, not anymore.
And you guys have these life sentences with a minimum of 25 years. So a lot of people with life sentences get out in 25, and they do some heinous shit. And they can't even stack cases on top of each other. If you do multiple crimes, they only get you for one. Or is that South America?
No, you can get done for multiple crimes.
Because in South America, that one serial killer killed 200 kids, but the law down there only says you can only be prosecuted for one. So he killed 200 kids and spent 25 years in jail. He got out of jail, Jim, and 2 days after he got out of jail, they've never heard from him. I think his name was Pedro Lopez. That guy is somewhere hanging up on a tree in the fucking.
Those kind of people are not. You're not able to rehabilitate those people.
Oh yeah, that Pedro guy killed 200 kids in fucking between. I think it was Ecuador. Just, dude, it was awful. You do not want to hear that fucking podcast. It will blow your fucking mind. And he got 25 years. 25 years.
You just told me I need to support torture, or else I'm going to leave.
That has nothing to do with that, Vito. Vito, you can say.
Hold on. You stand by it.
Vito, you can say whatever the fuck you want to say. I've
stand
never come at you about that, and I never
Do you
will.
stand-
Vito,
you stand by
can
what you just
fucking
said?
say whatever the fuck you can say, but
I'm not, that's not
told
what
you
I'm,
to
that's not the
account.
point I'm making. Okay,
I don't
I
give
want
a
to make
fuck
I
what the
want
point
to
you're making.
I want to make sure you stand by this. So I oppose the torture of a murderer. Does that mean I'm defending murder?
What does that have to do with anything that we're talking about?
Everything.
I'm asking him. I'm not asking you, Brian. So
Yes,
by
Vito, I
saying
said yes.
by
Yes.
saying okay,
Yes.
so I don't agree with torture, and that means I'm basically defending murderers.
Yes.
All murderers, if I don't want them to be tortured.
No, don't be. No, that's not.
Let's
no.
say a guy
It's-
steals.
it's
Let's say a guy
like
steals
that.
an Xbox, and you say you want to cut off his hands, and I say I don't think you should cut off his hands. Am I
Vito,
defending
don't be, I
theft?
would never say that for theft.
Okay,
I
you're not
wouldn't
saying
say
it. Someone else is saying it. This thief is a horrible person. He stole from the village square. We're going to cut off his hands. And I go, I don't think you should cut off his hands. Am I defending a thief?
That's
am I defending,
reasonable, Vito.
am I defending the act of thievery?
Vito, there's a very big difference between theft and murder.
I don't care about the difference. I'm asking if that would be
I
defending
do.
thievery.
I
Okay,
do.
just
We're
answer
not
my
living
question.
in Vito's little fucking world.
So there
You
are
don't get to
some.
decide.
Hold on. So there are some crimes for which we understand that defending somebody's basic human rights does not mean justifying the immoral actions they've taken. But you're saying there are certain crimes for which any defense of a person's basic human rights means you are in league with that person. And you seem to have defined those crimes as murder and pedophilia. Are there any others?
That's a good question. It's a very
Thank
good
you.
question.
Thank you.
Rape
Rape?
at the moment, and I
Would you consider
reserve
like
the right
normal
at the
rape?
moment. At the
Pause it
moment,
for a
I would
second,
reserve
Dave.
the right to change this, depending on the
Okay.
circumstances.
Hold on.
But currently, yes.
My dog's looking at my face. Go ahead.
All right. I mean, I see what Vito's doing here because if you take a class of people that you say anybody who we say we as society or we as the people in power say are guilty of this crime or that we accuse of this crime, then they lose all their
rights. Yeah.
Rights, and they have no due process and they have no rights. Then what would end up happening after that? If we any group, let's say rapists, we won't even say pedophiles. Let's say rapists.
Mm-hmm.
Rapists get no rights. So if you're accused of rape, you have no rights, and you just whatever, no due process. It's someone says you did it, that's it, you did it. We take you away, and it doesn't matter if you nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then the government or the people in power would just anybody they want to get rid of or anybody that's a problem for them, they would just accuse of rape and take their rights.
Wait a
away.
minute.
Or
You're saying-
terrorism.
What happened with that? Some guy from some NGO, I think, just started talking about something and got picked up by the FBI on.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. They are doing stuff now, and that's where this is going. Is they're arresting people for talking
Thought crime. Right.
And
Oh,
you've got
I mean, yeah,
people
they
that
don't-
are. I'm saying you've got people that are. If you do not defend the rights of the worst person, your rights are meaningless.
Just like if you do not support the worst speech, then there's no free speech.
It was understood 50 years ago, 40 years ago that the ACLU actually went out and fought to protect freedom of speech. Now they only fight to protect the speech they like.
Hey, last son of K, you're right. I'm not a Vito fan, but he doesn't come across as a libtard. He gets the win against these two raging idiots, and these two idiots are supposed to be on the right. Like this is how weird it's changed. Like Vito's being very calm, cool, and collective. Mr. Berger and Brian are acting like two cackling hens that just have this famous person on their show, and they want to try to make him look stupid. He's like, dude, I've been here 1,000 times.
I mean, Retro Dice is right. They are already doing it. I mean, look what they tried to do to Brett Kavanaugh. Look what they tried to do. They do this. They pull this thing out because they want a bunch of people to go, oh my God.
Yeah.
Like the crazy wackadoo lady that fucking paints rocks and trees that accused Trump of doing something in a Bergdorf fucking bathroom.
Yeah, right. And she won how much money? Or
She's not
she
going to
was
see any
awarded.
money.
Yeah,
she was awarded. It's going to get overturned. It's ridiculous. They changed the law specifically to go after him for this story. I mean, the fact that, well, yeah, cackling hens of the View. They don't the road that this goes down, what these people are doing, it's going to eat them too.
Oh,
Yeah,
ask
no,
all
it's
the
like the
fucking
whole idea that
Nazi. Yeah, ask all the Nazi fucking soldiers that fucking were doing the bad shit for Hitler. Guess what? They all got fucking they all got theirs in the end, right? Like it's a thing. So you
like
go
the
ahead, Nicholas. I'm
Scarlet
sorry to
Letter.
interrupt. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Scarlet Letter, the
Yeah.
whole idea of shame.
The fucking
I
Spanish
mean-
Inquisition. I mean, this is
Yeah.
history repeating itself. And
Well,
I don't know.
especially, I mean, yeah, I guess you could really say the Spanish Inquisition, considering
you know,
like, what the actual
I will defend
purpose of
someone's
it was.
speech as long as it's not a direct threat of violence or defamatory. You know,
I don't know. I
i.e.
don't want if someone's making it like PDF jokes, one after another. I don't want to associate with them.
I'm not going to associate with it, but
You
if
just
they're
change
not
the channel. You
change the channel.
Yeah.
You know,
Actually, no. I'm going to call the police and say you should probably investigate this guy.
Really?
If they keep
Because he's
doing
making
them,
jokes.
if he keeps doing them, yes. Well,
No,
Vito
dude,
didn't
don't-
keep doing them. Vito didn't keep
No.
doing them, did he?
Who?
Vito didn't keep doing them. He
Oh,
made
he
a couple
bought-
and he moved on,
for
and he's still
a
paying for it
while-
to this day.
For a while, he overplayed the hand. Like we've talked about that before. Like he was that guy. Like whatever, guys. Like but I look. If somebody's making jokes or now if they're joking, I don't know, man. That's a weird thing. Like I've never called the cops on anybody in my life, Jim. Never. Have you?
I don't call the cops.
Right. I've just never called the cops. It's just not in my it's.
I
Not
grew up in a law enforcement family, so
Jim
I'm not
owns the police.
necessarily saying I'm going to immediately doing it, but I was raised that if you
do
see
you believe in
something,
these
say
red
something.
fucking? What do they call them? Like red
Well,
laws? Jim?
Nicholas, there's one thing you should really learn is the police are not your friends.
Well, they were when I was growing up, motherfucker.
Well, that's because you grew up in a family. If you didn't grow up in a family of cops, they weren't your friends, dude.
All
they're-
cops loved me, knew it was,
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Every time I get pulled over, I'm like, fuck. Like, what the
I mean, since
fuck?
I've grown
Red-
up and like moved
These
away,
red flag
they're
laws, like
assholes,
the
but-
red flag. Do you believe in red flag laws, Jim? Those are the worst. I mean,
No.
because your neighbor accuses you of acting a little weird, the state takes away your right to own arms. Fuck you. Well, the crawl space can get a little like. Ask the guy in Chicago. What was his name, Jim?
Gacy.
Gacy. Ask Gacy. That crawl space got really stinky.
Okay, how about this? What if someone is drawing PDF stuff?
I don't know. Is that legal? If it's illegal, it's illegal.
I don't know though,
Yeah.
because there's a
Well,
bunch of
what if
manga
it's-
out
what
there
if it
with
just
some
pushes-
crazy
yeah,
stuff.
what if it
Like,
just pushes the line? You don't wonder about the person creating it. You don't wonder about the person consuming.
I
it?
wonder about it, but I am not getting into that person's mind.
well, what about
Correct.
what about the same guy that draws a comic book killing 1 million fucking people in 60 pages? Is he a gun activist that wants to go out and shoot up a mall?
That's different.
What
No,
what about
why
the
is
people?
it
Hold on.
different?
What about
Why
the
is-
people who created that Civil War thing that just came out? Whatever it was, A24 or whatever it is, the thing about the Civil War or whatever. In America, should they all be arrested for inciting a civil war? I mean,
No, but let me get something straight here. Murder is on a higher moral plane than the PDF stuff, in my mind. I mean, and I think in most people's mind.
No. I said a comic
sexual
book where a
assault
guy
would
is mass murdering people
Yeah.
for 60 pages. Is he like a wacko that wants to grab his AK and walk into the mall and just blow away 100 people?
well, I mean,
No.
a lot of this anime shit that's coming out of
Is
Japan
Arnold
is
Schwarzenegger
very
a fucking
sketchy at
murderer?
best.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
that's what's okay. First of all, they're from what I understand, their manga and all their anime, it covers everything more than just what you see. That's what people are ordering in America, because that's what people are pushing on it. Because I could imagine maybe a lot of those people got into it first because it was a legal means of satisfying their interests. I'm not saying I'm not anywhere near where these guys are or anything on this kind of stuff. But I also don't think we should be as permissive as to say, don't ask questions if you see something, you know.
So when I see cops,
because when you see a cop that looks over a building and then runs in the other fucking direction, you know, and you call them a coward, what do you call yourself when you just look in the other direction when you see?
Well,
something?
what about cops that
don't sign up for it in the first place?
Right, but what about cops that were enforcing COVID rules that weren't laws and arresting people and shit like that? Are they your friends? No, they're Gestapo at that point, because they're not defending laws. They're defending some mandate by some retard in the mayor's office that really has no bearing. There's no fine associated with that. There's no ticketed offense for that. Just this mayor says, don't let him into Home Depot without a mask. If you see it, you can arrest him. And the cops do it. Those are not good cops, dude.
That's a power trip.
The good cops are the one that say, no, that's not a fucking law. We're here to defend, or we're here to protect, or follow the law. They're not even there to stop crime. They're there to investigate crime. So when a cop shows up, and like Ricada says all the time, you could be standing on a street corner, and a cop could be standing across the street, and the cop could watch the guy fucking steal the lady's purse and stab her in the fucking stomach. He doesn't have to do a goddamn thing. Now, he has to investigate it when the lady calls to say, I just got stabbed. But he doesn't have to chase that person down. Doesn't have to do anything like that. But that fucking cop's the same guy who's going to give the guy driving in the fucking school zone a $200 ticket for going 6 miles over the speed limit, Jim. That's where your cops are really, really helping the community. A man called Plush for $5. Thank you for the $5. Does reading Punisher mean you're a school shooter? Law blows. Red flag law blows. Of course it does, man. Like when I heard that was a thing, but I don't think criminals should lose their rights after they've served their time. Liquid, I know gun rights are already kind of sketchy in Australia. Like, it's a lot to get a gun, and there's only certain ones you can buy, right? But if you serve time, do you ever have a right to a gun again?
I couldn't tell you, to be honest. But yeah, like guns, like law enforcement, and usually like rural properties and stuff, like for pest control or like
right.
That sort of stuff. Or
because
like
the fence ain't, because that giant fence ain't working.
Yeah, or like probably if you're like way up north, it's more up north and stuff, like wild dogs or crocodiles if you really get into it. But I don't think you're even allowed to be shooting the crocodiles.
Isn't that crazy? Like those things are like they're actually worth money too, like the hides and stuff, right? Like that crocodile.
Oh yeah, there's crocodile farms. They farm them, because I don't think you're allowed to go out in the wild and shoot. You can't just go out in the wild and shoot them and hunt them.
Yeah, Pritzker, he does need a little visit in Minecraft for sure. We played that video earlier tonight that Uncat made retro dice. Those cops going on the roof and then jumping down and running away from the building, and then 34 seconds later the shots are fired. Man, yeah, the dingoes. They built a fence for the dingoes and the fucking rabbits. Those Australians love their fences.
Yeah, more for the rabbits.
Didn't Australia lose a war to the emus?
No.
All right, Chad. Or Shad, you guys say that you didn't lose a war. Is it still a battle? Is it still going on?
Yeah, the fight's never ending. You can't lose a war that hasn't ended.
Okay. All right.
Are the emus real though? Because birds aren't real.
Yeah, they'll fucking kick the shit out of you, an emu. The worst one, like worse than an emu, is a cassowary. Like that's what we're building up to. Like the emus were the front line. The cassowaries are like the special forces that come in and just mop it up.
Are ostriches in Australia?
No.
Where are ostriches at?
Africa.
Africa?
In America?
Okay. At the zoo.
Well, we have farms, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the zoo.
Yeah, I've seen Dude, Where's My Car? There's heaps of ostriches in America.
No, there's not. They're in the zoo. I got bit by an ostrich in the
there's
San Diego
farms.
Zoo when I was 5 years old. Like at the San Diego Zoo, I got bit by an ostrich, motherfucker. They did fucking Aussie coping. The emu wars are real. Oh my god, it's so crazy. Like
It's not over.
What's the problem? Like you just can't kill them all? It's like our wild pig situation in America. We just cannot control the wild pig population, Jim. They are destroying.
same here.
Yeah, they're just destroying land and farmland. It's crazy. Who you talking to, Jim?
Writing in the private chat.
Oh, all right.
Is that your way of copying to super chatting the Jack Show?
I'm writing in the private chat right now. I did super chat to Jack Show like a half hour, 45
Can you
minutes
go
ago.
like go into the Jack Show and super chat me one night? That'd be. I'm just kidding. Have you tried sloped roofs against the emus? Oh, yes.
Yeah. Well, they can't fly, so they can't. They can't go.
Do they
anywhere
just?
if they're
Do
up
they
there.
just like? Do they just like? Fucking like, mate. Like, are they just constantly having babies? Is that why it's overwhelming the countryside, or what?
They're not overwhelming it. It's just one specific spot where they were trying to clear them out of, and they couldn't move them because they would just literally just keep coming back. And once there's like a whole herd and swarm of them, like you like they're not like sheep or cows that you can herd easily.
Okay, so they actually like have like a little bird brain and they just run around like crazy and
They'll run at you and kick you.
oh really?
Yeah.
So they're little mean motherfuckers. All right.
They're not little. They're bigger than. They're probably nearly as big as you. You said you're like 6'3" or something.
Yeah, they're like an
emus-
ostrich size. Yeah, they're big.
An emu's like 6. Yeah, like 5'8", 5'9", and then they can arc up as well. Probably like about over 6 foot.
So kangaroos, are they mean?
Some are. Yeah, the big red ones are.
Yeah. I used to live in Exmouth, Australia when I was like a little 2-year-old kid. My sister was actually born in Australia. So I know it's real. My dad was in the Navy, so that's where we're stationed. Like in the late 1969 to like 1972. So the chat wants to know, what did you super chat them, Jim?
Happy Cecil's birthday. So happy birthday, Cecil.
Cool. Cecil's hosting for his birthday and he's drunk. Cecil already read your super chat, says Pastor.
Yeah, I know.
All right. Imagine an A-10 strike against a flock of emus. All right, let's get back to Vito because he's gonna fucking destroy Brian.
Should I support the death penalty? Like, let's say there's a rapist and they say we're going to cut off his head, and I say, well, I don't think we should cut off his head. Am I defending rape?
In that regard, yes.
Okay. Well, I think we just fundamentally disagree because I think even
we do.
I think
we
prisoners
do.
and criminals of any stripe deserve basic human rights under law. Brian, do you disagree with that assertion?
Yeah, go ahead, Brian. Go ahead.
Are you agreeing with Mr. Berger on this?
You don't have to, please. By all means,
I
go
am
ahead.
personally very liberal when it comes to this shit.
Which is fine. Totally
Capital
fine.
punishment is something I'm deeply against for many reasons. Some
Okay.
of them ethical, some of them practical. What I fail to see is how this has
I'll be right
anything to
back.
do with you posting the shit that you posted.
Before you answer that, I need to clarify something. I don't necessarily care about capital punishment one way or the other. What I care about is punishment and justice. Vito, I come from a place where if we catch somebody who's raped someone, especially if it's somebody in our family or somebody we know, we don't wait for the cops or the justice.
Okay.
We administer justice differently. See, you're not the same kind of person.
So
as
would you
me.
kill them?
I didn't say I would. I say I understand how people could, and I absolutely agree with it.
Okay, so you agree with killing people who have committed a crime.
It
you don't want
depends on the crime.
You don't want to go through the
Depends on the
justice system. It's all vigilante justice, and that's fine.
Again, it depends on the crime.
Now, Brian brought up the point, and he goes, how does this relate to your tweets? And I'm going to make the argument that Mr. Berger has clearly moved the discussion away from my tweets and onto the idea that I am friends with Mr. Girl. We are not on the topic of tweets. We're on the topic of whether me saying Mr. Girl is a good creator. I like his music. I think he is excellent at cinematography. And he occasionally says things that I deeply disagree with, and I think he's nuts in the head. You're saying that that counts as a defense of everything he's ever said?
Yes.
Okay, I disagree. Brian, do you agree that that's a defense of everything the man has ever done or said?
No.
Well, why? Okay.
But,
So why am I on
again,
trial?
let me go ahead, Brian. Go ahead, Brian. Go ahead.
Right. Once again, you're deflecting. What's creeping people out is that it's not one incident, right?
Thank you,
a
Brian.
bunch of them. It's
Thank
a
you, Brian.
pattern of behavior.
That
It's not
veto
one-off.
is the reason why I said yes.
Yes. Some of us
Vito,
don't
I have
think-
done quite a bit of research about you. I
Okay.
got gigs of it.
Gigs.
Understand? Yeah.
Gigs, yes, folks.
Yes, yeah. Some of the stuff off of Kiwi Farm.
That's incredible. How many gigs?
3 actually. 3.
3 gigs. Well, I'm
Yeah.
looking forward to that.
Well,
Once
we
you
all
get
are.
over, once you get
We all
3
are.
gigs, it's over.
3 gigs of information, high quality video,
3 gigs of
different.
high quality information, lacking the sources, but that's okay. So all the so the issue is that 3 years ago I made tweets that were over the line.
that were indicative of a fucking degenerate.
Okay, and how many of those tweets did I make?
Gee,
Vito, I can't.
I don't know.
I know that in one file, Vito, I have I think roughly about 217.
217
file.
tweets.
Yeah.
Okay, and again, we're saying a tweet where I sarcastically say to someone who's saying, "You love Cuties, you're the worst," a movie I've never seen, and I sarcastically jab at them. Yeah, Cuties rules. You're saying that's what, in bad taste? I mean, if you want to say I'm a comedian in bad taste and I've made bad taste jokes, I accept it 100%. You're right.
Oh.
Brian,
Vito,
stop
you-
jerking
you-
off.
You just
Vito,
don't get it, dude. You just don't
Brian,
get
get
it.
Yeah,
some
you-
dick
you
out of
re-
it.
Vito,
All right,
What do
you
you
know what? I'm
understand?
sorry.
Explain-
I'm sorry.
explain-
I think that you do get it. I
Okay.
think you absolutely
Of
get
course
it.
he fucking
What do
gets
I
it.
get? What do I
You
get?
absolutely fucking get that you're
Okay.
that we know that you're a fucking degenerate.
What's a
And you
degenerate?
don't like having degenerates
What's a
brought
degenerate?
into our fucking scene.
I don't know what a degenerate is because you won't tell.
Brian's a bit of the lady doth protest too much.
Yeah, like his scene. Brian has a scene. Oh my god, the fucking
Vito's trolling him on
Anunnaki
Twitter
crystal
now.
scene. Yeah, like I asked Vito today. Has anybody seen Brian after you destroyed him last night? He goes, he's dead. I think so. Maybe. Oh my god. Fuck. Oh my god. Brian is a comic book creator, Boob Rancher. And when we get to the end of this video, it's a fucking bloodbath. It's a rage quit moment that's the best. This makes what's his name? That Ethan was playing a video last night. You saw a little bit of it, right, Jim? Where he was, what's that guy's name? That
Mr. H reviews.
What-
I can't remember the guy's name. But he was on with
Connor.
no, he was on with the Jack Show with Anna and Cecil, and then they started talking about his Blu-ray for
Oh yeah.
you know what I'm talking about? And then
Oh,
as soon as
Camel
they-
Moon.
Camel Moon. Oh fuck, that was unbelievable. Like Camel Moon rage quits and starts a stream right away to bitch about rage quitting. It was funny. It was so goddamn good. Oh my god. That's when Ethan is at his best because I don't know where he gets all this stuff that people send to him. And he's just like, yep, let's play it. It's unbelievable.
Tell me.
Oh, imagine his
Right.
inbox.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, people are just flooding his inbox, right? Like, gotta check this out. And he's like, oh yeah, Camel Moon, that fucking fag.
I know one when I fucking see one, bro.
I don't want to see one, folks. Go on.
And Vito,
Right, because
what he
you can
just said.
gaslight all you want, bro. You can gaslight all
He's a
you
degenerate.
fucking
He's a
want.
degenerate. What does that mean?
Vito, you
I
said
don't
you
Right
know.
fucking through you.
Fucking
No,
know
Vito,
what it
Vito,
is.
Vito,
You've
Vito,
seen
I-
cuties, you dumb piece of shit.
I've never seen it. I don't want to see it. Why would I want to watch a French fucking art film about girls twerking? I have no interest in watching cuties, you dumb cock-sucking piece of shit.
Vito,
Mr. Berger,
Vito,
go ahead.
Vito, I do have.
Suck my dick.
Oh, another suck my dick moment. Ooh, Brian's getting tested because Vito's saying, shut the fuck up, dude. You're adding nothing to this conversation. I actually want to have with Mr. Berger.
Dick, Vito.
Yeah, you would like that, you fucking homo.
Now, boys. Yeah,
you got me. You got
boys,
me.
stop it, or I'll turn this car
He
around.
keeps
right
asking
now.
me to suck his dick, and
You stop
frankly,
it. Both of you,
I don't
stop
want to.
it. Stop it now.
I said suck
Stop
my
it.
dick.
Now I'll
Stop
fuck
it.
your ass, you fucking pretty boy. I'll take that pink asshole and I'll tear it
Stop
apart.
it now.
But Mr.
Stop
Berger,
Go ahead.
I won't have this
Fair enough. Fair
brass
enough.
talk,
Jim, no-
this
no
brass talk,
response.
this sailor talk here. I
I'm
won't have
excited.
it. My
I'm gonna
goodness.
tear that ass up, Brian.
How dare stop it.
Go ahead,
Stop
Mr.
it, you-
Berger.
Stop it. Now, Vito, when I say that you are
Oh, yeah.
disgusting,
The whole Camel Moon. Did you know about that, Nicholas? Selling a watch for $750 during his campaign. Did you know that was a
No.
thing? I mean, that's what Ethan brought up last night. Did you know that, Jim? Camel Moon was selling a watch for $750.
I don't know, man.
You're so distracted right now.
I'm good.
What are you
You're
checking
still-
out?
Nothing.
Yeah, liar. Even
Jim's on another
Ethan's
stream.
No,
yeah,
I'm not. I was checking my messages.
well, that's
Jim's on a
same
Zoom
thing.
call right now.
Like even Ethan goes, yeah, if I'm going to do that, I'm going to make a Swatch watch and sell it for like $100.
how degenerate. I say it not only with love, but with
Sure.
also mountains and mountains of proof.
What's a degenerate?
Oh my god.
You,
Oh.
you are a
So you
degenerate.
don't actually. You don't
Yes.
actually.
You're
No,
a
no, no,
degenerate.
don't dismiss my answer.
Brian, you're a degenerate.
No, he's not, because I
Why
don't have
not?
I don't have mountains and mountains of proof.
I
Right
don't
here.
pal
Proof
around
about what? Proof of
with
what?
pedophiles, and I don't make jokes on the regular about fucking PDFs and people doing shit to fucking kids.
Brian,
Do not
you're-
fucking understand
Brian,
that some
you're
people might be a
you
little
asked me
fucking
to
sensitive
suck
about
your
that
dick.
shit.
You asked me to suck your dick. That's pretty degenerate, Brian.
Right.
Now you
Yes,
potty
it is.
mouth.
There you go playing dumb again. There you go playing dumb again. That's your whole shtick.
Ask a
That's
stranger
your
to
whole
suck your
shtick.
dick. You go down
Right.
to the fucking public
I'm just gonna
restroom and go,
take you
"Hey,
literally,
boys,
like,
let me
whoa."
put on my wig and you can fuck my ass." Brian, I think you're a closeted homo and you got to get over it.
Look,
Right.
Vito,
Mr. Berger,
Vito,
go ahead.
Vito,
Oh.
Brian, my God.
Brian is wrestling with his sexuality. It's sad.
Listen, gentlemen,
You're like, wait,
can't we now listen so far?
Brian the degenerate. Guys, everyone in the chat, Brian the degenerate. Let's get it out there.
Vito,
Brian
Vito, please.
Criscal, the degenerate.
Vito, Brian, for
Let's
God's
get that
sake.
going.
Vito, Brian, for God's sake,
Well, it doesn't have a definition. You're saying it's a word that doesn't mean anything.
Vito, Brian,
Brian
now
the
listen,
degenerate.
God,
Yes.
you two need to calm down.
Brian
I
the
have not said anything remotely insulting during this entire conversation. I've been nothing but cordial to everyone here. I
Oh, you're
haven't
hanging out with this
a single swear word has not come from my fucking mouth. Now, for
I know
God's
one.
sake,
I know one when I see one, and Brian is a filthy degenerate. No one should buy. Brian, do you make comics?
Yeah,
he makes them actually very,
No
very
one
good
should
ones.
buy his degenerate comics.
Deliver them.
His comics are trash degeneracy. We all know it. And it's
He
sad.
actually does.
Everybody loves my
Sad.
comics, bro.
Everybody loves my comics. How many did you sell? 20?
Dixon loves my
How many did you
comics.
sell? Let's
Mike
take a look.
Barron loves my
Let's-
comics.
Oh my!
Now, Jim, did you hear what he just said? He
I just hear them
every-
like yelling at each other. I don't understand what the fuck.
So, right now, Vito's done with Brian. Like, Brian's adding nothing to the conversation. So he just found out that Brian creates comics. And Vito says, how many did you sell? 20? Okay, that's what he said because he has no clue. I'm going to back this up. Let me go back to the video. I'm going to back this up.
See, we all know it.
And I want you to hear what Brian says here. And you gotta listen, listen, not be distracted by your Twitter thread.
I'm not.
Really
I'm-
listen, Jim. Really
Yeah,
listen.
I'm
listen
not
to what
even
he's-
watching the Jack show. I promise.
Think about this as if it's growing Earth information.
Okay,
right.
hold on.
This will change. This
More
will change your
serious
life.
than that.
Oh,
actually,
shooter on the roof.
Galactic
This is-
storm.
yeah, this electric.
Oh,
storm.
I'll pretend this is the galactic wave.
Yeah.
Sunspots. This is sunspots heading to Earth. This is an X size.
X class.
X class. Yes, it should be here in seconds. Florida will be, chopped off the fucking United States, and it'll be its own island real soon.
But it'll grow
And just-
back. Don't worry, Jim. It'll grow back.
Yeah. Yeah. So listen to what he says.
He actually does.
Everybody loves my comics, bro. Everybody loves my comics. How many?
Everybody loves my comics, bro. After he just flipped off Vito, he's such a professional. He's so butthurt right now. Here we go.
You just sell 20.
Loves my
How many did you
comics.
sell? Let's
Mike
take a look.
Barron loves my comic.
Oh, Mike Barron loves my comic. Oh, Mike Barron. Let's buy Gooding.
This is devolving.
So, like, everybody throws Mike Barron's name in the fucking ring. Like, Mike Barron loves my comic. Mike Barron loves everybody's comic. Have you ever noticed that, Jim? Like, everybody says that Mike Barron loves their comic.
Nice guy. Generally, he's not going to talk too much shit to you.
Mike Barron with his comic. Like, what the? Like, okay, great. Mike Barron's a very nice person. He is very willing to help other creators. He helped Salty with his book, Silence Do Good. He gave him some pointers. But so what if Mike Barron likes your book? Doesn't make the book any better than any other book, Brian. What's his name? Chris Gow? Chris Gow.
Let's see. Brian Crisco. How many copies did we sell on Fund My Comic?
This is
Let's see the
devolving
big
into a
numbers.
situation. Vito,
Big
we're
numbers.
not here.
25 backers, folks. 25 people love Brian Kreiskow's Six Gun Gorilla. Congratulations on those 25 backers, Brian.
We're going to get that up, Vito. We're going to get that up.
I don't know if you can because everyone knows he's a degenerate now. I don't think people are going to want to buy comics.
Vito,
from
can we
Brian
stay on
Kreiskow, the
subject?
degenerate.
Can we stay on
That's a
subject?
fucking badge of honor, bro.
Mike
Thank
Barron
you. That's a
loves
fucking
Brian
gift.
Kreiskow's
You just gave me
degenerate
a fucking gift,
Six
dude.
Gun Gorilla.
Okay, good job, Vito.
He ain't done. He's just getting started, dude.
Oh, good.
I'm gonna need you guys
I
to give me a
can't
chance to-
stand this
I'm gonna need
degeneracy.
you
It's too
guys
much.
for just a second, for about 10 seconds, and let you count to 10, and we're gonna
All
just
right.
we're gonna just stop, folks. I apologize for this shameful disgrace. I want a wonderful, clean show here, and I am just trying to get control of it. Now, Vito, can you control yourself for God's sake and act with some decorum? Brian, can you do the same, please? Just
Look, if
control
Brian can
yourself.
stop asking me to suck his dick, I think we can get back to the conversation.
Stop it now. Stop it, the two of you. Stop it now.
I didn't ask him to suck my dick. He brought it up out of nowhere. But yes, let's move on.
All right, moving on.
Six Gun Gorilla looks fantastic.
It actually is great.
It is actually
I'm very
great.
excited.
Yeah. I sold over 400 copies at the New York Comic Con.
Well, I'm gonna let everyone know that Vito Duval.
I love that. He sold 25 copies on his website and campaign, guys, but he sold 400 copies at Comic-Con. What? Like, why would you print that many? If you only funded 25 books, Jim, why would you have 400 extra copies?
I don't know. Just maybe they had a minimum print run that you had to do. You had to do 400 or 500 books or something. I don't know. Maybe it's
Yeah.
a minimum size.
Maybe, yeah, it might be, yeah. But if I
See
only
that kind
sold,
of pretty well at a convention.
but how do you do a campaign and only sell 25 on your campaign, but you're able to sell 400 copies in a weekend at a con? That's weird math. Like,
Officially approved of
7
Six Gun
campaigns that I
Gorilla.
fulfilled. Did not take me 3 to 4 years to fulfill on those fucking campaigns.
Brian, come on now.
Well, those
Vito,
25
Vito,
backers
Vito,
are living
Vito,
high on the
Vito,
hog.
By you is a
Vito.
fucking badge of fucking honor, bro.
You're not getting canceled, Brian. I'm going to tell everyone Six Gun
Cancel me.
Gorilla is officially
Thank
approved by Vito and Mr. Girl. I'm going to ask Mr. Girl to endorse it.
Thank you, Vito.
Hold on. Now, stop it.
Oh, let Vito cook.
he says, I'm going to let Mr. Girl promote your book. And what does Brian say?
Thank you.
Thank you. And does this, right? Like, anybody to promote this 25 sale book, please do it. Please. Like, what the fuck? Here we go.
Stop this foolishness right now. Stop it.
Piece of shit.
Oh, piece of
Degenerate.
shit. He called him a piece of shit for calling out his own numbers of his own campaign. Okay, but you're proud of your 400 sold at the con. So Vito it shouldn't mean shit. It'd be like, okay, yeah, I only sold 25 in my campaign, but here we go. Vito's just winding up.
Good old Brian.
That was actually.
Oh man, Brian, what are you?
That was
What are you? 45, and you can't get more than 25 baggers? Come on, man. You're an adult.
Vito, stop it now. We're not.
All right.
Look, I do approve, and I think it's a great book. I really do. And I think he's a great guy, and he's fine. And I want
You
you
support
to
his
stop it.
degeneracy, and I get it. In the same way I support Mr. Girl, yeah, you support Brian's degeneracy.
Again, Vito, let me make it clear. I don't have gigs and stuff on him. I have gigs and stuff on you. And again, Vito, getting mad at me about that is just ridiculous. I'm not the one that said the stuff.
Mr. Berger, all right. Can you tell me how old you are?
No.
Okay, but you're past your 40s.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, and Brian is past his 40s as well.
Yes.
Okay, so you're coming at a 36-year-old guy, and you could say, you know, okay,
Holy shit, I'm older than you.
I'm not a young buck, you know, but you know,
Wait a
I'm
minute,
still
Vito, you're 36.
I am 36. That is correct. Oh no, 37. Well, I'll be 37 in October.
Vito, I'm not trying to start an argument here. I'm really not. I'm being honest. I'm being genuine. I'm fucking my right hand of God. I'm being very, very genuine right now. I really am. What I'm about to say. You're not aging well. You're really
That's
not.
fine. Okay.
You're really not. You need to take.
Says the guy who we don't know what he looks like. So that comment means
He's-
nothing to me,
He's
Jim.
very big. He
Yeah,
is
that
like
comment means
a
nothing
mess.
to me. When you hide behind your avatar and you're gonna make fun of somebody else's body, go fuck yourself. They were sold for $1. No, he gave them away. He says, "Hey, check out this book and share it with your friends." And I have a campaign on Fund My Comic, and nobody did. Imagine giving away 400 books for $1, and nobody goes to the campaign. Oh, you can see what it looks like if his trivia streams are still up from about a year ago. Oh, okay. Maybe we'll check that out. Are they
Gotta carry
fun
it.
streams? Do you guys know? Are his trivia streams fun or are they boring?
If Ozempic,
I don't think
if Ozempic's not working for you, try Ribullicin or whatever the pill form of it. You know, cut it up. Do
You're saying
something.
what about the face? How's the
It's
face?
just it's not. It's none of this is holding together. I remember the video you did where you met these girls at some place in LA where you kind of got together and you were going to go through the place. It was kind of a sci-fi thing or whatever.
Yeah,
You know
Jenny
what I'm saying?
Nicholson.
You know what I'm saying, Vito? If you were,
So let's
40,
say
50
Brian's
pounds
over
lighter,
50.
40, 50 pounds lighter. The beard, some people can pull it off. It's just like you're hiding something.
So
And-
Vito,
and if I'm not,
Bro, if I get to
So
50
you're
years
trying to-
old and I'm
you're
making
trying to-
comics for 25 people, I'm ending it.
dude. So basically, it's like now you're like looking shit up on me, getting ready to fucking dox me or some
Vito,
shit.
that's uncalled.
He's ready to dox him. See, this is the weird shit that internet people say, Nicholas. Like, he called out your numbers on your campaign and you're going to dox him. Like, what?
Not to mention they're sitting there, they're bringing up these clips of him thinking that they're gotchas, and he mentions anything about them, and they're like, oh, all clutching pearls and bullshit.
Oh my God, Jim. Like, he's going to dox him? Like, what the hell? Your name is on the screen. You're a comic book creator, apparently.
Dox you, bro, you gotta pick it up. Are you at least selling at the Comic-Con? See, here's
He
what
did
this
say
comes
so.
down
He
to.
did. He said he moved
I
400
get
bucks.
it. I get it. Okay, you guys
Yes.
are jealous that I had a
About
big
what?
campaign.
I'm
You're
jealous.
jealous that you haven't had the same YouTube success.
Oh, yeah.
You're an old man. You're spinning your wheels,
Vito,
and all you can
Vito,
do is yell at
stop, now,
clouds.
stop it now.
Okay.
This is getting personal. Stop it.
It is I think it is personal. I think you're very upset that this young buck comes along and outsells you at a rate of 120x. I raised 120x.
Vito, can I just make the point? Vito,
How
can
did
I
you
make
get
the-
this far and only find 25? There must be 25 people in your family
Vito,
willing to buy your comic book,
Vito,
man.
look again. Let me
Get
give
your
both of
aunts
you
and uncles to chip in.
a 10 second. Look, Vito, I'm gonna give you
Okay, I'll look at your history.
a 10-second timeout. I'm gonna give you
On
a 10
Fund My
second
Comic?
timeout. I'm gonna
Where-
give you a 10
Fund My
second
Comic,
timeout,
go,
and you're gonna both calm down. You're just gonna both calm down now. Now, calm down, you damn kids. Calm down. Now, just stop it now, Vito. Now, Brian, you stop it, and Vito, you stop it, and we're gonna have a nice, cordial conversation. All right, we're gonna get off of this nonsense, Vito. Vito, you're acting attacked, like someone's pushing you into a corner or something. Just stop it. Stop it.
Do you think here, like, Mr. Berger is being the opposite of Vito to make Brian look stupid? Like, it's kind of coming off like you're bringing up a good point here. Like, Vito, his books sell like shit.
Well, no, no, he's adapting. You could see it.
Now,
Like
again-
I was saying, he's slowly realizing that the people he's been hanging around with are fucking complete embarrassing fuckheads. And
Yeah.
Vito, and he's liking Vito. He likes the rapport with Vito, so he's naturally just sort of adapting and
Yeah.
realizing that it's no use trying to defend Brian. I mean,
yeah.
You might be a horrible degenerate, but you can at least be a gentleman.
because he's attempting to at least
Now,
be funny.
you boys need to stop it. I tell you what, Vito, direct your animosity towards me. Just leave Brian out of it.
Yeah, you know
Right?
what? You know what? I'm gonna peace out.
You're gonna head
peace
out. I get
One
it.
thing I
It's
gotta
embarrassing.
work on.
Yeah.
Okay.
is,
Well, I appreciate you, Brian.
Those 25 backers are waiting, Brian. So hop to it.
And dude, Vito, seriously, thank you for putting a fatwa on me. That's like a badge of
There's
honor,
no fatwa, Brian.
right?
No one cares
Fucking
about you.
Ethan and you,
Brian, no
birds
one-
of a
no one
feather,
cares.
bro. Birds of a feather.
Okay, I know you're the victim.
Oh shit! See the rage quit, Jim? Like he flipped him off and clicked his screen off. And what's a fatwa? I don't know what that is, guys. I have no idea. What is that, Jim?
It's called
Nicholas?
running away.
No, he said that him and EVS put a fatwa on him. What does that mean, guys? I have no.
Oh, that's when the Muslims they go put a fatwa on you. You know,
It's like a religious edict that you're
Islamic
totally
holy war.
outlawing.
Okay, I got you. What's up, RBM Entertainment? Who in my chat said that Nick RBM? You know, we all know that Nick's more popular than me. People are going to drift over there when they want to. We could stream snipe him. Hopefully, he's talking about his kids.
Actually,
think-
I would hope he's not. But
No, I hope he's talking about getting him back and how happy he is as a father. Like, I just hope he does.
he's got like 1,800 people watching him live on YouTube.
yeah, right about
Of
it.
course he does. He always does.
Well, I always used to just watch on my Apple TV up until the last year when I really started watching YouTube on my computer more. How much was Rackets getting like at his height? Like how many live viewers? Not the big trials. I know that was like pushing a lot.
Oh, he was getting over $2,400, $2,700 or 2,700 viewers just on YouTube, and then he had his Rumble guys that were also over there, Jim, that were Rumble only. He probably had another 1,200 watching there too, right? And then the YouTube people would follow him over there. Like it's crazy.
That's what I did.
Yeah.
He was Rackets was my mainstay for a good like nearly 3 years. I started following him.
He has
right
2K
about
on
the,
Rumble right
Vic
now.
Mignogna stuff.
He's got 2K on Rumble right now. You know how many I have on Rumble right now? 7, baby. We're rolling. It's okay though. We're growing. I don't.
We just need those clickbait titles, man. I'm telling you.
You know what? I could chase the algorithm, but that wouldn't be me. I just want to chase fun. I like this. This is just fun. Watching this guy, Mr. Burger, try to be the angry guy and be smarter than Vito has not worked out well for him at all. And one guy rage quit because Vito called out his own numbers. That's fucking hilarious to me. Super hilarious. Maybe Brian could have said, "You're looking at Fund My Comics only. Go to my Indiegogo page and tell me those totals." But he didn't even say that. He just got like sucked up in the conversation.
Every week, Brian will be on this show advertising his book because I think it's a good book and I think he's a good guy. Now,
I think he's got to
Now, Mr. Burger, like Vito's going to compliment him now that Brian's gone.
get over his jealousy of the fact that I had a big crowdfunding campaign.
He's not jealous of you, Vito, and neither am I.
Then why is
Neither am
everybody
I.
so worried about the fact that I talked to EVS once or twice? You've been very upset about that.
Well, because I at one time admired EVS greatly. I
So
used to
let's
make
be
you
clear. So EVS talks to me, and I talk to Mr. Girl. So at what point does the chain end? If somebody then talks to EVS, are they also a friend of Mr. Girl?
No, of course. Don't be ridiculous. Of
So
course.
it
not.
ends there. So it's only 2 degrees of separation.
Yes.
So EVS is endorsing Mr. Girl.
No, God, no, he's not endorsing Mr. Girl.
Then why do you care if he? Then why do you care if he's?
Lately, honestly, he's moved away from. He's tried to push himself and distance himself from you. Would you like to see some video proving that?
No, that's fine. I don't think EVS needs to be connected to me. I've never asked EVS to be connected to me. I've sent him messages saying, hey, listen, I know that a lot of grief comes along with being connected to me. So if you ever feel the need that you don't need to, communicate with me or you need to not have me on your show, I totally get it.
Man, I hate it. Vito, to be honest with you, all this.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah.
Liquid, Nicholas. I'm going to show you Mr. Burger real quick. All right.
Please don't.
I'm going to show you Mr. Burger.
This is cruel and unusual punishment.
I wanted to see what he looked like, and this is what Vito's dealing with.
Truly rare to see a
man. He's got a burger on his head.
He's got a burger on his fucking head. Proud black comic skater versus a Mark Wade simping black bitch. So I'm guessing Mr. Burger CG, is that his stance? Okay.
Yeah, he's been around for at least for a little bit. I know that much. I don't know much about him, but
okay.
This is such a level of stupidity out in the wild in real life. So let me.
He does have really cool graphics, guys. I'm going to give him credit for that.
Start the video so you can understand what I mean.
Huh?
I don't get the burger motif.
Hey, man, we're all looking for something.
Listen,
but what I just.
All right, by the way, and I apologize for my appearance. I'm keeping the hoodie on because, the hair a little fucked up. I got to get me a haircut. But I needed to take some time away from editing, as you can see here, to say,
shut the fuck up with your fake ghetto accent, you suburban liberal Negro.
Salute to my.
He said the N-word. Jim, are they going to make a video about this? I said the same word, and they made a video about it.
Oh, there's some obvious differences here.
What do you mean?
It's
He's got a hat, and Dave doesn't. Dave, get a hat. Put a hat on, Dave.
I got one.
Oh, fuck! What's the difference now? He's got. They both wearing hats.
It's just letters and a word. Like doesn't like whatever. I mean, like
Mark Wade, man. Salute to Mark Wade. Salute. So fucking look. Nigga telling you how it is, bro. And I agree with him. I would
he blind?
Also rather see this shit crash and burn than.
See, he has to use the word nigga to make himself sound more authentic. You know what I'm saying? The suburban liberal Negro cannot be authentic on his own without using a racial slur or some bullshit to convey I'm authentic.
Let a bunch of fuckity fuckheads called Comicsgate or the alt-right come and infect the hobby. Not.
Oh shit. Okay, so enough of that gay ops bullshit. Infect the hobby, Jim. I earned my N-word pass because I'm 56. Right, Jim? Once you get to it at a certain age, like
be careful where you use it.
I let Dan handle all those matters.
Oh, of course. Where is he tonight anyway?
Oh, he's here.
Really?
Yeah.
He's incognito though, right?
He's always here.
Where's our boy United tonight? Like, what's he doing? Probably working late, working out, prepping.
Probably getting ready for the show tomorrow.
Do you prep with him? Like, do you guys? No, he just comes up with a topic. Say, hey guys, want to talk about this, and then you just go. He's a good guy, dude. Like he's down to earth. He loves his Star Wars, though, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, Star Wars, old Star Wars, Star Trek,
sci-fi and base.
Yeah, sci-fi in general. A lot of that stuff. Yeah. Age of Sail as well. He likes a lot of that like sort of strategic sort of naval stuff. There's like the specific series he likes that's they spun off into Master and Commander. I think it's Far Side of the World.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh. Well, let's get back to Vito, and he's actually going to give him a compliment. Vito's going to give Mr. Burger a compliment, and maybe I should check out some of that stuff.
Shit you said, using the word nigger and all this other stuff doesn't upset me. That doesn't upset me. What upsets
know,
me is what
'cause
you're doing. What upsets me is what you're doing right now. Don't back off. Don't sound reasonable. Don't do that. Continue to be a piece of shit.
I'm not a
It's
piece
part of
buddy.
my fucking brand.
Look, I fired back at Brian because he told me to suck dick. I think that was fair. We had a little back and forth. Okay. And guys, no one harassed Brian. Okay. It's very respectable. 25 backers. Incredible. Now, I've told DVS he doesn't have to have me on his show. And I haven't been on his show. I don't need to go on his show. We have different audiences. I get it. I'm not.
No, you
I'm
don't.
not
Actually, you don't.
We have wildly different audiences.
No,
okay?
you don't.
Well,
don't.
I'm not a comics gate guy. I'm not a conservative. I'm not.
He literally has co-opted your audience. Literally.
That's fine. That's very smart of him. He's an excellent broadcaster. And if he can make hay out of my audience, if he can spin it into gold, God bless his heart. What am I supposed to do? Tell him, hey, stop taking my audience. Like, we can
Don't
both
say
have
God
shows.
bless. Jesus, Vito, when you say God bless you, his heart is like a vampire holding a fucking cross.
Well, I believe in
Stop it.
the great grid. I believe in the programmer who controls the grid.
Crap.
And you can call that.
Vito, I don't need any more reasons
I
to hate
support
you.
that Red Scorpion.
I really don't.
Hey, why
bring
would that
any-
be a reason to hate me?
Because Vito, I am a very Christian guy. You can tell from my language.
So he might be Christian. I don't know who the great programmer is. I haven't talked to him.
Oh, let's get off of this again.
Why is that upsetting? Maybe it's your guy. Wouldn't that be great?
Jim, are you
Vito,
serious?
You
Is
believe
there
it's
a
your
private
guy.
chat?
I hope you're right.
What?
What you putting in
Vito,
private
if
chat?
we
Are
can
you
get back
serious?
to
100% serious. I've already notified all the appropriate authorities.
What the?
Read it again.
Check out your
Don't say
private
anything.
chat. No.
Don't say anything. Just let it get clipped.
Check
I
out
don't.
your private chat, guys.
Oh no, that shit's been on Twitter before though.
No,
He's
this was
not-
live on a stream.
Yeah, he's done it. He's done it before.
Okay.
That's fucking gross.
No, dude.
All right. Well, let's
There's
just
actually serious concern. Reason.
It's just gross.
So about that growing earth,
as we
Jim.
bring it.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, hey, Nick is about to talk about the whole thing with Kiwi Farms and his body cam footage. If you're interested.
Yes. I've had enough of this. Let's go, Jim.
Forums. He just posted his own version of it. And I've noticed something about Josh is either he paraphrases things incorrectly or he uses someone else's incorrect paraphrase as if it were true. And I think that's what's been going on with him and me. And so I'm just going to show you the messages. So this starts on Saturday, August 3rd. He was talking about body cam footage.
Is your
in
dog got to
my
go out again?
case.
Yeah.
And people want me to like sign this.
Can I let this
release
play,
order,
or
they want me
Yeah,
to
go.
sign a consent
All right.
form for the body cam footage in my case, which I'm certainly not going to do at this point in time, and I'm not sure that it'd ever be appropriate. But here you go, and people can make all sorts of arguments or whatever, but that's fine. I'm not going to sit and argue with the internet about the propriety of that. You could call me whatever you want. That's okay. But here's what I am going to do. I'm going to show you guys what I said to Josh because I think it's important. And I think it's really important to show you exactly what was said because what Josh said isn't true. So here we go. I hope you can read this.
We can't.
So this is Saturday, August 3rd, 9:53 p.m. I said, hey, retard. Discovery is under protective order in the case. Me releasing it is a violation of that order. It's in the document you already have on your site, Learn to Read, which is the order that was leaked a long time ago, mentioned specifically that discovery is under protective order in the case. It said, suggesting I should do anything to affirmatively move the needle on releasing it risks me violating a court order. Try reading. So again, really quickly, people on the farms or
Oh, we're not
wherever
done
want
yet.
me
We're
to
not
sign a
done, Red
consent
Scorpion.
form to release body cam footage that is part of both my criminal case and my civil case. But there's a protective order on discovery, and the civil case has since been sealed as well. Releasing that or moving to release that or making any step for it risks me violating a court order. Now, you may argue, well, that's not violating a court order. I'm sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, when the government has you by the balls, and by the balls, I mean your literal offspring, you don't do anything to risk violating a court order. But it gets farther than that. it goes farther than that. And we're going to get to that as well, because this is an amazing thing that Josh's myopia forces him to overlook the reality that people are in the thirst for more and more infos or whatever. So Josh, I found this curious. He says, we're not asking you to release it. This is funny because Kiwi Farms is not a monolith. I've said it a million times, but apparently they are now acting in concert, according to Josh. It's not me. He's speaking on behalf of everyone now, I guess. We're not asking you to release it. We're asking you to grant the government permission to release it. There is no issue with you signing a letter of consent. Well, there are issues. We'll talk about it in a minute. Your body cam footage is also discovery in your criminal charge. Great. It doesn't matter. If they're in both and one of them's under protective order, I'm certainly not fucking coming close to violating an order. It is part of the Chips case's discovery, but it's a part of the state's case in the criminal one. Okay, Josh, that's great. We, Lamau, because when did Kiwi Farms become we? Josh, when was that?
Yeah, Kiwi Farms.
When was Kiwi Farms a we? Does anybody, I've heard Josh say a million times that Kiwi Farms is just a website that people come to. It's not a collection of people acting in concert. It's anybody goes there and just gossips, but now it's we. That's very fun to me. Like, because it's such a different Josh than I remember. So then he has a question mark because he doesn't get that he's just said we a whole lot. And so I go on. No one is asking me anything, and you're specifically ignoring just how monstrous of a machine court is. I tell you there's a protective order on discovery in a case where the government is concerned about the safety of children, and you want me to sign a release to show Kiwi Farms information about where those children live so it can be paraded in front of a group of infamous hawkers. Now, that was my phone correcting gawkers to hawkers, but infamous gawkers. So you don't even listen to yourself and how absurd of a request that is. So you know, having quotes is a hypothetical, like a joke. It's a hyperbolic joke of what the judge would say to me if signing that consent form. Reminder that the state has your kids and they're like, well, we have concerns about parenting or whatever. And you're like, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to sign a release form so that these weirdos on the internet could just see where my kids live. Like, that sounds good. Right? Right, fellow parents? just go around. I want you all to go around to any parents, you know, be like, hey, you have kids. Would you sign a release form to let the internet, like people on a website called Kiwi Farms, see your kids' bedrooms? Like, would you just sign a release form for that? Well, I mean, it was a police action, so you should sign a release form for that, right? That would be an insane proposition to most people, I would think, but maybe not to Josh. Like, I guess he doesn't think that way. And that's fine. Like, again, myopia. But so here's the quote that from my hypothetical judge. Mr. Ricada, did you sign a release authorizing the state to share body cam footage with the layout of the home where your children sleep with an anonymous web board that I'm reading has driven people to suicide through ridicule? Now, I've said over and over, I don't think Kiwi Farms is responsible for the suicides, but that's the news bite that an uninformed judge would be like looking into, because it comes up every time. Only in every case is Kiwi Farms accused of having people commit suicide. I've defended this over and over and over again, so please don't come at me with your gayness. But that's what's going to be the mantra, because it's the mantra every time it comes up. So then, why, Mr. Ricada, did you think sharing that information was a positive step for the safety of your children? And then, of course, here's my response. Sorry, Your Honor, an illustrated dog who fled the U.S. because of reasons and his army of lolly avatars who say the N-word a lot asked me to. The absurdity of a parent signing a consent form for people to get more information about their children and give it to the Kiwi Farms people is like, they don't even recognize like how that looks. And again, under normal circumstances, that looks insane. But when the state is looking at you going, we need to make sure you're a fit parent and before we can return your kids, be like, hold on, let me sign this release form here. I want these other people to look at my house first and get the layout of it down and, you know, see that stuff. That'd be good, right? Like that'd be a responsible parenting. No, it never would. But I'm just
why
trying
would-
to help him
Jim,
out here.
Pause it, Jim. Why?
then I
why
said,
why
Josh,
would Nick
sometimes you're-
ever agree to ever release this stuff if he'd never had to? Like, nobody would in their right mind. Like, why does Josh think that Nick owes Kiwi Farms anything? This is really weird. Like, do you agree, Jim?
I don't think it works that way.
Well, Nick doesn't owe anybody anything. If he doesn't,
No.
have to, if he doesn't have to release,
Why
this
would
shit-
why would you turn over video? Okay. Why would you turn over willingly videotape of your home and the layout of your home to a bunch of people who are
always after you? Right.
You know, that will release it or put it up there, and then you've been swatted numerous times, which I don't know. I mean, I've heard that they're involved in that. I don't know.
And if they get the layout of his house, they'll say specific rooms a certain thing might be happening in the next time they swat him. And believe me, he's already got a target on his fucking back. They'll be out there every fucking day for nothing. Yes. And if I was Nick, I would never ever give the state the right to release that shit ever. If it's in his control, and it sounds like it is in his control. So God bless Nick, and fuck Kiwi Farms weird stuff, man. This is strange. Like, they think they're owed something. Like, you're whatever, man. Josh is a weirdo. Then Nick,
Nobody's owed anything on the internet.
Well, Nick's defended Josh for years, Jim. He really has. Like, he thinks Josh is doing a good thing with Kiwi Farms, but Josh has gotten out of control.
Yeah. Nick defended Kiwi Farms' right to be there.
Forever. Yes. Their right to exist, their right to be left alone. And then Josh just turned complete turncoat for reasons, I guess.
He's I don't know. I get the impression that he like isolates himself because he has changed over time. He went from being like, "Hey, I'm just trying to do this," to "We're doing this," like Rackets was saying. I think his infamy is getting into his head a little bit.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Nicholas. I'm gonna switch back to Vito real quick so we can complete that, Jim.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm going to jump off now as well. I've got to head off.
All right.
I've got some stuff to take
Later.
care of this afternoon. But
Yeah.
thank
Nice
you
meeting
for having me on.
I
and,
can't go that much longer. I got to get up at 7.
Oh, you got
pleasure.
the kid tomorrow?
Yeah, I got to pick him up in the morning.
Thanks.
It was a pleasure
Liquid
enlightening
Blake.
you all and Jim especially about the growing Earth.
Hey, you know what? Listen, if you want,
it's getting bigger.
sometime, Blake, I don't know because I know you're like 12 hours ahead, right?
At least.
Oh, maybe like 14, 15.
14. So I'm trying to think, because maybe one time we could do a stream together about it, like when it's convenient for a time for you.
We will get together. It's
Bad
something that
internet
needs to happen.
etiquette, Jim. Creating another stream on a stream. Thanks, bud. I'm
Dave's
giving
not
you
invited
shit.
to our other stream either. It's just going to be Jim and Blake discuss the
Right.
growing Earth.
Hey,
I'm
thanks,
happy he
Dub.
finally did that.
Thanks, Blake.
Nice, thanks.
have a-
And
ha-
subscribe to United Spaces Alliance for the spacing tomorrow. And if you want to, I've got a YouTube channel, but I haven't done anything on it for a long time. Network of Nonsense, Liquid Blake.
Thanks, buddy. See you later.
Cheers. See you guys.
Hey, I'm back. The
Why'd
fuck?
kick
You
your-
threw me out.
No,
Why'd you
kicked
throw me
your-
out? You said I broke
your-
etiquette.
You kicked yourself. I got told that one night. Like I was on a stream, and they're like, "Don't talk about other streams on another person's stream." It's like,
What?
Yeah, I was like, okay.
Listen, I always promote other streams on people's streams. I constantly pump my thing in people's streams, especially Nick's with all his people on there, and other people with big stuff like EVS is trying to get followers and subs. I'm slowly
No,
crawling up.
No, they
to try
say
and get.
they say when you're a guest on a stream, you shouldn't like. It's just one thing to say. I was like, oh, okay. Like
that's not
I
this
don't have
corner
a
of
I
the
don't have a
internet.
problem with it because I think it's great. Like I was just giving you shit for the sake of giving you shit. But you and Liquid should do a funny ass stream about it. But you have to watch that hour and 41-minute video. That's what you have to do. You have to make Liquid sit through that whole thing.
To the close here.
Okay.
It's convinced me of a couple things. I'm going to say publicly that I am not going to pursue the documentary. I'm not.
Oh,
okay. I'm not going to pursue it. Because frankly, if I'm being honest,
this is pretty good content for your channel.
Three gigs of stuff.
Yeah.
It's very analytical.
It's
And I
Herculean
talked to a guy who basically does documentaries, does a hell of a job. He's the guy that works with me, Jesse. He's really good at making documentaries. That's primarily his thing. And I'm paying him a decent amount of money to
I
do
think
it.
a Mr. Girl documentary could be a banger.
No.
Okay,
No,
go
no.
ahead.
To be honest with you, Vito, I think more damage would be done. What you've actually taught me, and I appreciate it, and I'm giving you credit for it publicly.
Yes.
What you've actually taught me, Vito, is doing
Cartoon.
week-to-week cartoons
Yeah.
about your bloated corpse, filthy, stupid, degenerate ass would be far more effective in wrecking your reputation to the point where you asked me earlier what the purpose is. I have several.
Okay.
If I can get just one person, I swear to God, Vito, one person to think twice about helping you with your next campaign, and I'm assuming, hope to God, that you're going to do another campaign. If I can get one
The
person,
next one's going to be for making it's like a hot dog grill I'm working on. Like a portable hot dog grill is going to be the next campaign.
Jim, isn't
Vito, I
that
literally
awesome?
just got sick. I got nauseous.
I can make them in China. I can make them in China, and they can do like 12 hot dogs at one time, and they warm the buns in a little drawer.
Anybody who's watching, I'm not kidding around. I literally, my stomach just kind of just.
I will send. Do you like hot dogs? I will send you one.
Vito, I swear to
can
God,
do-
if
you can
you
do
don't
like a
become,
in-
if you
you can
don't
do an
become a
influencer
better
review.
fucking villain for me, it's over. Do you I understand me?
Love Mr. Burger. This is what you don't understand. I think you have tremendous talent. I think the animation is surprisingly good.
Stop fucking complimenting me and saying stuff
What
like
do you
that.
want me to say? I don't lie about quality. I can't do it. Because let's
Well,
be
you know
clear.
what? You know
Hold
what?
on. If the animation sucked, I would tell you. But I can't, and I would look like a fool if I said it. It looks good. It looks so good that I like. Part of me wonders if you're using some sort of sneaky like program or something to give it that quality. But you tell me it's all done by you and your
Why do
team.
you think that? Because I'm black?
No, because
You
it
say that
looks
because I'm
good.
black?
Because most people can't animate. It's
Are
hard.
we going to have black on black crime tonight?
I
Is
think
that what this
I think
is?
listen, my assalamu alaikum, my brother. Okay, as a fellow Nubian, I believe in the struggle, and I think we will overcome. So
No,
I don't
we
know,
don't.
man. Here's
No,
the
we
deal. Here's the deal. I think you're talented, and I guess that's why I find you fascinating.
Well,
It's
Vito,
fascinating- it's
as
fascinating
weird
when
as
a
it sounds,
talented
folks,
guy
As
hates
weird as this fucking sounds, folks, I actually think Vito is talented. I don't think it. I know it. I know that he's talented.
I think there's a lot of talent on both sides of the aisle here.
But Vito, still, it just doesn't. Vito, I don't really want to say something publicly that leads to people making discernments about my mental state. But I assure you that I may have a particular problem expressing my emotions in an accurate fashion. And
If I'm on Twitter and I'm ever pushing too hard, I enjoy the back and forth. I really do. I find
I
it
do
fun. I think
too.
you find it fun. If I'm ever overstepping a boundary, you can tell me.
I do too, Vito.
And you
but
know what?
thing-
Look,
but the
here's the
thing
thing.
is, Vito,
If we need to be villains, I think I found a great villain in Mr. Burger. And if you want to be Superman and I'll be Lex Luthor, that's fine.
I haven't even started. I came up with a joke tonight about Dick. That's a gangbuster, an absolute.
I think you would like Dick. I think.
No.
Well, you really don't like Digibro, and that's fine. Nobody likes
no,
Digibro, and I get it.
No. See, the plan was to do the Vito of Mr. Girl documentary and then turn my attention towards Dick and the cast of characters floating around him, because there's a lot of stuff going on there with Mint and Ethan and Digibro and Riley and all that stuff. There's a lot of stuff going on in the old Dick Dadler mansion. And frankly, Vito, if you want to get real about it, sooner or later, one of the people there is going to blab about all the stuff that went on. And then that'll be the end
Hold
of
on.
Dick.
I would love to touch on this. Who do you think is in Dick's house or mansion
Vito,
or whatever?
At this point, all I have is gibberish from Kiwi Farms, Reddit, and Discord. And
Hey Jim, didn't we see Dick's house?
Yeah.
It's a very normal house in California. Just a
Probably, I mean, it's where it is in California. It's probably worth. I mean, houses in California.
Probably $1 million house.
I would probably say 2.
Maybe it just depends on the neighborhood he lives in, but it's not. It's probably like 1,600 square feet. Like it's not even big. It's not a mansion. Just a
No,
house.
I'm saying a small house, a small 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom house.
I know. I live there. I mean, I know the pricing out there.
Is in anywhere around LA or around San Francisco and any San Jose, any of those suburbs is $2 million.
Yeah, I mean, no, it. Yeah, I mean, it just.
It's
depends.
insane. If there's not shootings outside, if there's not people getting shot every night out front, in your neighborhood, those houses are $2 million. If there's people getting shot out, if the people are getting shot outside every night, they're $1 million.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Even if
I
I was
can tell you,
$1 million?
it's just him and his girlfriend and their dog. I go there every Friday. What? If there was anyone else there, I think I would know.
Jesus Christ, that's even funnier than the nigga comment earlier. Listen,
Wait. Who do you think is there? Just name. Who do you think is there? Like right now.
I'm not going to. You think I'm stupid? I'm not going to give away what I have. Not going to give away what.
Well, okay. How many people? Like 1, 2.
Vito, put it this way: 1, 0, or 1 million people are going to eventually talk about Dick's little parties, what Dick did in Tennessee.
I've been
what
to
Dick
Dick's
did.
parties. Do you want to know what we did?
Not
I'll
really.
tell you.
Not
What do you
really.
mean, not really? You said you want people to spill the beans about what happened, and I'm giving it to you.
No.
You're killing me.
Wait a minute.
No.
Pause, Dave. He's just said what Dick did in Tennessee. Didn't you see Dick in Tennessee at Nashville?
he was.
So what happened?
Nothing. He was fantastic. Dick was the most down to earth, cool guy. Me and Dick had a 15-minute conversation walking from one venue to the next. We talked about what he's doing with Air July, and I said, "Keep it going, Dick." He goes, "You think I should?" I go, "Dude, it's the funniest shit ever." He goes, "Okay," and we just kept talking about just life. And Dick's a big guy, guys. I'm 6'3". Dick is all of 6'3". He's got wide shoulders, and he's the same guy on screen that you see in person. Maybe his laugh isn't as loud, but he's really nice, really good guy. I had a good time meeting him. He didn't do anything crazy at the show. Now, I didn't get to go to the hotel rooms or anything like that, but that's all bullshit. It's all bullshit what they say that happens at these hotels.
I'm curious what they're even saying happened.
Did I touch him? I did not put my hands on Dick. Other than my own. But I got to meet Drex that night. Really cool guy. I met Cecil, who's legitimately a midget. Like, he's so short, Jim. Like, I was like, oh my God, he's so short. I got to meet Camelot. I got to meet Bronca. Bronca's another tall guy. Jim, he's like 6'3.5", 6'4". I got to meet the guy from Texas, the fat lawyer, the angry one.
Oh, Kurt.
Goddamn.
He doesn't seem angry. He seems like
dude. He's angry in public too. Like, he's sitting at the table right next to me and my wife, and I'm talking to him. My wife's like, God damn, he's so unlikable. I'm like, you got to understand him. He's just like this guy that's trying to find his way in life. He doesn't think women love him. Like, you've heard him talk about that, right, Jim? Like, he's so lonely, he can't find a woman.
Yeah, because he probably
he's not likable.
sabotages himself.
Yeah, he's just not likable. He doesn't have any confidence in himself. I mean, we're at a bar watching a comedy show, and he's ordering like 2 sandwiches and fries and shit. Like, nobody else is eating. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's just that guy, and he's drunk. Honestly, Cecil has a midget voice. He's so little. Like, he's so little. But he acts like a rock star. Cecil does. Like, he comes from behind the stage after the show. He's like the last guy to come out. He's super cool. And everybody else is like coming out just at like just doing their thing. Camelot, like I said, he's probably 5'9". He's not 5'11". He's a short guy. But when I met him, I said, "Hey, Camelot, what's up?" And he corrected me right away. He goes, "No, man, my name's Cody." Like, he's not Camelot in public. He's just Cody. I respect to that, right? Like, he didn't play the internet role. I'm just Cody. So yeah, I got to talk to Nick and my wife and Lady Rackets talked for like 2 hours that night. And there's an age difference, but and Nick told Jim he remembers who I am, right, Jim? He told you that?
Yep.
So we'll get him on here one night.
Yeah.
Even if it's for an hour, we'll just get him on here and bullshit around, and we will not drag him.
Watch the Expanding Earth.
Well, we won't drag him into like Eric July bullshit. I would just like to bring him on for like a movie and a music stream, like on that stream, Jim, over on Rumble one night, where you can just have a good time there and not talk about bullshit where he has people making videos about him. Quit telling me 5'9" is average. 5'9" is weak. How tall are you, Nicholas?
A hair under 5'11". So fucking close. So fucking close.
Yeah, Cody's doing well. He's down in Alabama. He's got a great home. And apparently Cody's got other skills. I mean, he talks about this trailer park life, but he says he plays a piano, he plays a guitar, he's writing music, all this stuff. He's a NASCAR driver. I just don't understand. Like, for a white trash kid from the fucking trailer park, he's doing pretty good. Somebody says he has a plantation. I thought he lived like in some kind of not a subdivision, but like some sort of planned community with some acreage. And it might be a plantation style, but it's Alabama, dude. Like, Jim, you're in Florida. Property is expensive, but it's not New York expensive or California expensive.
It depends on where you are.
Right.
You're
I
on
mean,
the water.
like in the center of the state, you can do okay and get your starter home and be fine.
The plantation house is just like wide with the wraparound porch, isn't it?
Maybe, I don't know. I've never seen his house. I mean, people dox the fuck out of Cody all the time. He claims. He claims. So obviously, this Mr. Berger is using Vito for clout. I think we've kind of got the point now, right? Like, he actually kind of likes Vito. So let's go back to Nick, Jim. I think we're done with Vito.
We don't need him no more.
That doesn't
You're out,
make it
Vito.
okay to do.
And Jim, you're going to check out what, 10 minutes? You want to give it 10 more minutes and then go to bed? Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about? Yeah,
Oh,
I'll
you saw it during the squad. That sucks.
because I have control over her. Apparently, like, what should I like use my puppet strings, or should I intimidate her? Like, what is your proposition here? You just have her do it, then it's not you. Fucking insane. But okay, no, Josh, very reasonable. Then have April consent. You are the one who said the footage would exonerate you. I didn't actually say the footage would exonerate me. I believe it's a little fuzzy. I believe I said that there are things in the footage that
Jim Chat's
may
upset.
help my case. They may actually be things.
I had
that
a
break
big
the case.
dinner, Kevin.
I don't
Sorry.
know. Especially at the time I had said it, I had not seen the footage. I still haven't seen all of the footage. There's a shitload of it. But this is one of those things where Josh takes something I said and he paraphrases it into a direct statement or accusation or whatever, but it isn't true. And it's the only reason I'm showing these messages is because he's done this multiple times now. And then people believe him and they say that he's credible and I'm not. Well, I'm showing you the messages because the credibility here is critical. Josh has put in an affidavit that I have said things about the search of my house that I haven't said. He put it in an affidavit to the court, trying to convince the court of something, but I didn't say those things. I think it was either him reading someone else's misinterpretation or he just made a mistake. I don't think it's malicious, to be very clear. I don't think Josh is malicious in any of this. I think he's myopic. I think he's thirsty for the information, and that overrides basic reasoning. But I don't think he's maliciously doing it. But here we go. He says, you are the one who petitioned the court to seal discovery. Not true. Actually, I didn't petition the court to seal discovery. The protective order on discovery in my civil case was proposed, guess what, by the county attorney. And my lawyer and Lady Rackets' lawyer independently agreed to it. It's in the transcript on your site. If you just read it, it's right there. They did it in court. And it's also in the order. So again, you normally would have no way of knowing this. Now you actually have a way of knowing this. You just didn't take the time to know it, which is fine, except now you're accusing me of doing this stuff. No. Anyway, insinuating everyone you don't like is a pedophile is an ugly and ineffective tactic. Well, Josh, funny thing, I didn't insinuate anybody that I'm not liking is a pedophile here. But Josh does this all the time. Go through the list of people that Josh used to like and who he doesn't like now, and look at how many of them he has called a pedophile. It's one of the most common words in his dictionary. This is an amazing case of projection from Josh. But notice in this conversation, I didn't call anyone a pedophile. Josh did.
Jim, I got to ask a question. Why does Nick give a fuck about this?
Josh called
I don't know.
somebody.
I have no idea why
here.
he gives a fuck about
Tried
it.
to make me do it, but I didn't do it.
Part, do you mean?
I said army of lolly avatars. Yeah, but I didn't call them pedophiles, Josh. You just have a bunch. There's just a bunch of lolly avatars. I also said you were an illustrated dog. Like it was just a pithy joke. Get over it. But anyways, insinuating everyone you don't like is a pedophile is an ugly and ineffective tactic. Well, Josh, maybe you should have a helping of that sandwich. He says, I'll remind you, it was your cocaine and your child testing positive for cocaine who put you in this situation. Those are Joshua Moon's words. I haven't made any comment about this. I'm only reading them for completeness. And I'm not going to make any comment about that now. I have a pending criminal matter. He says, I and my forum do not share responsibility. It's my forum. It's mine. Josh speaking on behalf of the forums again. Well, that's just rich. It's good. Josh, I'm glad you're finally coming around to this, because for years you denied all of this. Like you were not acting on behalf of the forum. You're acting on behalf of you, and the people do it themselves, but I guess it's collective now. So then I said, you're the king of insinuating people are pedophiles. I didn't insinuate anything. I said, are you having a retard action? Because I said lolly avatars. I said, also, like normal, your paraphrase of what I said is not precise. I said, peace, Josh. I hope you and your pedophiles have a good day. Josh called them pedophiles. I didn't. But I'll go with the moniker. That's on him. So then he says, you are not as smart as you think you are. And I said, oh, no. That's fine. I hope I'm not as smart as I think I am. So then, today at 1:03 p.m., I said, by the way, very curious where you think I alleged police planted anything. And this is getting into the meat of the matter, because I noticed that Josh said that I said this, but I didn't say that. Actually have specifically avoided saying that. I haven't said it at all. When people insinuated that I meant it, I said, I didn't say that. I have clearly not, I've specifically not said this. If I'm wrong, please, somebody let me know, because I'm pretty sure I've never actually said this, and I haven't seen anybody find it yet. I said, you put it in a motion supported by affidavit. Are you sure you didn't just paraphrase something incorrectly and assume what I meant? I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Or maybe you misread a retarded summary from a forum post. Who knows? So Josh said, you literally said that Alicia Sweep by name lied under oath. Yes. Yes, I did. And that did happen. It was not during the search, however, but Alicia Sweep did lie under oath. In fact, when we left the court hearing, I walked right up to her and I said, you lied under oath and you know it. I walked right up to her. I pointed at her. I said it to her face.
Oh,
I will say it every single day. Alicia Sweep lied under oath.
Oh, must be. I know. Okay, it's one of the. Must be one of the.
100%
works for the
she did that.
CPS or something.
I also said the problem with all of this is that when there is no other witness than you and the government agent, you have two options. You have to live with the lie because no one's punishing her, or you have to testify. And testifying to counter the lie does two things. One, it pits your credibility against the government worker. Now, the government worker who works with the CPS investigator all the time, or the judge who works with the CPS investigator all the time and doesn't know you at all, where do you think that credibility default is going to go? Towards the CPS investigator. So I would have to go take the stand and say, no, Alicia Sweep lied about this thing. That didn't happen. And then I would similarly be opening myself up to cross-examination when I have a pending criminal matter. You just have to eat shit sometimes. I mentioned this with less specificity, but that's the way the system works. Sometimes you don't have the opportunity to call out a lie. Lies go by in court all day. And I pray you're never in a position where those lies impact your children. I really do. Because it fucking sucks, man. You're powerless. You have to sit there. By the way, you can't, like, your lawyer can't object. She lied. How? How do you show they lied? Well, you either have to get a witness up there or you have to have a recording. The recording has to be introduced by a witness. They have to be cross-examined. Sometimes you just have to eat shit.
That sucks, man. Like, you just, like,
Anyway.
you can't do anything about it. Like, holy shit.
So, here we go. 100%.
I'm gonna head
Here we go.
out.
He says, if you want to point out a specific paragraph in the affidavit you have an
Checking out?
issue with, you can, but you're
See you,
very
buddy.
obvious
Thanks
about
for
what you're
coming
doing. Obvious. Josh, I don't know where you think I said this, but I didn't say it.
Jim, why did he start
And
the conversation?
he's done this
though?
before to me.
Josh
will do this.
I
when I
wasn't.
talk to him, he'll say,
I wasn't in this. I was jumping in and out to see what he was talking about. So I don't know. I just heard this and I was like, oh, and so I paused it.
But like he ended the night before, and then today at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he starts up with the conversation. Like,
I don't know.
Like-
We'd have to ask him why he's even, why he's even talking to Josh. I wouldn't even talk. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Maybe he's trying to keep everything on an even keel. I don't know.
Okay. Fair enough.
You're done with this, or?
No, Nicholas, I just asking you a question. Like, why did Nick start this conversation the next day? Like, what's Nick's purpose? Like, why has he got to explain anything
bored?
to
I don't
Josh
know.
Moon? Yeah.
I don't know.
All right, go ahead.
what do you want me to redact or retract or change or make a statement on? I say, Josh, I don't want you to make a statement about anything. I don't want you to delete anything. I don't want you to censor anything. And then he'll say, Nick tried to get me to censor something, or Nick tried to get me to change something. No, literally never done that. It's amazing how many times he has personally accused me of that. When I do something like this, I'm saying, dude, you're saying something that's not true. Like, well, what do you want me to change it? No, I'm just letting you know it's not right. That's literally it. Do whatever the fuck you want with it. So here he goes. Everything I've said in the affidavit was true to the best of my knowledge and ability. Yeah, that's fine. But your knowledge and ability are lacking. Sorry, Josh. So then we go back to me responding to his Alicia Sweep thing. I said, she did. That was not during the warrant execution. It wasn't. It was after. I said, I'm just trying to tell you that I have not alleged the police planted anything, which I have not. You misunderstood or read someone's summary who misunderstood. All right, give me a second. We'll go on. Sorry to do this way. It's the only way.
Isn't this bad? Isn't
Uh,
this like everybody says don't show your DMs, Jim? Isn't what they all say
only
when
way to
EVS
fucking do
does
this.
it? Like, don't show your DMs. That's bad for fucking DMing.
When you're accused of being dishonest and the person accusing you incorrectly states what you said,
did not RBM.
it's a little
no.
frustrating. Here we go. I said, you misunderstood or read someone's summary who misunderstood. I may have suggested multiple times over the years that no one should consent to a search because you don't know if police will even inadvertently place something. So, but I've made no public accusations regarding the planting of evidence. So maybe someone misinterpreted my explanation that police have to prove that I possessed what they alleged, and there are facts which make this issue complicated. There are. I said, Alicia Sweep lied, stating that I prevented her from accessing the bedroom and closing the door. That was a lie under oath. That was a lie under oath. A CPS worker named Alicia Sweep in Candiotihee County, Minnesota, lied under oath in the case against me. There's no way around it. That happened. As I stated, the downside of the system is that there was no way to counter the lie without testifying. Testifying would have been a bad move at the time. Very true. Very true. So Josh responds, look, mate. It's Australian now, apparently. You're a pathological liar. Oh, Josh. And you are blatantly engaged in manipulation against everyone you talk to at all times for no apparent or good reason possible. And let me just go ahead and say this. If someone is accused of always manipulating people for no reason, I'll humbly suggest they're not actually manipulating people. I mean, you can believe whatever you want. I'm not here to change that. I can't manipulate you into believing me. If I could, I'd be way richer. All right. Here's the crazy thing. Josh can never figure out what the manipulation is. It's just that what I tell him doesn't fit his story up here. If it doesn't fit Josh's story up here, he can't fathom how it happens. But Josh is retarded. I love him. He's a lovable retard, but he is. His life is not a normal person's life, and that is fine. But it makes him have trouble identifying with other people in real situations over and over and over. And that's shown through it's actually kind of a joke on the forum itself. He just doesn't get it because he doesn't live in the world that other people do. He lives in a world of
Jim.
nastiness.
What's up?
Of crazy, insane people.
You gotta babysit
Of
in like
antics
5.5
that go
hours.
beyond the normal bounds.
Well,
of
I gotta
human
get
comedy.
6 hours.
He
I gotta
doesn't
pick.
live
I gotta leave my house to go
Like,
pick him up.
and he doesn't even live like me, and I'm ridiculous.
All right.
His is more
hey,
so.
chat.
All right.
It's been a fucking great show.
He goes,
Jim completely believes
yeah.
in expanding.
Apparently
Earth.
manipulating everyone all the time.
We found
Nothing
out
you tell me will
this
ever be
guy,
taken at
Mr.
face value, and in this
Berger, is a
instance, it's just another
weirdo.
obvious.
Nick is talking to Josh Moon for some weird reason, Jim. I just don't I just don't get that thing where Nick feels like he owes Josh Moon. I guess Josh filed that paperwork to get the cam footage, and Josh is pissed because he couldn't get it, right? Like, because Nick blocked. He's like, fuck you, fuck off, everybody. But I don't think Nick owes him an explanation why, because I wouldn't. Like, it's like me not responding to Matt Barr. Like, fuck off. I don't owe you shit. But hey, Jim, are you available tomorrow?
Yeah.
Same bad time, same bad
Same
channel?
bad time, bad channel. Yeah.
Or do you want to start a little later? It's up to you, man.
It's up to you. Friday night, we can start a little later. It's
Yeah.
up to you.
Yeah, we will come back. We will but we got it. I told Salty, I said, hey man, as soon as you're done with your comic, then we'll do the Rumble stream. Because I'll schedule it, Jim, and he'll say, oh, I'm busy drawing. You know what I mean? Like, no, I'm not gonna fuck with that. So as soon as Silence Do Good 3 is complete, then we'll get that music and videos or movie stream started on Rumble only. But anyways, guys, it's been great. It always is. I mean, somebody asked, why do you stream so much? Savage asked me, like, why do you stream so much? I said, because there's nothing on TV. And I'd rather hang out with people I like and just talk. if TV was better, there wouldn't be a big YouTube world, Jim. Do you agree? Like people would actually give a shit about like being entertained instead of trying to entertain people. But hey, thanks for the super chats. Thanks for the interaction. And we will see you tomorrow. And have a good night, guys.
Peace.
Retro, make me a song that you like and I'll play it. This is from Simply Green, guys. Just show you now. This is from Simply Green.
Me like rock, me make roll, me take rock, put on pole, get rock sharp, sharp as heck, throw rock at big T-Rex, but rock miss, time to run, when rock miss, it no fun, have to run, back to cave, when bad come, cave is safe. Find new rock, find new pole, get rock sharp at the goal. Sun go down, sun go up, new day come, just like rock. Me like rock, me make roll, me take rock, put on pole, get rock sharp, sharp as heck. Throw rock at big T-Rex.
This better not be copyrighted, Simply Green. God damn it.
We no quit. Food for all. Food for all. Sun go up, new day come, just like rock. Be like rock, we make roll, we take rock, put on pole. Sun go down, sun go up.
Peace out, chat. See you tomorrow night.